Chapter 1. I'm so stupid, really. I knew Marvel had a great god like Ancient One guarding me, but I still dared to travel through time. Liu Qi was in an antique hall, sitting on a chair, drinking the endlessly refilled cup of tea in his hand with a reserved look. In front of him is the famous Marvel Sorcerer Supreme, the bald Ancient One. The Ancient One sat there with her eyes closed, as if there was no one in front of her. If the eye of Agamotto on her chest had not been opened, Liu Qi would have wanted to run away. Looking at the time gem exposed inside the eye of Agamotto, Liu Qi suddenly had an idea. If he stole the gem now, could he use the time gem to slip away? But looking at the table between himself and Ancient One, Liu Qi gave up on this gorgeous way of dying. Thinking about why he came to Marvel, Liu Qi couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. He was working overtime at the time, and during his break, he picked up his mobile phone and opened an idle game. After all, as a social animal, you only have a few fragmented hours in a day, and you can't play games like Special Forces and King of Glory. Looking at the advertising icon that popped up on the game interface, Liu Qi simply skipped it. What a joke, you only have so little free time in a day and you still have to watch ads. Looking at the idle rewards, Liu Qi kept planning how to add points to get the maximum benefit, and then he mindlessly chose to add the highest level of Dark Realm. Then, when Liu Qi added 1e plus 6 times to the Dark Realm at one time, he really entered the Dark Realm. When he arrived at a black space, Liu Qi was still confused. Then an idle system popped up in front of him, and then several random worlds were presented for him to choose from. However, among the worlds given to him, only Marvel Liu Qi knew a little about it. He didn't know much about others like Starblind, Overwatch, and the legendary Sea Watch. Then it was natural for me to choose Marvel, it was natural for me to come to the Marvel Universe, it was natural for me to fly to the Earth, and it was natural for me to be invited to have tea by the Ancient One. If I had chosen another universe, I would not have come to this universe, Liu Qi secretly regretted. Seeing that the Ancient One was obviously using the Eye of Agamotto to observe time and space, Liu Qi did not dare to move. After all, who is the strongest in the Marvel Universe? Only a bald man can be king. The white egg in front of you is the king among kings. Compared with it, the boiled egg is just a little brother among little brothers. Seeing that Ancient One was silent, Liu Qi, who was holding back the urge to go to the toilet, simply opened the system he had obtained through the time travel to see what was going on. The dark system has a cool name but very poor functions, just like the idle game played by Liu Qi. This system is an idle system. This system gave him a dark space at the beginning. This dark space was composed of dark energy crystals. The more energy crystals there were, the larger the space was. Dark energy crystals can be mined using units purchased in the system. The initial unit purchase price is 10 points, and each unit purchased will increase the unit price by 0.1, with no upper limit. As for the use of the file size of the dark space, Liu Qi still doesn't quite understand it. However, this is a familiar routine. Was it the idle game he played before he traveled through time? Liu Qi studied it carefully for a while and knew that the system had 10 dark energy crystals at the beginning, and then looked at the only thing that could be bought at present. It is a ninja mask with scarlet eyes. Liu Qi felt that this thing looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. He guessed it was from an anime, but the last time he watched anime was the last time, and he had forgotten those things completely. Putting this doubt aside for the moment, the initial purchase price of this unit was exactly 10 points, and Liu Qi clicked the +1 button behind the unit without hesitation. The 10 points of energy given by the system returned to 0, and the price of the next unit increase by 1 changes from 10 points to 10.1 points, while the dark energy crystal at the top becomes +0.1 per minute. It seems that the excavation speed of this unit is 0.1 dark energy crystal per minute. Liu Qi is not surprised at this. After all, the numbers are small at the beginning of the idle game, and in the later stage, Jing, Gai, Zi, and other things are used as units. What concerned him more was another thing, which was to dig out the markings behind the energy crystals. This system doesn't increase currency by second like ordinary idle games, but by minute. Currency is added once a minute. Is it so slow? It will take a long time to develop this thing to the later stage. I'm afraid that even if I die, this thing may not reach tens of millions, right? Angrily, Liu Qi picked up the tea in front of him and wanted to drink it in one gulp to calm down, but he didn't expect that Ancient One thought so highly of him. The tea in it was almost unlimited. He washed his face directly, and the scalding tea flowed directly down his neck into his clothes. He subconsciously let go and the teacup smashed to the ground. Liu Qi also subconsciously stood up and shook his clothes, and his movements were a little bigger. The ancient one opposite him suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at him. Liu Qi just stood there, forgetting that there was this great god in front of him. Seeing ancient one stop observing him as if disturbed, he quickly sat down obediently. Well-behaved. JPG. Liu Qi was sweating profusely. Will the boss think that I don't give her face? Will I just give it to her for free? No. I finally got rid of the life of a social animal, but I haven't enjoyed it yet. At least let me watch some anime. The ancient one stared at him for a while, and suddenly a dark mark appeared between his brows. Liu Qi knew this. In order to maintain his own life and strength, the ancient one was fighting against Dormammu on the surface, but was secretly absorbing dark energy. However, Liu Qi was not in a position to talk about this matter. After all, the water was too complicated and he could not grasp it. In fact, when watching a movie, everyone just watches the special effects. Who cares about the plot behind the movie? Seeing Ancient One display the dark mark, Liu Qi became even more panicked. Why did he feel like the boss was going to kill him to silence him? Ancient One looked at Liu Qi limited edition well-behaved. JPG without saying a word. Thinking of the future he had just observed, Ancient One couldn't help but be a little shocked. Could such a person be able to crush the universe at Dormammu's fingertips in the future? Although she was thinking a lot, the Ancient One's expression did not change. Dormammu was too powerful. Even if she had the time gem, she could not say that she could defeat Dormammu. But the person in front of her could destroy Dormammu in the future. Using dark energy to cast a spell, Ancient One saw that the person in front of him did have a little bit of dark energy, and it was purer than Dormammu's, which made Ancient One feel that the possibility existed. Ancient One picked up the teacup and gestured to Liu Qi. Liu Qi thought that the Ancient One wanted to embarrass him, but suddenly he found that the broken cup had appeared in front of him intact again. Take a sip and get unlimited refills. The familiar smell made Liu Qi breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the boss would not pursue his previous mistake. You have dark energy. Ancient One took a sip of tea and said suddenly. Liu Qi was guzzling tea and spit it out when he heard this. He had just arrived at Marvel and there was no way he could be involved with Dormammu. Ancient One will not tolerate any dark energy in public. Is this really a plan to frame someone, kill people and destroy the bodies? Someone really didn't remember the unit values in the system, just like you can't remember whether the game currency in an idle game is gold or coins. Don't panic. I won't kill you to silence you. Ancient One continued. FK, I'm being held captive. How can the Ancient One read minds? Liu Qi face tightened, thinking back to the topic of all kinds of eggs just now. Ancient One recalled a timeline in which Liu Qi had honestly confessed his thoughts, and felt helpless. I won't pursue your thoughts just now, and I can't read your mind. Baldy, you still say you can't read minds. Liu Qi didn't dare to think about anything now. He let his mind go blank, trying to let his soul fly to explore the multi-universe. You can't observe the multi-universe like this, but I can help you. However, you have to take care of your physiological needs first, otherwise there will be embarrassing scenes. Ancient One waved his hand, and a circle that continuously emitted electric sparks appeared, and the middle led directly to a toilet. Only then did Liu Qi feel that he had a lot of savings and was very rich, so he rushed over to solve the problem. The Ancient One retracted the portal, waited for about a few minutes, and then opened it again. When Liu Qi came out of the toilet and didn't see any sparks, he thought he had been spared. As he was about to leave and make a strategic retreat, a portal suddenly appeared. With a bitter face, Liu Qi returned to the tea room, but he was not as panicked as before. With the help of the sage time during his release, Liu Qi took a good look at the current situation and found that the Ancient One did not seem to have the intention of killing him, otherwise he would not have given him unlimited refills. Since he was not in any danger, Liu Qi's mind was a little free. Looking at the portal emitting electric sparks, Liu Qi felt that this magic was indeed very convenient, at least it was convenient for going to the toilet. Feeling very refreshed after being released, Liu Qi just returned to the tea room when Ancient One appeared in front of him as if by teleportation and slapped him on the chest. There was a feeling of lightness, and Liu Qi suddenly found that he could see the back of his head. No, why am I flying? Looking at himself gradually leaving the ground, Liu Qi suddenly remembered the Ancient One's palm that burned all the funds. It seems like I was attacked? Looking at his body sitting on the chair that appeared out of nowhere, Liu Qi was a little dazed for a moment. Have a nice trip. Ancient One looked at Liu Qi in midair and said softly. Liu Qi suddenly felt a pulling force that pulled him to the side, and then he came to a strange space. Ancient One returned to the tea table. Since this man had the potential to kill Dormammu, he would use it. Thinking of the interrogation of Liu Qi in that timeline, Ancient One knew that this man had no bad intentions, and as long as he was guided well, he would not go astray. After an unforgettable journey, Liu Qi seemed to have been reshaped both physically and mentally. When he came to his senses, he found that he had returned to the tea house and to his own body without knowing when. After drinking some tea to calm himself, Liu Qi glanced at Ancient One. How was the trip? Asked the Ancient One. It feels okay, but it's too exciting. Liu Qi expressed his opinion honestly. Looking at his body full of hands, the feeling was too embarrassing. He seemed to remember nothing else. He couldn't react at all when he saw some scenes. No wonder Ancient One thinks Stephen is the best Sorcerer Supreme. Stephen can still maintain his consciousness in such an environment, which shows his ability in this field. The Ancient One nodded. I'll be more careful with Stephen next time. So I am the guinea pig, Liu Qi complained in his heart but did not show it on his face. Let's get back to our previous topic. You have dark energy. Ancient One drifted and successfully brought the topic back. I don't want to either. Liu Qi said aggrievedly, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know I have dark energy. I just came into this world and haven't even taken a few glances. Liu Qi was also very puzzled. It was impossible that he was targeted by Dormammu as soon as he arrived in this universe. Speaking of dark energy, it looks a little familiar. Hey, why does it look familiar? Liu Qi was stunned for a moment, and quickly opened the system to look at the currency. Dark energy. It turns out that the system is cheating me. Ancient One watched Liu Qi's expression change constantly and drank a sip of water quietly. Big guy drinks water. JPG Liu Qi doesn't know what to do now. If you say that he came to Ancient One with such a crappy system, isn't that like turning on the light in the toilet, looking for death? Boss, please let me go, I haven't done anything bad yet. Ugh. I won't do anything bad. Liu Qi looked at Ancient One obediently. If it weren't for the fact that the tea in Ancient One's hand could be refilled unlimitedly, he would have wanted to pour water for the boss. Dark energy is very dangerous, but you don't seem to be affected by it. Ancient One said, hiding the dark mark on his forehead. Liu Qi had never looked in the mirror since coming here, and didn't know if he had changed at all. After hearing what Ancient One said, he felt a little relieved. Thinking about looking in a mirror later, Ancient One said, you need to stay here and observe for a few days. What can Liu Qi do? He can only listen to the boss's arrangements. Seeing that Liu Qi had no objection, Ancient One waved his hand, and the space shifted, shattering like a mirror. It turns out that they have been in the mirror space all along. Liu Qi was shocked. He was worthy of being the king among kings. He didn't even know that he had entered the mirror space. I'll let Mordo take you to your room. I hope you can have a good experience in Kamar-Taj in the next few days. The Ancient One clapped his hands, and a sturdy man walked into the tea room. Seeing that Ancient One was about to see him off, Liu Qi obediently followed Mordo and left. Chapter 2. Following Modu out of the tea room, without the boss's gaze, Liu Qi completely relaxed. Really, he almost thought he was going to burp. Master Ancient One is very special to you. Mordo slowed down and waited for him, looking at him with strange eyes. Liu Qi was a little embarrassed. How could he not be special? He and the Ancient One both carried dark energy. We all came here to study on our own, but you are different. You were brought back by Master Ancient One himself. Mordo remembered that the Ancient One magician was originally teaching two magicians to practice sparring, but he suddenly left and brought Liu Qi here. Liu Qi became more and more embarrassed. How could they bring him back? He was captured. Perhaps you have a high ability in magic. Mordo said slowly. Liu Qi thought about how he only remembered the multi-universe journey where he had arms growing on his body, and nothing else. I don't think so. Liu Qi's face became more and more embarrassed, and he could only interrupt Modu. Seeing Liu Qi like this, Mordo shrugged, but you seem to be highly valued by the Sorcerer Supreme. Sorcerer Supreme is a very wise man. He must have noticed that you are very talented. Mordo is still a die-hard fan of Ancient One. In his eyes, Ancient One is a god-like existence. Keishi, with the system and dark energy in his body, was invited to have tea right after he crossed over. I even doubted what talents I had. Liu Qi looked up at the sky, wanting to cry but without tears. Do you want to try magic? Mordo looked at Liu Qi. This is possible. Thinking of the appearance of the portal just now, Liu Qi became a little interested. At least after learning this trick, he wouldn't have to worry about missing the toilet in time. Seeing that Liu Qi finally had some reaction, Mordo said hurriedly, then I will take you to identify the room first, and then go to the square to try. Since the Sorcerer Supreme thinks you are very talented, I believe you can easily learn the spells here. Coming to a dim room, Liu Qi felt like he was entering a prison cell. Don't you have any light bulbs here? Liu Qi looked at the dim atmosphere. There was no need to draw the curtains for filming in broad daylight. He turned around to look at Modu and almost didn't find him. Mordo shrugged and said, it costs a lot of money to maintain the daily life of magicians. Kamar-Taj doesn't have any industry in the secular world. Finally found Mordu, Liu Qi took the small card given by Mordu, and looked at the Shambhala on it in the sunlight coming in through the small window. Liu Qi suddenly remembered something, where's my phone? Seeing him suddenly stunned, Mordo smiled and explained, this is the Wi-Fi password. We are not primitive people. No. Liu Qi said with a wry smile, I don't have a cell phone. What kind of primitive man are you? Mordo said in shock. Liu Qi, who was finally settled, followed Mordo to the square where the magicians were training. Mordo took the sling ring and put it on his hand. Do you want to try the portal first? Beginners like this very much. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle, and a spark gate unfolded. Convenient, easy to learn, and useful, but the main visual effect is great. Many beginners like this magic. Mordo walked into the portal and appeared behind Liu Qi. Liu Qi took the sling ring, and under Mordo's guidance, he imagined an empty spot in the square in front of him, and started slashing with his hand. But the expected portal never opened, which made Liu Qi frown. As expected, his talent in magic was not outstanding and he couldn't even use the entry-level portal magic. Seeing Liu Qi's bitter face, Mordo comforted her, don't worry, this is normal. No one can cast magic right away. This still requires repeated attempts. After being comforted by Mordo, Liu Qi regained his confidence. After all, even Stephen almost died in the snowy mountains before he released the portal. How could he release it right away? We still have to save some face for the future Sorcerer Supreme. After a rest, Mordo also began to teach Liu Qi how to cast spells. In fact, the magic used by magicians is no different from the technology in the secular world. It's just a different way of applying energy. Magicians control energy through the mind, while technology uses matter to drive energy. If you want to release a spell, you need to use your mental power to sense and control the energy around you. Give it a try. Liu Qi nodded and took a stance again. In order to better feel the energy, he closed his eyes and explored it carefully. Suddenly, Liu Qi discovered a strange energy in his body. To his surprise, this energy was very obedient and could be driven by him at will. So, take me to that place. Liu Qi imagined the target just now, and the energy immediately surged. Liu Qi perceived the energy movement with surprise, but his expression changed soon after. Why didn't this energy go to the sling ring, but... Under Mordo's gaze, a black energy suddenly surged out of Liu Qi's body, wrapping him up and burying him underground, before reappearing in a shadow not far away. Liu Qi, who reappeared, turned to look at Mordo in confusion, did I succeed? Looking at Modu's shocked eyes, Liu Qi thought he had succeeded, and boasted excitedly, I didn't expect that I was really a genius. I succeeded on the first try. But watching other magicians silently taking out their weapons, Liu Qi finally felt something was wrong. Are you jealous of my qualifications and want to beat me up? Not really. He slowly backed away to the wall, looking at the magicians who were acting as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Oh my god, are you guys serious? Liu Qi felt that the atmosphere was not right, even Mordo came over with a whip. Is it such an exciting game? Looking at the group of big men approaching, Liu Qi swallowed his saliva. Something is wrong, run. The energy in the body surged out again, wrapping Liu Qi and disappearing on the spot. Originally, Liu Qi planned to go directly to the small attic to find the Ancient One, but before he ran far, Liu Qi felt that the energy around his body was consumed, and he appeared in the material world again. Damn! Too little energy. Liu Qi took a deep breath and didn't die. Although he seemed to be desperate now, there was still a way to save him. Boss, help! Liu Qi shouted loudly, but he didn't know if it was because the distance was too far or what. The Ancient One did not come to him as Liu Qi imagined. No, we have to get closer to the Ancient One. But how can I get out with so many people? Looking at the group of big men in front of him, Liu Qi sensed the extremely slow recovery of energy, which was not enough for him to escape from here. Seeing a big man coming up and raising the staff in his hand, Liu Qi hoped that someone would come out to stop this guy. When this thought popped up in Liu Qi's mind, his shadow suddenly split open and turned into a black ninja in front of him. Damn, Shadow Legion! Liu Qi remembered what this was. It was the Shadow Core ninja soldier from his childhood memories. At this time, Liu Qi remembered the mask in his system. Could it be that the units in this system were ninja soldiers, and he could summon them out? Liu Qi suddenly became excited. He never thought that he could have the ninja army that he dreamed of in his childhood. However, Liu Qi reacted again. Although it is no problem for ninja soldiers to deal with ordinary people, but looking at the group of big men gradually approaching in front of me, are they ordinary people? Looking at their strong physiques, Liu Qi even dared to believe that this group of melee magicians could beat the ninja soldier down even without using magic. But Liu Qi looked at his remaining energy, which was only 5.9, and he couldn't buy another ninja soldier. It's over, this AFK system is so garbage, I'm applying for a new system. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Liu Qi looked at the ninja soldier in front of him. Hurry up! Stop them! Under Liu Qi's command, the ninja soldiers rushed towards a group of magicians without hesitation, but were directly taken down by this group of magicians with various melee weapons. However, due to the delay of the shadow ninja, Liu Qi slowly recovered some energy and disappeared on the spot directly into a shadow. Through shadow transformation, Liu Qi appeared directly outside the yard, and then ran outside without stopping. Mordo and the others were not pushovers either, and they chased after them directly. Liu Qi ran at the speed he usually used to rush to work, and even left a group of magicians who had been training for a long time behind. But the good times didn't last long. He didn't run far before portals opened up in front of him and magicians rushed towards him one after another. Cheating? Hey! Liu Qi also knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of magicians. He couldn't escape even if he ran. Seeing a magician's stick coming down, Liu Qi subconsciously transformed into a shadow to avoid the attack, but the opponent saw this and smashed the stick directly to the ground. The energy exchanged with the dimensional Mephisto suddenly exploded and directly knocked out the shadow Liu Qi. Liu Qi was very surprised and quickly ran to the other side, but these magicians with rich combat experience already knew his weakness. Use the energy shield to stop him. His ability should not be able to penetrate the barrier composed of energy. A magician shouted, and the other magicians did not hesitate. Magic circles appeared in their hands and tried to surround Liu Qi. Liu Qi was also very nervous when he saw the magicians surrounding him. His energy was almost used up and now he was surrounded and couldn't run away at all. Remembering that he still had a ninja soldier, Liu Qi tried to summon the ninja soldier again. The shadow split again and the ninja soldier appeared again. Take me away. This time, Liu Qi did not let the ninja soldier launch a suicide attack. Instead, he threw himself on the ninja soldier's back and asked him to run with him. The ninja soldier's red eyes widened, as if he was struggling, but he still rushed out with Liu Qi. With flexible left and right movements, he actually managed to lead Liu Qi out of the encirclement. But Liu Qi knew that he was in the hometown of this group of magicians and he would not be able to escape, so he could only hope that a big boss would show up. In this way, the ninja soldiers took Liu Qi around everywhere under the pursuit of more and more magicians, and Liu Qi was constantly calling the name of the Ancient One. Under the pursuit and blockade of many magicians, it was fortunate that the ninja soldiers had unlimited physical strength, otherwise they would have been locked up by a group of big men. Soon, Liu Qi hid behind the ninja soldier and was cornered by a bunch of magicians. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Liu Qi had reason to believe that all the official magicians of Kamar-Taj had come here to intercept him. Looking at the energy that had been completely consumed and could no longer be transformed into a shadow to sustain life, Liu Qi shook his head. There was really no hope now. But as he was surprised, a portal opened in front of him, and a yellow figure walked out of the mirror space and stood in front of Liu Qi. A magician in the crowd shouted, "Sorcerer Supreme, the man behind you possesses dark energy and is a follower of the Lord of Darkness." Liu Qi looked at the magician who was shouting and felt that he looked familiar, so he identified him. "Oh my goodness, isn't this Caecilius? You haven't betrayed me yet." The Ancient One took off his hood, revealing his bald head, and suppressed everyone. Although this man possesses dark energy, he is not a follower of Dormammu. It should be said that he is another Dormammu. "Oh my god, boss, are you going to kill me?" Liu Qi felt despair after listening to Ancient One's words. "Oh my god, he directly designated me as the enemy's boss. This time he wants to burn myself and declare his doctrine in front of everyone." Seeing everyone getting more emotional, Ancient One continued, "He has the qualifications to be like Dormammu, but he is not like Dormammu. Boss, not only are you speaking in a stammering way, you're also telling riddles." Liu Qi looked at Ancient One's actions that confused everyone and couldn't help but burst into tears. This big guy must be trying to protect himself so that he could survive. He is like Dormammu because he can control the dark forces, but he is not like Dormammu because he is not controlled by the dark forces, but he controls the dark forces instead. He is a more pure Lord of Darkness than Dormammu, or in other words, the true Lord of Darkness. Liu Qi listened to what Ancient One said and directly placed himself above Dormammu. Looking at his own energy level of 5.9, oh, there was another 0.1 energy increase, now it was 6.0 energy. I'm so awesome! But you said that the power of darkness is the most evil force. He is the Lord of Darkness. Shouldn't we kill him to prevent him from harming the earth in the future? Caecilius continued to shout. "Pujazi, you betrayed me and I will take over the Ancient One's mission to eliminate the villains." Liu Qi looked at Caecilius viciously, but Caecilius didn't care about him and waited for the Ancient One's response. "Pure power has no good or bad, just like weapons in your hands can protect the world, but in the hands of villains they will endanger the world." Ancient One said calmly, and this sage attitude made her words more convincing. "And his power comes from the dark dimension. The stronger he is, the weaker Dormammu will be." Ancient One put the last straw on the camel's back, completely eliminating everyone's idea of eliminating demons and defending the way of justice. Furthermore, as long as he is dedicated to doing good, the power of darkness will no longer be a threat. After eliminating Dormammu and making the power of darkness purer, we can also use the power of darkness to become more powerful, and even release magic without cost. The principle of Kamar-Taj's magic is barter, where one's own things are used as a price to exchange extraordinary powers with Mephisto in various dimensions. Therefore, magicians have the habit of exercising and increasing their capital. If there is no cost, then they are equivalent to real magicians, just like Doctor Strange who showed his prowess in the end game. Hey, what is the end game? After knowing this, a group of magicians looked at Liu Qi with strange eyes, as if they really hoped that Liu Qi could kick Dormammu right now and restore order to the dark world. Liu Qi instantly went from being a target of beatings to a little baby who needed careful care. While still a little confused, he was pulled into the mirror world by the Ancient One. Chapter 3. After being brought to the mirror space by Ancient One, Liu Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be ganged and locked up by a group of big men. Looking at the calm Ancient One, Liu Qi scratched his head. "You knew this was going to happen and you were watching all this from the dark, right?" The Ancient One nodded. She had indeed foreseen all this and had tried to influence the timeline to move in a direction that was more beneficial to the Earth. "Then why did you let me expose the fact that I have dark energy?" Liu Qi now understood that the energy that he felt he could control at will must be dark energy without a doubt. But for the magicians in Kamar-Taj, dark energy is more sensitive to them than other energies. After all, the one who is most eyeing the earth is the Dark Lord Dormammu. "Because I don't have much time left." Ancient One said this quietly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "How could that be? Haven't you been absorbing Dormammu's dark energy?" Liu Qi said in shock. In the original world, everyone was saying that Sorcerer Supreme died because his special effects were too expensive, but no one said that Ancient One would die because of his lifespan. "I am secretly absorbing Dormammu's dark energy, but Dormammu is not unaware of it." Ancient One revealed the dark mark on his forehead. "He has been allowing me to absorb energy, because the dark energy has been transformed by him to have the power to charm people and locate the world. As long as I absorb and use the dark energy, he can locate the earth through me and directly drag it into the dark dimension. I have been fighting against these evil abilities in the dark energy, but I am almost at my limit. If I continue to absorb it, it won't be long before the earth is swallowed by Dormammu. Liu Qi finally understood why the Ancient One went straight to his death after finding his successor, otherwise Dead Man would have laughed at him. The Sorcerer Supreme who stopped Dormammu and a group of Mephistas outside the earth was killed by an elite monster, which made the Mephistas lose face. After hearing this, Liu Qi also understood what the Ancient One meant. The best way to stop this is to stop absorbing Dormammu's energy, but you will die directly. You originally wanted to commit suicide, but my appearance happened to bring a new turn of events, that is, I also have dark energy. That's right. But why do you think I would provide you with dark energy? Are you going to force me? I won't force you, but if you sign a contract with me, it will bring you many benefits. What's the benefit? First, you won't be hunted by the magician of Kamar-Taj. It really makes my heart beat. Liu Qi nodded. After what happened just now, he cared a lot about it. Secondly, if you sign a contract with me, I will also protect you and serve as a shield for your yet-to-be-developed abilities. Hiss, picked up a bodyguard for free? Liu Qi was really tempted now. The Marvel world was not an ordinary world, and there were deadly dangers everywhere. If he could let Ancient One be his bodyguard, he wouldn't have to worry about sudden death in the early stages. Finally, I can help you develop faster. What does this mean? Look at your unknown thing. Something unknown? Is it the system? What's wrong? There are only a few dark energy crystals in your thing. After you consume them all, you will need to go to other dark dimensions to seize other people's energy crystals. But you don't have the coordinates of other dimensions, and it may take you several years to find a dark dimension. And you do. Liu Qi touched his chin, and Ancient One nodded. Kamar-Taj has always paid much attention to these dimensions, and has the coordinates of many dimensions. If you sign a contract with me, I will provide you with the coordinates of these dimensions in the future to ensure that you do not need to worry about development stopping before you can be self-reliant. But now there is a problem. I don't know whether what you said is true or false. What if I sign the contract and you tell me that you are lying to me? The Ancient One looked at him steadily. I can add conditions to the contract. You can terminate the contract unilaterally, and I will die immediately. How about that? Liu Qi came to the Ancient One and said, okay, how do we do that? Ancient One stretched out his hand and floated it above Liu Qi's head. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while. Then a magic circle appeared on his palm. Just as Liu Qi was wondering whether the electric spark would set his hair on fire, he suddenly received a prompt from the system. It was detected that the Ancient One wanted to sign a contract with you. It was determined that the host did not have the ability to agree to the contract at the moment, and the system assisted in signing the contract. Contract content: Ancient One will obtain the dark energy you provide, and you can unilaterally cancel the contract. Yes or no? It seems that the system is not just a mining system, it can also serve as a housekeeper? Liu Qi clicked yes, and some knowledge about the portal appeared in his mind, and his energy value, which had just recovered to the upper limit, dropped to 0. Your dark energy is very pure, but the quantity is too small. After signing the contract, Ancient One obtained the right to purchase dark energy from Liu Qi, which resulted in Liu Qi energy always being 0. Liu Qi said helplessly, I can't help it. I just got this ability and the time is too short. Looking at the column of remaining dark power, I thought that since the Ancient One wanted energy, why not borrow the time gem to play with it? Ancient One also did not expect that the dark energy in the dark dimension would become stronger with the passage of time in the main world. After all, dark energy can make people ignore time and is an energy of the same level as time. He took the initiative to wave and summon the time gem and gave it to Liu Qi. Liu Qi held the time gem in his hand, and the system prompted, do you want to watch the ad to speed up the game? Oh my god, I can still watch ads here? Liu Qi looked shocked, clicked yes, and then advertising space for rent. Wogan. This is all right. After watching the 1-minute advertisement, Liu Qi finally received the reward. It is equivalent to speeding up for 1 hour and gaining 6 points of dark energy. Together with the previous ones, there are now 12 points of energy. Looking at the number of advertisements that appeared in the upper left corner, 2/3, Liu Qi returned the time gem to Sorcerer Supreme first. Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the ad was still there, but looked at time gem with some regret. When holding the time gem in his hand, Liu Qi found that he could not use the time gem to control time, which made him a little sad. Once upon a time, the time gem was in my hand, but I just couldn't use it. It was just like on your wedding night, you got drunk, slept on the floor all night and did nothing. It was a sad story, and Liu Qi forced himself to forget it. You don't seem to be able to use the time gem. Ancient One looked at Liu Qi strangely, surprised that he just gave it back to her like that. As a visitor from Otherworld, Liu Qi felt something as soon as she arrived in this world, and even found many additional timeline branches. But as Liu Qi did something unknown, a dark energy emerged from his body, making him a part of this world, and those time branches disappeared. Ancient One could also sense that there were beings outside of the timeline trying to locate Liu Qi, but as Liu Qi became part of this world, they gave up because they couldn't find Liu Qi. However, Liu Qi's inability to use the time gem was really beyond her expectation. Liu Qi responded to this fact in silence. Just now, he found that his dark energy actually snatched something from the time gem the moment it touched the time gem. Then his system said there were ads to watch, but time gem seemed to consciously refuse his use. Could it be that they were having a quarrel? Liu Qi stared at time gem, hoping time gem would give a reaction. Looking at Liu Qi's eyes, Ancient One silently put the time gem back. It seems that there are some new changes in your ability. Liu Qi turned his attention back to the system interface, looking at his 12 points of energy, and bought another ninja soldier. After watching the remaining 2 ads, Liu Qi had 4 ninja soldiers. He summoned all 4 of them together. Watching the 4 ninja soldiers appear in front of him even in the mirror space gave Liu Qi a full sense of security. Looking at the upper limit of 9.4, I can buy another one in 3 minutes. Hey, now it's standing up. If you give yourself a day to develop, wouldn't you be able to form a team of 100 people? No, not quite 100 people, but not a small number either. Liu Qi was so satisfied that he almost forgot about the Ancient One magician next to him, but he found that the Ancient One magician didn't look at him and closed his eyes to feel something. Liu Qi waited for a while, commanded the 4 ninja soldiers to jump around, and even asked them to start sparring. But they didn't have any hesitation and started fighting each other. Looking at their agile skills, Liu Qi was shocked. He didn't know how those magicians could kill the little ninja soldiers in seconds. It's a group fight, that's fine. Liu Qi thought of an elite magician in a square, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the ninja soldier. At such a young age, he has endured injuries that he should not have endured. Thinking about that group of strong elite magicians, he estimated that a team of 100 people could not defeat them. If those guys wanted to use spells, the Shadow Legion would probably need a team of 1,000 people. After a few minutes, Liu Qi bought another ninja soldier. He calculated that he would have to wait for more than 20 minutes before he could buy another one, so he wanted to go outside and find an alarm clock to set the time. But now they are all in the mirror space. Although Liu Qi has the sling ring in his hand, he still doesn't know how to use it and can't get out at all. After waiting for a while, Ancient One finally opened his eyes and looked at Liu Qi in surprise. She had just watched his energy rise and fall and was a little worried, but she found that the energy she was getting every second had increased several times. Although it was still not enough to support her in using spells, it was enough to prolong her life a little. Indeed, Liu Qi energy is like the universe at the fingertips of Ancient One. But compared to Dormammu's energy, it is purer, can be supplied continuously, and there is no need to worry about backlash, which makes Ancient One very satisfied. He took the sling ring from Liu Qi and modified the spell structure. Well, you just need to channel the dark energy into this sling ring, and you can use the portal at will. After that, you'd better develop quickly, because the current dark energy is not enough. Afterwards, Ancient One said that he wanted to go into seclusion to completely expel Dormammu's energy from his body, and then threw Liu Qi out. And Liu Qi sensed the energy in his body, which was almost drained away by the contract as soon as it appeared, for the Ancient One to use. Alas, this time it's really being hollowed out, not even a drop can be squeezed out. Fortunately, with the help of the sling ring, the energy consumption of the portal is very small, and Liu Qi can still use the portal. Putting on the sling ring, Liu Qi drew a circle with one hand and came to the previous square. He found that there were many magicians training here, but when he arrived, they all looked at him with hungry wolf eyes. However, unlike the previous looks that showed a desire to kill him, these looks were full of desire for the energy in him. Under the gaze of a group of big men, Liu Qi summoned out 5 ninja soldiers to give himself courage, and then found Mordo in the corner. "You little BD, you were chasing me just now, now it's my turn to chase you." Threatening Mordo with the words, "If you don't play with my ninja soldiers, I will become stronger slowly," Liu Qi commanded the ninja soldiers to rush forward and fight. This also let Liu Qi know the strength of Mordo, an elite magician who is stronger than ordinary magicians. Several ninja soldiers are not his opponents. If it weren't for the group fight, Mordo could kill the ninja soldiers in 2 seconds. But the ninja soldiers have unlimited stamina and can be resurrected unlimitedly. The bug level ability makes Mordo very disgusted. When the 5 ninja soldiers find that the enemy is very strong, they all use the method of exchanging injuries for injuries. Even if you want to split him in half, they will still carve a word positive on your body. At the end of the fight, Mordo was panting and lying on the ground with an expression like, "Do whatever you want, I'm in control." "You can't do this, little brother." Liu Qi shook his head, found an alarm clock and slipped back to his room. Chapter 4. A night passed, and Liu Qi walked out of the room yawning. In order to ensure that he purchased the ninja soldiers on time last night, he used the alarm clock to time himself and woke up every once in a while to buy the ninja soldiers. "I remember that I could stay up all night in the internet cafe and still go to class the next day with full energy. I'm old." Liu Qi patted his old waist and walked out like an old man taking a walk. While walking on the road, Liu Qi was also recalling his exploration of the system last night. After a night of experiments, Liu Qi became more familiar with dark space and dark energy. Don't talk about the process, just talk about the results. Liu Qi discovered that the file size of the dark space depends on the number of dark energy crystals. If there are 10 units of dark energy crystals, then the file size of the dark space will be nearly 10 cubic meters. The dark energy that Liu Qi had used before was stored in these 10 cubic meters of dark space. These dark energies are released when the dark energy crystals are mined, and are linked to the speed at which the ninja soldiers mine the dark energy crystals. If calculated using the units given by the system, each ninja soldier can bring Liu Qi 0.1 energy recovery per second, which is much faster than the speed of mining energy crystals. After a night of work, Liu Qi now has 31 ninja soldiers. If you want to make a panel for Liu Qi, that is, Liu Qi number of ninja soldiers, 31 energy crystal mining speed, 3.1/minute energy recovery rate, 3.1/second current number of energy crystals, 9, words from the author in the later stages. You don't need to remember this panel and data pattern. The author no longer uses it because the protagonist is already a supermodel in the later stages. Yawning all the way to the cafeteria, Liu Qi took 2 steamed buns and ate them with a bowl of porridge. "Don't we even have some pickles?" Liu Qi walked out of the cafeteria with disgust. "Are you dissatisfied with our food?" A yellow figure appeared in front of Liu Qi, an ancient one just stood there. "Fortunately, it's definitely acceptable for breakfast." Liu Qi gave his evaluation seriously. "Definitely it would be better if there were some sour cowpea or something." Ancient one nodded seriously. "Then I'll have someone go to Hong Kong to buy some." Liu Qi was still yawning, and his jaw almost dislocated when he heard this. "What's wrong with you today?" Although the tone did not change, Liu Qi felt that there was an inexplicable change in Ancient One today. "Are you possessed by Murphy?" Liu Qi took 2 steps back carefully. Nearly 30 ninja soldiers appeared around them, attracting the attention of many magicians. Ancient One shook his head helplessly, and the magic circle in his hand flashed, and the surrounding ninja soldiers were sent back to the shadow world. "I completely cleared out Dormammu's power yesterday. I no longer need to suppress the side effects of that energy. I can relax a little." Ancient One put one hand on his waist, gathering dark energy in his hand. "And the energy you supply now is enough to sustain my daily use." Liu Qi sensed it and found that his energy was fully restored. Seeing that he had 31 ninja soldiers, each ninja soldier could bring 0.1 energy recovery per second, which means 3.1 energy recovery per second. Liu Qi tried to use shadow transformation to walk forward a distance and consume a little energy, and found that the energy recovery rate was exactly 0.1 per second, which means that Ancient One consumes 3 energy points per second. 1 hour is 10,800 points, 1 day. Hiss, the boss is so scary. I didn't expect that Ancient One would need so much energy to extend his life by 1 day. I don't know how much energy this big guy consumes when fighting. Liu Qi estimated that he would need at least 1,000 ninja soldiers to support the boss in fighting. Thinking about this number, Liu Qi felt very distressed. I came here to tell you something else. You can leave now. Liu Qi? Can we just run away now? Didn't we say we have to observe for a few days? I captured you to make sure you were no threat to the world. Yesterday, I checked the timeline and found that you didn't do anything weird, so I can let you go. Ancient One said to Liu Qi, definitely, you are from another world, and you know our timeline. I will guide Stephen to come here to succeed Sorcerer Supreme, and you may affect his development. I suggest you go out and find a place to stay. Good man, it's like getting rid of the donkey after it has done its job. However, I didn't expect that Ancient One would still think about retiring when he has already obtained a stable supply of harmless dark energy. I just don't know what kind of retirement this is. I hope he doesn't give himself up again. The Ancient One disappeared immediately after he finished speaking, and Liu Qi was teleported to Kamar-Taj's teleportation point. Kamar-Taj's teleportation point has 3 portals, which can reach Kamar-Taj's holy places in HK, LD, and the Big Apple respectively. It can quickly support each holy place, and its effectiveness is comparable to Asgard's Bifrost. However, in the movie, Kamar-Taj's people always arrive after the incident occurs, which reminds people of the army in the Marvel world. Looking at the 3 portals, Liu Qi didn't recognize the signs next to the door. He had just arrived in this world and didn't know where to go, so he simply made a decision and picked a portal at random. You live in the place you draw, this is the choice of Stein's Gate. Liu Qi chose a portal that he liked, took a big step, and arrived directly at another corner of the earth. When I walked out of the portal room, the first thing I saw was rows of various magical instruments. It seemed that I had arrived at the holy place in New York. Liu Qi looked for a while and found the levitation cloak of the future Doctor Strange, but the levitation cloak obviously did not give him face and did not even react. Liu Qi knocked on the glass, trying to get some reaction from the cloak inside, but a voice came from behind. It doesn't like you, so you won't get its favor. Daniel Magician was watching him from behind, but he looked cautious, as if Liu Qi was some kind of monster. Liu Qi, who was always naughty when he let himself go, wiped the glass awkwardly and pretended nothing happened. Daniel didn't care, but looked around at the magic tools and introduced them. Magic weapons will also choose their own masters, and only those who are chosen can become their masters. Coming to Liu Qi's side, he looked at the floating cloak inside. The floating cloak also gave face to the shit shoveler and gave some reaction, and then a corner of the cloak wiped on the glass. Good guy, he even imitated my movements. Liu Qi looked at the place where the cloak was wiped. Isn't that the place he just wiped? Daniel smiled and saw that the cloak gave him face, so he decided to clean the cloak carefully next time. Liu Qi shook his head. It seems that I have no fate with it. Forget it. I'll go out for a walk. Liu Qi walked out of the holy place and looked at the house number next to him, 177A Bleecker Street, Manhattan, Big Apple. Remember this location, so you don't lose your way to Kamar-Taj later. Liu Qi walked out onto Brick Street. As soon as he walked out of Brick Street, a burst of noise filled his ears. Looking at the crowds on the street, Liu Qi felt like he had just traveled through time from primitive times. Shaking off the illusion in his mind, Liu Qi walked slowly along the street. The Big Apple is really prosperous here, with the streets full of people, but most of them are walking while talking on the phone, which makes Liu Qi feel that these people are very successful office workers. It's strange, why are there no aliens or people with super abilities coming out to fight? Is this still Marvel? Liu Qi walked for an unknown period of time but didn't find anything strange, which made him a little disappointed. Watching those movies, Liu Qi thought that alien invasions and supervillains appeared in the Big Apple every day. As I walked, I didn't know where I was, but there were fewer pedestrians on the street, and they were all gangsters with strange tattoos on their bodies and playing with 2 knives in their hands. Liu Qi looked at the graffiti on a wall saying "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen," and looked around. Is this the most chaotic area in the Big Apple? Seeing the gangsters around him minding their own business, no one came up to pick a fight, and no one suddenly pulled out a gun to shoot others. Liu Qi was very disappointed. I thought Hell's Kitchen was so chaotic. Wasn't it said that Hell's Kitchen had to pull out several trucks of corpses every day? Liu Qi looked at the peaceful and overly quiet scene around him and shook his head. Is that it? A burst of gunfire suddenly reached Liu Qi's ears, and the quiet streets around him suddenly became noisy. A group of people who came out from nowhere were running towards somewhere with various guns in their hands, cursing. There was going to be something interesting to watch. Luke's eyes lit up and he came to an alley. Several ninja soldiers appeared and formed a sedan chair. Luke sat on it, and a group of ninjas climbed up the wall as if they were walking on flat ground and climbed towards the roof. When watching a show, the higher you sit, the better. Luke looked at the ninja soldiers carrying the sedan around him and felt that each of these guys was simply a pirated version of Spider-Man. If they were equipped with a cobwebs launcher, they would probably become a low-profile little Spider-Man. Not knowing how to equip the ninja soldiers, Luke put the idea aside for now, and the most important thing was to watch the show. Arriving at the rooftop, Luke lay down beside it, watching the show below. It felt like two gangs were fighting for territory, and then they started fighting without any tactics, and both sides started shooting at each other. This wave is much better than many domestic gun battle movies. Both sides started out shooting with small pistols, and then slowly took out AK-47s, shotguns, and so on. At the end of the fight, they even pulled out rockets. Looking at the word Stark written on the box, Luke couldn't help but feel a little excited. The rockets made by Stark must be extraordinary. I just don't know who those guys are to be able to come up with something like this. I saw a man took out a rocket and fired it directly towards the crowded area on the opposite side. The rocket emitting white smoke accurately hit the target under the watchful eyes of a group of people. Pieces of steel bullets ejected from it and burst around. Looking at the intact people below turning into bloody men under the attack of countless Gundam bullets, Luke took a deep breath. Should he say that he was worthy of being Stark? This weapon made very little sound. If used in a sneak attack, the enemy might not even have time to react and would be killed directly. After sighing that Marvel had so many black technologies, Luke began to retreat as he watched the outcome being decided. Watching a show is fine, but it would be bad if it caused trouble. Luke didn't want to be watched by others. Just as he retreated, the door to the rooftop was suddenly opened, and a burly man carrying an anti-material sniper rifle walked up. Punisher! Luke shouted in surprise as he looked at the other person's attire. Frank has been planning a fairly large gang these days, but according to his investigation, the members of this gang are very cautious, and the boss has been hiding behind the scenes. So he instigated another gang to attack this gang's territory, hoping to get the boss to stand up. Just now, I saw the gang boss appear in the dark, so I picked up my sniper rifle and prepared to go to the designated sniper point to kill that scum. But he found that someone was staying here and called out his code name. There's an ambush. Frank's first reaction was that he didn't know which gang wanted to kill him to establish his authority, or to seek revenge. Humph, every time he deals with a gang, he will just kill all the members of that gang. There is no such thing as someone coming to take revenge. I thought a lot in my mind, but my hands didn't stop moving. He raised the silenced M16 in his hand and fired bullets at Luke. Luke was no ordinary man, and when he saw the Punisher start fighting, he reacted. Although the Punisher didn't say a word and started attacking directly, which made him a little overwhelmed, he was still better than Dormammu after all. A ninja soldier appeared in front of Luke, reacting very quickly and splitting the bullets one by one, but did not launch an attack, but stood in front of Luke. Ninja, are you from the hand? Seeing this, the Punisher hid behind a cover and shouted loudly. Luke looked at the shadow ninjas guarding him. He didn't expect that they would be mistaken for those from the hand. However, since both sides were ninjas, it was indeed easy to confuse them. But I also knew that Uncle Fa was not so easy to talk to, so I just said no and sneaked away. Anyway, the Punisher is not his idol. He just watched the Avengers movie because he was not satisfied. He does not lick the superhero when he sees one. Unlucky. Luke shook his head. He didn't expect to meet a super anti-hero just when he came out to play. But the Big Apple is still powerful. It deserves to be the center of the universe. He apologized for what he said before. Luke simply left Hell's Kitchen and ran to a crowded place. Chapter 5. Following a tourist map, Luke came to Manhattan in the Big Apple, but didn't find the Stark building. He was a little surprised because he had wanted to check in here. After carefully recalling the plot, it seems that Stark Tower did not appear in Iron Man 1, and the first appearance of Stark Tower should be in Avengers 1. After all, Stark was wearing armor and working in the water. The scene of powering up Stark Tower was quite memorable. Luke left here disappointed because he failed to check in at the popular spot. It would be better for him to make some money and settle down outside. After all, This account was used up by Ancient One and then thrown away without even paying him any money, and his identity was not resolved either. He is still considered a black account in Marvel. If they are discovered, they may be deported if they have the ability. As Liu Qi walked, he was thinking about where to get money. He thought that since he had so many ninja soldiers, he might as well go and move bricks. He remembered that the labor costs here were still quite high. But Liu Qi didn't find a job to work as a bricklayer in the end. After all, it was a bit embarrassing for a super ability user to do this. The main reason was that all the super ability users on Earth were hiding, so it felt weird for him to appear so high profile. P.S. Don't play with mutant, how about going to Hell's Kitchen and robbing those gangsters? Liu Qi thought of the Hell's Kitchen dungeon that many superheroes were playing, where they could get a lot of reputation, experience points, and money, so, Paul looked at the sparse crowds on the street. The buddies he used to chat with had disappeared, and even he was ordered by the gang leader not to cause trouble. This is all because a force called the Shadow Legion has recently emerged from nowhere and has been robbing various gangs in Hell's Kitchen and looting all their money. But the strange thing is that they never steal the most valuable laundry detergent, but burn it instead. They only want cash and other things, not even guns, which has led to a lot of rag pickers in Hell's Kitchen recently. Bah, what Shadow Legion? It's nothing more than a small team of street vigilantes. Paul touched the gun in his arms and spat. No matter what kind of vigilante he is, he will shoot him to death if he dares to show up. He doesn't believe that those guys can't be killed. Paul pushed open the door of his gang's base and walked into the base, but found that the base was a little too quiet today. A pair of red eyes quietly appeared in the shadows behind him, and a flash of cold light slashed towards Paul's neck. Liu Qi sat on the top of the building, playing with a handheld game console in his hand. Thanks to the high technology of the Marvel world, although mobile phones are not yet smartphones, there are still handheld game consoles and the like. Pairs of red eyes emerged in his shadow. Liu Qi seemed to have received the message, stood up and left. Phil Coulson received the news and came to the base of the Bloody Hand gang. The base had been isolated and a yellow seal was posted on the door, warning others not to enter. However, it had been opened by someone and no one knew how many times it had been looted. Phil Coulson walked right in. As soon as I walked into the base, I saw a beheaded body. Since no one gave money, no one came to clean up the body. Even when the police came here, they just did a quick check and left this dangerous neighborhood. As a top agent, Phil Coulson would naturally not be afraid of a mere headless corpse. For them, even if they watched a person being crushed into meat paste, they could have 2 more bowls of rice with it. Phil Coulson looked at the situation at the door. A man had just walked into the base and his head was chopped off by a sharp blade from behind. Looking at both sides of the door, Phil Coulson was convinced that it was impossible for someone to hide behind the door without being discovered by the person coming in. Was it someone he knew? Impossible, after all, most of this guy's acquaintances were inside. Phil Coulson already had a conclusion in his mind, but he did not confirm it directly. Instead, he went to a deeper area. Everything in these areas was looted, not even a bullet shell was left. Phil Coulson had a headache. Their power in Hell's Kitchen was still too weak compared to other places, and by the time they learned the news, it was already too late. Looking at the mess in front of him, Phil Coulson sighed and started checking from the beginning. After a while, Phil Coulson combed through the findings. All the laundry detergent in the warehouse was flushed down the drain by that guy using water or something, and not a single coin was left at the scene. It makes people suspect that the murderer was so poor that he developed the super ability of money sense. The decedents at the scene were all stabbed to death with sharp weapons, and some of them had marks of being stabbed by flying darts on their bodies. But what is strange is that there were no objects such as flying darts left at the scene. According to the investigation of nearby people, it was also learned that there was not much noise when the incident happened, as if everyone inside was killed at once. But recently the gangs in Hell's Kitchen have been very low-key, and almost all of them are in their own bases. How did the murderer kill so many people so quickly? There is no news of any special forces dispatched from their side. After counting the bodies at the scene, there were more than 100 in total. Most of them were gathered together, but there were also some in extremely hidden places. According to detection, the time difference between the deaths of these people was no more than 1 hour. The more Phil Coulson thought about it, the more headache he had. In order for the murderer to accomplish all these conditions, they had to bring at least 50 people into the base, find all the enemies as if they had turned on a perspective hack, kill them all within an hour without giving others time to react, and without firing a single shot. Thinking of the body at the door, Phil Coulson concluded that the murderer was most likely a person with super abilities. Although the number of people with super abilities is extremely rare in this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. still knows of the existence of these guys. However, aren't these guys hiding quietly in the back, fearing that they will be exposed and sliced into pieces, so how dare they jump out? Although he had a suspect, he did not find any strange fingerprints or footprints at the scene, and did not get any information at all, which made Phil Coulson very worried. Just as he was thinking about how to report to the bald boss, a man slipped in from the door. Looking at Phil Coulson, this man was not surprised at all, which let Phil Coulson know that the other party was coming for him. "Excuse me, do you want to know who did all this?" the man said to Phil Coulson. Deep in Hell's Kitchen, a giant man stood in front of a French window, looking at the neighborhood not far away. Jin Bing was very annoyed. Recently, a force called Shadow Legion suddenly appeared in his territory. This force was unreasonable and destroyed one gang after another. But the strange thing was that they didn't take the most valuable things, but took the cash that was not worth 1/10 of the poison. It was extremely weird. But the opponent's behavior was not like those old friends who had a love-hate relationship with him. In other words, there was a new enemy in the territory of Hell's Kitchen, and unlike the previous ones, this enemy was very powerful and very efficient, and caused him considerable losses in a short period of time. But the majesty of the underworld emperor cannot be insulted, so Jin Bing naturally prepared a set of gifts for the other party, but first he had to know the other party's identity. And in terms of investigating identities, who is better than that bureau? After all, they are professionals. Jin Bing crushed the tempered glass in his hand, letting the fragments fall to the ground, and took out a phone with his uninjured hand. "Did you tell the National Security Bureau what the Bureau of National Security said?" Phil Coulson walked out of the gang base. He didn't expect that there was such a new force in Hell's Kitchen recently. Combined with the information he had discovered before, Phil Coulson felt that there was something to be done, so he quickly left in his beloved car. Liu Qi returned to his small apartment, said a few friendly hellos to his neighbors upstairs and downstairs, and then returned home. Ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows, holding more or less money in their hands. The money was placed in a small room. Now there is a lot of money stored in that room, but Liu Qi is not satisfied. He still has some hamster attributes. Now Liu Qi still doesn't know that he has insulted Kingpin's dignity, nor does he know that Kingpin has revealed some of his cobweb secrets to S.H.I.E.L.D. He only knows that he has destroyed another extremely evil gang, and he feels at peace in his heart. "Well, I'm awesome." At the beginning, Liu Qi was not so cold-blooded and ruthless. He just let the ninja soldiers knock them out and rob them of their money. But once, he found hundreds of half-naked women in the basement of a gang, and many of them were even minors. There were also many corpses piled in the corners, flies flying around, and even beetles breeding. That scene made Liu Qi very angry, so he ordered the ninja soldiers to kill all the gang members, and the same style continued afterwards. Feeling that his style was a bit anti-heroic, Liu Qi couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he also knew that some people deserved to die. To quote a famous quote, "Forgiving them is God's business, and my job is to get them to see God on time." I would like to use this sentence to express my own thoughts. Liu Qi also killed no less than 1,000 people in Hell's Kitchen. Definitely 99.99% of them were killed by ninja soldiers. There was only one gang leader who was still threatening those women and him when he was about to die, which made him kill them directly. Then, there really was a demon in Hell's Kitchen. The devil himself examined his own piggy bank with satisfaction, then ordered a takeout meal. The delivery fee for this takeout meal was no less than that for a regular meal, but because this was Hell's Kitchen, he had to pay extra. Thinking back to that time, he called the police and asked them to come to the scene to clean up the mess. He then asked the ninja soldiers to confirm that the women were not sold back to other gangs by the police, and then he ignored them. This is not an exaggeration. Once when he was clearing out a gang, he accidentally obtained a piece of criminal evidence of a Big Apple City mobster. He submitted it to the police, but it was sold back to a gang, forcing him to confirm the truth. After opening the system, after so many days of mining, Liu Qi already had 70 ninja soldiers under his command, and he also encountered what the Ancient One had mentioned before. The energy crystals that came with the system had been mined out, and now the number of his energy crystals was no longer increasing. The panel now looks like this, Luchi Ninja Soldiers, 70 Energy Crystal Mining Speed, 7/minute Energy Recovery Speed, 7/second Current Number of Energy Crystals, 71. The remaining 71 energy crystals were not used to purchase ninja soldiers because Luchi was afraid that he would not have enough energy when he needed it in the future, so he kept some energy crystals to preserve his blue bar. Chapter 6. Thinking of the agreement with the Ancient One, Luchi simply drew a portal back to Kamar-Taj. I walked all the way to the outside of Ancient One's tea house and happened to see a magician resigning from Ancient One. Most of these magicians come here with their own goals. Some of them will stay here to continue their studies after achieving their goals, while others will leave. Pangborn, are you sure you want to leave here? Ancient One glanced at Luchi, motioned him to wait, and said to the man in front of him. Pangborn nodded. Sorcerer Supreme, I have recovered my body, but my ability does not support me to continue learning other magic. Ancient One nodded, well, if you say so, then let's go. Pangborn paid his respects to the Ancient One and left. The name Pangborn seems quite familiar. Luchi said after Pangborn left. The name Pangborn sounded familiar to him just now, perhaps he was a supporting role in a movie. The C7-C8 spinal cord is completely damaged. I am paralyzed below the chest, and both hands are paralyzed. Ancient One said, imitating someone's tone. Oh, it's that guy. Luchi remembered that this Pangborn was the retired magician who guided Stephen to Kamar-Taj for treatment in Doctor Strange. But what surprised Luchi was that Ancient One always had a smile on his face and even joked with others. What do your disciples think of your changes? Luchi followed the Ancient One into the tea room. Well, most of them are not used to it. For example, Mordo thought that something went wrong with my magic practice. Ancient One said as he picked up the teacup and poured himself a cup. You're here to find a way to continue growing, right? It's so convenient to be able to observe time. Luchi said enviously. If he could observe time, would he still need to rob the gang? He would just go for the scratch card and forget about the lottery. But time sometimes deceives you, doesn't it? Ancient One took a sip of tea, walked out of the portal, took out a thick book and handed it to Luchi. But apparently time has not deceived me as to your purpose of coming here. Luchi took the book and the system automatically popped up a prompt. The dark dimension has been discovered. Please choose whether to absorb its dark energy crystals. Dark crystals are the source of the existence of the dark dimension, and they cannot be created by human power, so you can only look for them in other dark dimensions and absorb the dark crystals in other dark dimensions to develop your own dark dimension. Ancient One explained to Luchi. That book contains the coordinates of some dark dimensions. You can use it to locate those dark dimensions and seize the dark energy crystals within them. Luchi recalled that the dark dimension was originally a whole, but later split apart, with Dormammu occupying the largest piece of it. I'm afraid Dormammu wants to conquer the Earth just for your books, so that he can integrate all the dark dimensions. Luchi looked at the coordinates and said jokingly. Maybe. Dormammu is now integrated with the dark dimension. Only if the dark dimension continues to grow can it continue to become stronger. Ancient One sat at the table and poured a cup of tea for Luchi. Hiss, this thing is very hot. If Dormammu's followers knew about it, they would definitely come to grab it. Luchi looked at the book in his hand, but he didn't plan to give up. The system can only mine one dimension at a time, so after a wave of mining is completed, he has to continue using this book to locate other dark dimensions. Therefore, he has to protect this book well. He waved his hand and asked a ninja soldier to take the book and bring it into the shadow world. Although the dark energy has a very strong corrosive ability, this can be avoided if a ninja soldier holds it, and the item can be well protected inside. Ancient One watched his movements and couldn't help but remind him, most of the things in that book are ownerless dark dimension fragments, but there are also quite a few that already have owners. If you wantonly seize their dark energy, you might end up fighting with those guys. Luchi looked at the rows of coordinates and the Ancient One in front of him, so he randomly chose one. Now the big guy is right next to him, so as long as they are not at the level of Dormammu, wouldn't it be a one-on-one fight? The remaining dark energy crystals that can be mined, 10,324. Seeing that his upper limit could continue to increase, Luchi drank a cup of tea comfortably. By the way, when are you going to let Stephen come here, and when are you going to retire? Ancient One glanced at him. Don't worry, I won't abdicate again. As for when I will retire, it depends on when Stephen has an accident. After retirement, I want to chat with some old friends and then go to another magic holy place to study. Liu Qi nodded. Although most people said that after the death of Ancient One, his soul went to follow the eternal god and he was not really dead, but according to the rules of the material world, Ancient One was dead. If the big guy doesn't die, it might be easier to fight Thanos in the future, but Star-Lord has to be locked up first. Before Liu Qi traveled through time, he also watched Infinity War, but he only saw Thanos successfully snap his fingers, and he didn't know how the Avengers would turn the tables in the end. He has made up his mind. When the fight breaks out, he will definitely not leave. He doesn't want his life to be decided by others by tossing a coin. When the time comes, let the ninja soldiers knock out Star-Lord and send him away, so that he won't destroy another movie with one punch. After Liu Qi got the coordinates, he left and went to find Mordo for another friendly sparring match. 74 ninja soldiers directly overwhelmed Mordo, and after using magic, he was able to block 1 or 2 attacks, but he was still beaten up. Seeing his strength grow, Liu Qi nodded with satisfaction and returned to his doghouse. However, after passing through the spark gate, Liu Qi found a guy with a slightly high hairline sitting on his favorite sofa playing his favorite game. I didn't expect that such a famous agent would play my game. Liu Qi appeared quietly beside Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson remained silent, but his heart was in turmoil. What was that just now? A portal? What kind of black technology is that, and what is on the other side of the door? Phil Coulson stopped the game he was playing. Not wanting to ruin his good record, Liu Qi took the controller and continued playing, but he was soon killed by Gaga and was questioned by his teammates. I helped you with a few short segments. Phil Coulson said friendly. Liu Qi glanced at Phil Coulson next to him. He was worthy of being the chief of Marvel's novice village. This was the first person that countless time travelers faced. It was just that his luck was not good and he was intercepted by the Ancient One. Feeling the friendliness emanating from Phil Coulson and looking at the few segments added to his account, Liu Qi felt less angry. He was very angry at first when he saw someone sneaking into his house, but now he seems to have calmed down. I handed the controller to Phil Coulson, who smiled, took it and continued playing, inadvertently pressing the button on his cuff. While killing people indiscriminately and enjoying the praise from his teammates, Phil Coulson suddenly said, "So you are from the famous Shadow Legion, are you the leader?" "I'm the only one in the Shadow Legion, so I must be the leader." Looking at the game screen, Liu Qi couldn't help but sigh that the agent really knows everything. How about asking Fury to assign a few people to help him gain points in the future? Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment, and then he was shot dead by the person opposite. Ignoring his madness and squatting on the spot, Phil Coulson silently memorized the other party's ID and planned to go back to check the water meter. Liu Qi felt disappointed when he saw the 30 bars turned into 1. A ninja soldier quietly appeared behind Phil Coulson, and a white katana appeared around Phil Coulson's neck. "Oh, who is this person?" Phil Coulson looked at the ninja soldier who appeared silently and already had a guess in his mind. "My subordinates, by the way, they are the Shadow Legion," Liu Qi said as if introducing a big treasure. Ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows one by one, and soon countless ninja soldiers appeared in the small room. "As expected, you are the only one there." Phil Coulson remained calm and even made a joke. "Then why did you let them kill people?" "I'm an illegal immigrant. I just arrived here, I have no money and no place to live." Liu Qi spread his hands helplessly. "You saw it just now. The boss didn't let me live with her and sent me back." "Oh, do you need us to help you with your ID?" Phil Coulson ignored the following sentence. It was obvious that there was some trap in this sentence. If he asked, he might be assassinated by the person who possessed the portal technology. Liu Qi nodded and said, "I've been waiting for you to say this." He currently lives in Hell's Kitchen, and no ID card is required. As long as you pay on time, people here don't care about your identity. Moreover, he doesn't have an ID card and he doesn't even have his own account. Now he has to order takeout using some unlucky guy's phone, and pays on delivery. "Okay, how much does it cost, but don't make it too expensive." A ninja soldier opened a small room and a pile of cash rolled out, but most of it was in small denominations. A coin rolled to Phil Coulson's feet, and he put down the controller. At that moment the game was over. More than 50 of the more than 100 kills on his side were caused by Phil Coulson. A group of people were madly cursing cheater on the public screen. Phil Coulson stood up, "Then I'll go back and get you an ID." Phil Coulson left his house, and Liu Qi did not take any action. He even asked the ninja soldiers to make way for Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson watched the ninja soldiers shrink into the shadows and cursed inwardly for the SWAT team not arriving yet. He opened the door and walked down the stairs, only to find people wearing elite equipment lying on the stairs. When I turned around, I found Liu Qi standing at the door, and a pair of red eyes appeared in the shadows behind him. Liu Qi returned to the living room. He was not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D. coming to his door. After all, he only knocked those people out with his ninja soldiers and did not kill them. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't stupid, it should be able to detect the friendly signal I was sending and quickly deliver the ID to me. I turned around and picked up the controller to continue playing the game, but found that the screen showed, after detection, your record fluctuated greatly, and your account has been banned. FK == You mean he didn't kill anyone, he just knocked them out, right? Phil Coulson was reporting this trip to Fury, whose eyes were shining, calculating something like an old fox. This guy is really powerful, as he was able to knock out an entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces team silently. Although this Special Forces team is not ranked high in the Bureau, if you want to knock them all out, you need some tricks. Pulling out the information on this incident, Fury constantly scanned the key information with his one eye. You are being used as a gun this time. Next, the real victim should appear to deal with Liu Qi. You can go and help him, just as a favor. As for the ID, since he has this ability and doesn't mess around, give him a security consultant certificate. Liu Qi is now anxiously waiting for the result of his appeal, otherwise he won't be able to play the game. In the system, all the ores mined during this period have been exchanged for ninja soldiers, and now there are nearly 90 ninja soldiers. According to the general nature of idle games, the next type of soldiers will be unlocked after level 100, and the ninja soldiers can be strengthened on the basis of the ninja soldiers, which can improve them several times. I felt relieved for a moment, but suddenly I had a bad feeling. Turning my head to look out the window, a rocket flew over. Chapter 7. Seeing a rocket coming, Liu Qi instantly covered his whole body with dark energy and ran to a safe place in shadow. The rocket exploded in Liu Qi's small apartment, destroying everything inside. When Liu Qi came out of the shadow state, he was not surprised to find that his nest was completely destroyed, but he was attracted by a strange smell in the air. Turning around, Liu Qi's eyes widened instantly. It's my little piggy bank. A surge of anger came over him, and a ninja soldier appeared behind Liu Qi, his red eyes emitting dangerous light. At the moment it was night, and a group of thugs were holding various military firearms, and there were 2 armored vehicles parked nearby. Seeing that the shot was a hit, the leader ordered the thugs to charge, drag out the enemy's body, and hang the man on the door of Hell's Kitchen, so that everyone would know that the majesty of the Underworld Emperor must not be violated. One by one, the ninja soldiers quietly appeared behind these thugs, their flesh was cut open by the sharp blades, and the thugs fell to the ground one by one. Enemy. A thug noticed his teammate fell, sounded a warning and shot at the ninja who appeared out of nowhere. The ninjas waved katana in both hands continuously to block the bullets, but the barrage was too dense and they were shot dead before they could hold out for long. One of the thugs just breathed a sigh of relief, only to discover that the ninja's body had disappeared. A chill ran down my spine, and a katana pierced through my chest. Another ninja jumped out from the darkness, scattering flying darts, killing many thugs directly. Another sharp blade stabbed out from the shadows, reaping the lives of one enemy after another. The leader looked at these death gods, and although he was shocked, he still tried to calm himself down. These guys are still afraid of bullets and can be shot to death. The leader said this to himself and turned around to order the armored vehicle to shoot with machine guns, but he found 2 ninjas standing on the armored vehicle, including a young man in a t-shirt. The armored vehicle was silent because the ninja soldiers could directly drill into the armored vehicle through the gaps. The people inside were no stronger than those outside, and they were even killed because of the small space without even making a sound. With a push of his feet, the armored vehicle slowly sank and was taken to the shadow world, where this ironkin would be swallowed and assimilated by the dark energy and transformed into dark energy, but the amount was very small, not even 0.1 point of dark energy. The armored vehicle under his feet disappeared, and Liu Qi also stood on the ground with 2 ninja soldiers. Can you tell me who sent you here? Liu Qi said to the leader in a friendly manner. The Underworld Emperor will not spare you. The leader shouted this and shot himself in the temple. The Underworld Emperor? Liu Qi did not stop him, but thought about it. It turned out to be that guy, so I accidentally destroyed his business. Trouble, Liu Qi shook his head helplessly. But he still had to settle his account. Liu Qi looked at the tallest building in Hell's Kitchen and decided to try to find him. Liu Qi turned around and saw that the ninja soldiers had already finished the battle. Entering the shadow world, Liu Qi headed towards the building. Jinbing looked at the information sent by his subordinates and fell into deep thought. A super ability person? That's not surprising to me. But it's still a bit tricky, so I'll have to use some tricks. Liu Qi walked all the way to the bottom of the building. Jinbing built this building to show off his status. Even if Jin was not inside, this was his asset. It would be a good thing for him to come here to cause trouble. I'll just charge you some interest first. A ninja appeared behind Liu Qi and ran towards the building. A violent explosion suddenly occurred on the first floor, killing dozens of ninja soldiers. Oh, you are really willing to do that? Liu Qi shook his head. The ninja soldiers can be resurrected, so this wave is basically painless. Feeling some movement in the sky, Liu Qi looked up and saw two people jumping directly from the third floor. Suicide? Liu Qi raised his eyebrows and took 2 steps to the side, fearing that the blood would splash on him. However, they were seen falling to the ground without any damage, and they were seen wearing special armor, but it was not as strong as Iron Man's, and could only assist human movement. One of the 2 men held a huge amounts of axe, and the other held 2 sharp ninja swords. Looking at this situation, Liu Qi raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the Marvel world was full of hidden talents. Although Iron Man's armor had not yet appeared, there were already many black technologies. This kind of auxiliary exoskeleton armor has just begun to show signs of development in his company, but Marvel, which was 10 years ago, already had this kind of equipment in use. Seeing the 2 men ready to fight, Liu Qi also directly ordered all the ninja soldiers to attack. Several ninja swords slashed at the 2 men at the same time, tacitly blocking all the enemy's movements. Looking at the knife flash in front of them, the 2 super soldiers' faces changed. They didn't expect the enemy's cooperation was so good. However, their mission was to attract the enemy's attention. All the ninja soldiers came over and created an opportunity for the last person. Therefore, the 2 of them retreated instead of advancing, and rushed straight towards the ninja army, ignoring the sword light falling on their bodies, and split the ninja soldiers in front of them who did not dodge at all into 2 halves, but their armor was also cut with several sword marks. How could Kingpin be so stupid as to send you idiots to die? Looking at them like this, Liu Qi shook his head. He thought these guys could be very strong. He thought they were just 2 small bosses, but he didn't expect them to be 2 young fools. After 5 seconds, Liu Qi had no time to summon the next wave of ninja soldiers. He watched their armor being dismantled by the ninja soldiers and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, from an unknown tall building behind him, a bullet flew silently towards Liu Qi's head. A ninja soldier appeared behind Liu Qi and cut the bullet directly with a knife. Liu Qi also looked back. Looking at the dark high-rise building, Liu Qi frowned. Ninja soldiers appeared beside him one by one, then quickly stepped on the wall and rushed upstairs. Looking at the ninja soldiers approaching, the sniper gritted his teeth, quickly changed the bullet and continued shooting, but was still stopped by the ninja soldiers standing in front of Liu Qi. He looked at the approaching ninja soldier in despair, and the ninja sword in his hand flashed a cold light, killing him directly. After killing the enemy, the ninja army immediately dispersed to see if there were any more enemies around. Seeing their companions die, the other snipers in the dark could no longer sit still. With a few gunshots, several bullets were fired at Liu Qi in the middle at the same time, but Liu Qi was instantly enveloped by dark energy and disappeared into the shadows. Several snipers stared at the disappearing Liu Qi with wide eyes. This made their joint attack fail and exposed their position. Not long after, several ninjas with red eyes jumped into the room nimbly. The gunmen pulled out the pistols from their waists and tried to fight back, but the power of the pistols was too small for the ninja soldiers. Several ninja soldiers chopped the flying bullets with their swords and killed the gunmen with their backhands. After dealing with these gunmen, Liu Qi appeared at the same place again, watching those super soldiers being pinned to the ground by the ninja soldiers and beheaded. From then on, no one could stop Liu Qi's steps. Liu Qi looked at the building in front of him, and the ninja soldiers rushed in one by one. But to his disappointment, there was no one else in the building except some ordinary gangsters with guns. After slaughtering the gangsters inside, the ninja soldiers smashed everything around them, found several secret rooms, dived into the shadows and disappeared, taking some cash with them before leaving. Liu Qi turned around and found a car parked not far away with Phil Coulson standing next to it. I walked over and asked, "Is my ID ready?" Phil Coulson took out a document and handed it to Liu Qi, ignoring the chaotic building. "The director originally wanted us to give you some help, but obviously you don't need it," Phil Coulson said. "It can still be of some help. If you don't mind, I can help you kill Kingpin." Phil Coulson shook his head. "We will give you the locations of all his bases. There are many interests involved behind Kingpin. We don't encourage you to kill him, but we won't stop you either." Liu Qi nodded, knowing S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude. He opened the document Phil Coulson handed over, only to find his photo on a work ID. "Can you explain why I became a security consultant for this bureau?" Liu Qi asked with a frown. "Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency." Phil Coulson said it fluently and continued. "This certificate can be used as an ID and also offers great discounts on some transactions." "Does this some transactions include one-stop service?" Liu Qi asked curiously. Phil Coulson kept an awkward but polite smile and shook his head, which made Liu Qi a little disappointed. "So you are planning to recruit me?" Liu Qi took out the small notebook and shook it in his hand. "In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have a position called Security Consultant. This position is also set up for those who have abilities but will not join S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as you don't cause trouble, even if you don't do anything on weekdays, you can receive a salary that guarantees basic living. When we need help, we will ask you for help. If you are free, you can come to help us, and we will pay you according to the situation. Definitely, if you need, we can get you a formal work permit. After training, you will officially become a S.H.I.E.L.D. employee." Liu Qi thought about it and decided that instead of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and not knowing whether to work for Hydra or Fury, it would be better to just be a so-called security consultant and get a free salary. "Then this thing will do. I don't really want to run around every day. It's too much trouble. I might as well go find those gangs and collect some money." Liu Qi put the notebook in his pocket and turned away. Phil Coulson nodded, got into the car and left. He still had to go back and report the incident to Fury. After he killed at least 100 people in a building, you tell me you still believe he is safe? Fury closed his eyes and sat in the boss chair. This action made his entire head look more like a boiled egg. Phil Coulson showed his own investigation results. From the time he appeared until now, he has never attacked anyone who has nothing to do with him. And his neighbors all say he is very polite. Phil Coulson recalled the scene where he led the angry special forces to inspect Liu Qi neighbors one by one with a pistol, and said calmly. Fury took the results of the investigation. Will an organization like us believe this kind of evidence? It was obvious that there was more than just the neighbor's transcript. Fury thought for a while after looking through the other data. Looking back at some of the websites browsed by that IP address, he found that they were either takeout or games, which made Fury silent. Why does this super ability user feel different from the others? If others have super abilities, then he is second to God? Why does this guy like to stay at home and play games? If he didn't go out so often, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not notice him. Nick Fury thought silently for a while. Having seen the powers of those in human beings, he also valued these super ability people very much. However, most of them were lawless. It was not easy to find one with a better personality. He could try to get one. The result is tentative. I feel we can make use of this person. This file is also sealed and set to level 7 clearance. Fury determined the result. Liu Qi has a set of views on good and evil and values that are very similar to those of the general public. He also has the hobbies of ordinary people, but he possesses powerful and controllable power. S.H.I.E.L.D. likes this kind of people the most. Fury's eyes sparkled, his salary was not so easy to get. Chapter 8. Not only can he summon ninjas, but he himself has strong strength. Jin Bing looked at the video sent by his subordinates. He was not emotional at all when he saw the two super soldiers who he used as baits being beaten. Seeing Liu Qi dodge the sniper's bullet in the dark by unknown means, Jin Bing's expression changed. Then his strength is much stronger than I expected. Turning off the video, Kingpin looked at Bullseye who was playing poker at the side of the room. This super ability user is quite strong. Go and try to recruit him and see if you can get him in. If that doesn't work, just kill him. Kingpin was very confident in his number one killer, and Bullseye thought so too. He shot the playing card in his hand, which flew around the room a few times and was nailed to the center of the target next to the door. By the way, Operation Lanko failed, which put me in a passive position. Let's send his family down to accompany him. As if he remembered this incident inadvertently, Jin Bing continued. Bullseye did not stop, but walked out more urgently, fearing that someone would get ahead of him. Liu Qi went to a hotel and used the Shield ID to book a room, and also enjoyed a 30% discount. I didn't expect this thing could really swipe out information. Liu Qi looked at the card in his hand and remembered that when he swiped it just now, the information about the card actually popped up on the computer, and there was a 30% discount. He was immediately very satisfied. Just work, there's nothing to do anyway, and you can get some salary without having to go out and rob gangs every day. You just have to be careful of Hydra, but I'm not afraid. If there's any danger, I'll just run away to the shadow world. Liu Qi opened the system and found that the energy limit had increased to more than 300 points in one day. As expected, the value increased faster as the game progressed. He bought a few ninja soldiers and brought the number to 100. The system also prompted him to buy strengthening first before he could continue to buy ninja soldiers. It appears, the common numerical enhancements for idle games. Liu Qi looked at this option with shining eyes. In the later stages of the idle game, the numerical units can reach hundreds of millions, trillions, and even kilometers. This is because after purchasing a certain number of units, this kind of numerically enhanced purchase item will appear. After purchasing this item, the unit's ability will be directly doubled in strengthening. For example, the ninja soldier's current mining speed of dimensional energy is 0.1, which will be directly doubled to 0.2 after strengthening, and then doubled again to 0.4, which is a completely exponential growth. Looking at the speed of mining, it would probably take until the next day to buy this quality enhancement. Liu Qi simply took a nap and bought it for him the next day. When you sleep, time always passes very quickly, and the next day comes as soon as you close your eyes. After opening his eyes, Liu Qi stayed in bed for a long time before remembering what happened last night. He turned on the system and found that he had enough energy, so he bought numerical strengthening without hesitation. A tingling sensation came over Liu Qi's heart, and he lazily lay down on the bed again. After the tingling sensation passed, Liu Qi got a system prompt. The host's physical fitness has been strengthened successfully, and the strength of the unlocked items will be increased based on the host's fitness. Does the physical fitness of the ninja soldiers depend on me? Liu Qi opened the system. Now the mining speed of a ninja soldier is 0.2 per second, and a new project has been unlocked, which is the Thorn Blade Soldier. The thorns are a type of soldier summoned by the demon Rasu. The thorns have sharp cone-shaped hands and feet. They are agile and have strong single-player abilities. Daddy's air spell is ineffective against them. One soldier in this legion has the strength to single-player against many people on Jackie Chan's side. If it weren't for Toru's new magic to destroy them at the critical moment, Jackie Chan's adventure might have stopped there. The condition for adding one more blade soldier is that 5 ninja soldiers plus 50 energy points can summon one, which is nearly 100 points for each one. Liu Qi tried to buy a stab soldier and summoned him. The stab soldier wore a black mask, had V-shaped red eyes on his face, and had 5 sharp fingers on his hands. His strength was not inferior to the katana of the ninja soldier. His feet were like spikes, which could be pierced into the wall with a little force, allowing the stab soldier to walk on the wall as if it were flat ground. You asked how Liu Qi got the specific data of the stab soldiers? He definitely let the ninja soldiers fight against the stab soldiers. From practice, we can conclude that it takes 5 ninja soldiers to barely tie with one rapier soldier, but it is just a tie. If you want to eliminate the rapier soldier, several ninja soldiers will have to die. The stats of the ninja soldiers have also become much stronger, their physical fitness has doubled, and their movements and reactions have become more sensitive. If my physical fitness can match Captain America in the future, it would be like having my own Captain America team. Liu Qi put away the blade soldiers with satisfaction, and seeing that he had more than 400 energy points left, he simply bought 3 blade soldiers, and then increased the number of ninja soldiers to 100, keeping this integer. There are still about 30 points of energy left, but Liu Qi doesn't plan to use it, because Liu Qi can also use energy to attack directly. The more energy he leaves, the stronger the explosive attack will be. Seeing the blade soldiers mining at a rate of 1 point per minute, Liu Qi was very satisfied. His mining team was becoming more and more powerful. Suddenly noticing all the holes around him caused by the internal strife of the Shadow Legion, Liu Qi couldn't help but frown. This wave would cost a lot of money again, so he might as well go and say hello to Kingpin. Deciding that his daily life from now on would be just eating, sleeping, and playing gold, Liu Qi left the hotel and paid the maintenance fee. After leaving the hotel, Liu Qi was about to contact Phil Coulson to ask for the location of Jin Bing's base, but Phil Coulson called him first. Looking at the phone number on the phone, Liu Qi looked around, trying to find the shield agent who was monitoring him, but he didn't see any strange people. After all, others are professionals, and I am just an ordinary person. Although I was unhappy, Liu Qi still answered the phone, and Phil Coulson's voice came from behind. Liu Qi looked back and found Phil Coulson standing behind him, but he hadn't noticed it just now. Reminding himself not to underestimate these agents, Liu Qi said to Phil Coulson, "Does your agent get reimbursed? Why are you calling so close?" Phil Coulson smiled, "We do have a subsidy for free calls. You are our security consultant, so you can enjoy this privilege." After a pause, he said, "Definitely I still suggest that you use your work ID to apply for a phone card first, and then apply for privileges, otherwise it will be troublesome if the owner of the account finds it back." Liu Qi looked at the phone in his hand that belonged to some unlucky guy, shrugged, and threw the phone into the trash can. Phil Coulson seemed to have expected this and took out a cell phone and handed it to Liu Qi. Liu Qi raised an eyebrow at Phil Coulson's expression, but he didn't want to miss it for free. Taking the phone, Phil Coulson motioned Liu Qi to get in the car, and Liu Qi casually sat in the passenger seat. Following Phil Coulson into the car, Liu Qi asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? Do you think I have to go out on field work today after just starting work yesterday?" Phil Coulson looked ahead and said as he drove, "Let me register you first. You can reveal a little about your ability, otherwise it will be difficult to assign you a task. And as a security consultant, you don't actually have to go out on field trips most of the time. You just need to complete some more dangerous tasks." Phil Coulson drove Liu Qi to the Trident headquarters. Liu Qi looked around while walking into Trident with Phil Coulson. In his previous life, he had always been very curious about this secret fortress, wondering if there were alien objects and superhumans everywhere. But to his disappointment, the scene here was just like any other company. Clerks walked through the rooms processing various documents, and only the occasional special forces team made this place seem special. Following Phil Coulson into a room, Liu Qi sat in front of a table and Phil Coulson handed her a form. Liu Qi was asked to fill in his name and ability on the form. Liu Qi picked out the one that allowed him to summon ninja soldiers and handed it directly to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson took the form and looked at the large piece of paper. There was only one word ability written on it, and it was written so generally. Reluctantly putting down the watch, Phil Coulson looked at Liu Qi. "Perhaps I should state first that we will conduct an audit before we need your help. We will only come to you if your strength and super ability type are sufficient to handle the difficulties we face." After a pause, Phil Coulson pushed the watch back in front of Liu Qi. "To put it simply, the more abilities you write and the more detailed they are, the more people will ask you for help and the more money you will get. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Liu Qi grabbed the form and quickly wrote on it. Seeing Liu Qi writing quickly, Phil Coulson nodded with satisfaction. Liu Qi lowered his head, not letting Phil Coulson see his expression, thinking in his heart, "You definitely cannot list all of your abilities here. You need to delete some and think carefully about it." Finally, he explained the ninja soldier's ability as superb skills and infinite regeneration, hiding the ninja soldier's ability to transform into shadows around him, and by the way, he did not mention the new type of soldier, the blade soldier. Then Liu Qi gave himself the identity of a summoner, without writing any abilities on it. Phil Coulson watched Liu Qi scribble half a page of paper without looking closely and nodded with satisfaction. "Wait here for a moment. I'll classify your abilities and then take you to take an ability test." "I understand. You're afraid someone will make a false report," Liu Qi said with a smile, watching Phil Coulson walk out of the room quickly and took out the phone Phil Coulson had given him before. There must be a backup plan left by S.H.I.E.L.D. on this phone, but there is no need to be too nervous. He can store some things in the shadow world anyway, and then stuff this phone into the shadow world. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can still contact this phone, he loses. After playing the brick-breaking game on this brick-breaking machine for a long time, Phil Coulson finally came back, but his expression was not very good. Phil Coulson helplessly looked at Liu Qi, who was having fun, and looking at the watch in his hand, he really felt like crying but had no tears. He thought Liu Qi had many abilities, but after classifying them, he found that except for the one that summoned ninja soldiers, all of them were regular physical strengthening abilities. After finally classifying, there were only a few abilities. Sighing and looking at Liu Qi, Phil Coulson didn't want him to write more, so he could only take him out of the room and go to the ability testing room. Following Phil Coulson, they came to a room where several people in white coats were chatting. When they saw the two of them coming, they did not hesitate and started working directly. The white coats were very professional and led Liu Qi to a runway. Let's test the 100-meter speed first. The white coats took out Liu Qi ability record, which contained some of his ability information. The white coats used this to determine what needed to be tested. In this regard, Liu Qi did not hide his level. Anyway, there would be many opportunities to strengthen his physique in the future. If he revealed something now, it would be invalid in a short time. After some ordinary tests, it was found that Liu Qi physical fitness was at the level of 2 ordinary people and 1.2 agents. The white coats asked Liu Qi to summon ninja soldiers. Liu Qi summoned a ninja soldier, and the people in white coats went forward to check it out. It seemed that the ninja soldier made them more curious. After discussing how the ninja soldiers would appear, the men in white coats tested the various qualities of the ninja soldiers. Somewhat dissatisfied with this superficial testing method, the man in the white coat, after asking around, learned that the ninja soldiers had unlimited stamina and unlimited rebirths. He directly pulled out a rifle and shot at the ninja soldiers. Looking at the grey-haired man in the white coat shooting randomly with a gun, Liu Qi silently summoned 2 ninja soldiers to stand in front of him, fearing that the man would not be able to control the gun and shoot him with 1 or 2 bullets. The ninja soldier used katana to break up the bullets one by one, and lasted nearly 5 seconds under the rifle fire before being shot dead, which made Liu Qi very satisfied. Last night, these ninjas were unable to defend against rifle fire very well and could only block the first 1 or 2 bullets. But now they can block it for so long, so Liu Qi is naturally very happy. After testing all the abilities written by Liu Qi, the white coats wrote down the specific information of the abilities for Liu Qi, and then made 2 copies, one for Phil Coulson to keep and the other for Liu Qi. Phil Coulson took Liu Qi to take 2 photos and entered his information into the system, and the ability test came to an end. There is nothing for Liu Qi to do here from now on, and Phil Coulson also plans to send Liu Qi back to Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 9. Back in Hell's Kitchen, the busy hard-working Phil Coulson dropped off Liu Qi and drove away. Looking at the quiet streets, Liu Qi thought about it and didn't know where to go. A laser suddenly shone at him. Liu Qi thought that Jinbing had sent out another sniper, so he transformed into a shadow and moved towards the direction where the laser was coming from. Appearing on a rooftop, Liu Qi looked at the person shining a laser on him. I originally thought it was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it turned out to be Uncle Fa. The first meeting between the two was not a pleasant one, and Liu Qi had no idea why Uncle Fa wanted to see him. I heard that you are looking for trouble with Jinbing. Uncle Fa put away the laser and didn't find it strange that Liu Qi suddenly came behind him. Well, my small treasury was burned by that guy, and I want to ask him for some compensation. Liu Qi touched his chin and said while sitting on the wall of the platform. It's not surprising that Uncle Fa knew that he had a conflict with Kingpin. He went straight to find trouble with Kingpin last night without wearing a mask. Presumably, all the gangs in Hell's Kitchen now know his and the Shadow Legion's true identity. It suddenly became clear why Uncle Fa came to find him. Uncle Fa had previously witnessed a gang lynching and his family was killed by the gang, and he himself almost died. After that, Uncle Fa embarked on the path of killing all the gangsters, and as Kingpin was the king of the underworld, it was normal for the two to have a feud. Want to cooperate? Jinbing has some laundry detergent delivered tonight. The quantity is not small. It can make him feel distressed for a while. Uncle Fa introduced tonight's business. If the cooperation tonight is pleasant, they can consider working together to deal with Jinbing in the future. Liu Qi thought about it and agreed. Uncle Fa threw a mask to Liu Qi. Take it with you. You're a celebrity in Hell's Kitchen now. Liu Qi took the mask and put it on even though he thought it made him more conspicuous. Although the mask is more eye-catching, Liu Qi's name may be more frightening. Following Uncle Fa all the way to one of Uncle Fa's safe houses, Liu Qi couldn't help but smack his lips at the dazzling array of weapons inside. For ordinary people like Uncle Fa, they need equipment to punish evil and eliminate evil, but Liu Qi does not need it. Now his punch has shadow energy and can fire like a tank's main gun. Unless he has missiles to use, it is better to go straight for it. But the boy didn't like Gundam, heavy machinery, and cannons. Liu Qi was very jealous of a very famous Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Want to try it? Uncle Fa felt Liu Qi burning gaze and asked. Liu Qi eyes lit up, and he went up and took the Barrett off. He held the Barrett with both hands, feeling the weight of it, and Liu Qi became even more excited. Uncle Fa took Liu Qi to a shooting range. Liu Qi lay down in an extremely non-standard posture and put his eyes on the scope. Take aim and squeeze the trigger. A gunshot was heard, and the surrounding floor shook, and even a circle of air waves burst out from the muzzle of the gun. Liu Qi pressed the trigger and felt a huge force coming from his shoulder. His shoulder felt a little sore, and Liu Qi looked at his target. The target was intact, but there was a big hole in the wall next to it. Liu Qi was a little embarrassed. This power is pretty good. I just can't hit it. Uncle Fa complained silently in his heart. Holding a light sniper rifle, Uncle Fa just stood there and fired shot after shot. Liu Qi looked at the targets outside the field on the other side, all of which were hit in the center. It's really amazing. He is worthy of being an ordinary person who can destroy countless gangs. Liu Qi sighed, then lay down again and continued shooting. The two of them spent the entire afternoon shooting at the shooting range. It is said that carrying guns together, studying together, dividing the spoils together and being a one-stop service together are the four strongest relationships between men. After carrying guns for an afternoon, the relationship between Liu Qi and Uncle Fa is pretty good, and they are about to develop the second strongest relationship. In the evening, Uncle Fa took Liu Qi and hid outside a port. Uncle Fa was holding a telescope in his hand, looking at the people in the distance. I saw several teams patrolling outside the port, and many of them were standing on high places with sniper rifles. King Bing has a good relationship with him, and he was able to get so many military sniper rifles. Liu Qi also had a telescope in his hand, looking around curiously. Kim Byung's underworld empire is huge, but not many ordinary people know about it, because those parasites are covering for Kim Byung, a bunch of scum. Uncle Fa cursed a few words and continued his scouting. Then let's discuss countermeasures and what actions to take next. Liu Qi looked at Uncle Fa curiously, not knowing how he would arrange the tasks. Uncle Fa glanced at Liu Qi and said, "Be flexible. The guards of this business are not as strong as those you killed last night. Just charge directly, I will support you from behind and kill those who want to escape." Liu Qi shrugged, not caring whether Uncle Fa saw it or not, so let it be. To be honest, Liu Qi had to admit that having experienced big scenes before, he was a little indifferent to such a lineup. Seeing that it was getting late, Uncle Fa signaled Liu Qi that it was time to start. Liu Qi nodded, and ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows one by one, and easily slipped into the port under the cover of night. In order to have a great start in the first battle with Uncle Fa, Liu Qi bought nearly 50 ninja soldiers, and his upper limit was reduced to dozens. Looking at the ninja soldiers sneaking into the port silently, Uncle Fa raised his eyebrows. Looking through the telescope, one ninja after another eliminated the patrol teams with extremely close coordination and formed a siege around the port. The people inside also noticed something was wrong and started shouting. Gunshots rang out, echoing through the silent night sky. "I'm going to go in and see if there's anything fun. You just stay here." Liu Qi said something to Uncle Fa and left in shadow. In the dark night, a shadow will not attract anyone's attention. Liu Qi came to the inside of the port unhindered. Seeing those people inside panicking and attacking the ninja soldiers who were looming outside, he went inside the enemy and released the stabbing soldiers. The saber soldiers are more flexible than the ninja soldiers, and their feet and hands are extremely sharp. With a whistling sound that cut through the air, the blade soldiers rushed into the crowd, and their sharp hands cut the enemies into pieces. In terms of lethality, the saber soldiers are stronger and faster than the ninja soldiers, but they are difficult to deal with afterwards as there are holes everywhere caused by their sharp feet. But Liu Qi didn't care. At worst, he could just let the ninja soldiers do the stealth work. With the addition of the blade soldiers, the group of people were quickly killed. When they arrived at the warehouse, Liu Qi looked at the containers one by one and excitedly asked the ninja soldiers to open them. The moment he opened the container, Liu Qi suddenly felt something was wrong. Uncle Fa saw that the port had become quiet and knew that the battle was over. He was about to go over to see what spoils there were. Boom! The violent explosion blew the port to pieces, and flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. What's going on? Uncle Fa cursed inwardly and found that many cars appeared around the port, and the people in the cars surrounded the port. Damn it, we were fooled, this is a trap for you. Liu Qi, are you okay? Uncle Fa tried to call Liu Qi through the headset. Stop shouting, I'm next to you. Liu Qi appeared next to Uncle Fa without knowing when. Your ability to appear and disappear at random is really enviable. Uncle Fa was stunned for a moment and said with some envy. This ability of being able to come and go without a trace and at a high speed is a boon for a lone ranger like him, but unfortunately, he doesn't know how to do it. Liu Qi smiled twice and looked at the enemies in front of him. As the dark energy in his body grows stronger, his perception of danger also grows stronger. Just now when the ninja soldier went to open the container, he had a strong premonition, and Liu Qi shrank directly into the shadow world. It has to be said that Liu Qi has not yet met the nemesis of shadow stealth, and shadow stealth has saved Liu Qi life many times. Looking at the enemies surrounding the port, Liu Qi eyes flashed with murderous intent. These guys actually ambushed him. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he might have had to say goodbye to the material world and his soul would have returned to the shadow world. One ninja after another appeared, and Liu Qi had no intention of hiding. Uncle Fa looked at Liu Qi changes and took out his rifle. How do you want to fight? Liu Qi smiled and waved his hand, and all the ninja soldiers rushed forward. The thugs gradually approached the port, looked at the flames rising into the sky, and concluded that no one would survive this wave. While the thugs were observing the interior, flying darts came from behind and knocked down a large number of people. The thugs immediately turned their guns and aimed behind them, only to see a group of ninjas that appeared only in movies. Bullets flew out one after another, but the ninjas in front of him actually cooperated and used katana to block the barrage of bullets. The thugs' pupils widened. What kind of movie are they in? Someone can actually split a bullet with a knife. My lord, times have changed. While the ninja soldiers in the front were blocking the bullets, the ninja soldiers behind were not idle either. Flying darts cut through the night sky, killing one thug after another. The enemies on the armored vehicles reacted and fought back with heavy machine guns. The death god-like storm of bullets tore apart any enemy who dared to stand in their way. Seeing the ninjas being killed one by one, the thugs had no time to be happy before another large group of ninjas appeared in the night. These ninjas spread out and surrounded the thugs under the cover of night. Flying darts emitting cold light flew out from Proxima Midnight and accurately slit the throats of the thugs one after another. Liu Qi stood on the hillside, and ninjas appeared beside him one by one, constantly moving forward to kill. Looking at the thugs falling below, he felt his mood gradually become more relaxed. Under the constant attack of a large number of flying darts, the thugs fell one by one. The remaining thugs were much smarter, relying on several armored vehicles as cover and constantly shooting into the darkness, but the effect was almost zero. The thugs were becoming more and more terrified as their companions kept decreasing in number, and they fired bullets without paying. In this situation, apart from the large caliber ammunition from a few armored vehicles, the gun-wielding thugs no longer had the ability to fight back. But these guys' combat power was not strong, and the main force that had been blocking the Shadow Ninja was still those armored vehicles. But Liu Qi has more than just Shadow Ninja on his side, there's also Uncle Fa with a sniper rifle. After admiring the efforts of his teammates, Uncle Fa skillfully put the heads of machine gunners one by one into the crosshairs, and with a slight pull of the trigger, he took away one vibrant life after another. Uncle Yufa turned off the heavy machine gun, and the Shadow Corps got closer and closer to the thug camp. As the Shadow Ninja approached, the battle became suspenseful. Long-range attack is not the strong point of the Shadow Corps. Close combat is the ninja's home turf. As the first ninja soldier broke through the enemy camp, the battle became suspenseful. The long sword in the ninja's hand cut through the air, chopping the enemies in front one by one, and blood bloomed under the illumination of the flames. Chapter 10. The first ninja soldier rushed into the enemy camp and killed 3 thugs with his sword, but was unfortunately forcibly sent back by a madman holding a grenade. More and more ninja soldiers constantly rushed into the enemy camp and killed all the enemies. It's over. Liu Qi said quietly as he watched the other side being completely wiped out by the ninja soldiers. It looks like we don't have any loot, unless you want their guns or something. If you're lucky, you might even find some change. Looking at the tragedy below, Liu Qi said to the Punisher, while letting the ninja soldiers search the corpses quickly. Forget it, I'm more used to using my own. The Punisher said indifferently. Your strength is beyond my imagination. I only knew that your ability was useful in infiltration or assassination missions, but I didn't expect you to be so strong in head-on combat. The Punisher recalled seeing several ninja soldiers unite to block the incoming bullets and stand firm in the hail of bullets. He had seen a few people whose bodies were bulletproof, but this was the first time he had seen someone use a weapon to cut off all the bullets. Deadpool, there's a lot you don't know. There are still many things you don't know. Liu Qi said jokingly, asked the ninja soldiers to take away a few guns and some ammunition, and then left. After parting with the Punisher outside the city, Liu Qi came to a hotel in the bustling center of the Big Apple. After checking in, Liu Qi accelerated the use of today's advertisements, looked at the remaining dark energy, and increased the number of ninja soldiers to 200, because the strength of the ninja soldiers increased beyond his imagination. I thought the ninja soldiers were strong enough to withstand nearly 10 rifle shots, but I didn't expect that they could team up and cut a way out of the hail of bullets. But with such a clear division of labor, how do these guys communicate? In the anime, Liu Qi had never seen these guys talk, and most of them understood each other with just a glance. Calling out a few ninja soldiers, Liu Qi asked them about this matter. The ninja soldiers stared at each other for a long time. Liu Qi couldn't bear it anymore and could only let them return to the shadow world. Liu Qi shook his head and started playing games in the hotel. Phil Coulson had blocked his account yesterday, but today it was unlocked and he could continue playing. After playing for a while and being killed randomly, Liu Qi suddenly had an idea. Liu Qi called out a ninja soldier, taught him how to play the game, and asked him to play the game. He found that the ninja soldier's body coordination ability was extremely strong. His 10 fingers on the handle each performed their own function, as if they had their own thoughts, and used the handle to perform the operations of a keyboard and mouse. Moreover, his physical fitness and thinking reaction are consistent with Liu Qi, and with his nimble fingers, he has achieved a higher record than Phil Coulson. Then why was I still being killed? Satisfied with letting Ninja Soldier play for him, Liu Qi wondered how much he could earn by letting Ninja Soldier take over the business of playing for him. After a nap, Liu Qi sat up and found that the ninja soldiers were still helping him. After sending the ninja soldiers back, Liu Qi opened the battle record. Looking at the record of killing one after another, he felt very proud. He took a screenshot and posted it on the social network he had just registered. Phil Coulson gave you a thumbs up. Not long after, Liu Qi received a like from someone. When he opened it, he found that it was Phil Coulson. Liu Qi thought for a while and thought that it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. still wanted to repair their relationship with him. Liu Qi responded, "You are paid by taxpayers, why don't you serve them?" Phil Coulson responded with a sweaty emoji and stopped replying. "You little BD, I caught you being lazy." Liu Qi stretched out in front of the French window to greet the morning sun. A flying dart suddenly pierced the tempered glass in front and nailed to the wall behind. Liu Qi turned around in surprise. This was the 20th floor. How could flying darts fly here? Liu Qi found a note on the flying darts, took it down and saw that the message was a bullseye. Oh, that guy. Liu Qi thought of Bullseye, a bald head with a target-like mark on his head. Bullseye has superb throwing skills. Even a paper clip can kill people in his hands. He is the chief master under Kingpin. However, although Bullseye has the proof of being a strong man, he is not that strong. He just has a superb assassination skill. But Liu Qi decided to let a few ninja soldiers hide in the dark to catch the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent today. It would not be too much to guard against him one more time. The note contained some bullshit that threatened and bribed him to join Jinbing, so Liu Qi just threw the note away. What a joke, it's been 10 years now, Tony would be arrested this year, the superhero era would be here, defecting now is like investing in Sangzing 1 second and having your phone explode the next. Ignoring the note, Liu Qi prepared to go out and have some fun. Use your phone to send a message to Phil Coulson, asking him to give him a few of Kingpin's strongholds to play with. Phil Coulson responded quickly and sent several addresses. Liu Qi looked and found that they were all in other cities. He had never been there before, and he couldn't draw the portal through it, and he would have to run for several hours in stealth. He was a bit lazy, so Liu Qi simply had fun nearby to see if there would be a plot where a hero saved a beautiful girl. So, why you? Liu Qi threw a knocked-out thug aside and looked at the pitiful woman in front of him. He came here to be a hero and save the beauty, not to save these little thugs. Natasha Romanoff was dressed fashionably, like an urban beauty, but Liu Qi was a man who knew the plot, and said indifferently, "Why did Liu Dan ask you to come over?" "Who is Liu Dan?" Natasha Romanoff continued to pretend, wondering when her information was exposed. Liu Qi, who didn't really want to continue playing games with S.H.I.E.L.D., sighed. "Mr. Romanoff, the famous Black Widow, please stop pretending." "Well, I don't want to pretend anymore, and I have to say that the nickname Boiled Egg is very appropriate." Natasha Romanoff sighed and prepared to go back and have a good fight with the intelligence officers. "Definitely, this is the consensus of countless people," Liu Qi complained. Natasha Romanoff chimed in from time to time, and the two of them inexplicably started talking about the boiled egg head, which made the intelligence officer who was eavesdropping on the other side start to worry that he would be silenced. After receiving the message from Shadow Ninja and knowing that there were no other agents nearby, Liu Qi asked in confusion, "Why did you show up alone?" Natasha Romanoff did not doubt that Liu Qi was deceiving her, and said directly, "Liu Dan told us yesterday that we don't need to monitor you anymore. The agents around you have been withdrawn, but I found this." While marveling at Natasha Romanoff's ability to apply what she had learned, Liu Qi watched Natasha Romanoff drag a person out from the darkness. FK, Bullseye. I didn't expect that just after he handed me a note, Bullseye would appear in the next second. "You know him?" Natasha Romanoff asked puzzled. "How come this guy knows everything? Didn't the intelligence department say that he knows nothing? So what does he know and what does he not know?" Natasha Romanoff, whose head was gradually getting dizzy, sighed and angrily kicked Bullseye, who was lying on the ground. "Fury asked me to come find you today, and then I saw this guy throwing flying darts at you, so I simply knocked him out and brought him here." As a future member of Avengers, Natasha Romanoff is very strong and even stronger than many superheroes, so it is not surprising that she can catch Bullseye. "Since you're here, why bring a gift?" Liu Qi took out his cell phone and took a photo with Bullseye, sent it to the Punisher, received a message that it would arrive soon, and said to Natasha Romanoff, "What do you want me to do? It's just a matter of reciprocity." Liu Qi was actually bored and wanted to have some fun. "Fury asked me to try to lure you into working for us. Although the original plan failed, the result is still good. At least you are willing to help us now." Natasha Romanoff took out her cell phone and left a phone number for Liu Qi. Natasha Romanoff gave Liu Qi a wink and left. "I'll contact you when I have a mission. Phil Coulson is busy with something more urgent right now." Liu Qi signed the number as Natalie, and then waited in the alley for the Punisher to arrive. Chapter 11. Not long after, Punisher came to the alley and saw Bullseye lying on the ground and nodded. "It is indeed him. How did you catch this guy?" "It's a greeting gift from the Department of Homeland Security," Liu Qi said. The Punisher and Fury knew each other, so there was no need to worry about the Punisher's identity being leaked and Phil Coulson coming after him. "It's normal for you to be noticed by those guys, but they are not easy to get along with," said the Punisher. "But their position is also very awkward. Regarding our matter, neither encourage nor discourage." Liu Qi helped him finish the rest of the sentence, and the Punisher looked at Liu Qi in surprise. "It seems you have a good relationship with them." Liu Qi chuckled. If he hadn't done anything bad, Phil Coulson wouldn't have come to him in a friendly manner. He would have just said, "Fib, open the door." The Punisher drove to a small cabin on the outskirts of the city and dragged Bullseye inside. Liu Qi chose not to look at the eye-catching scenes and stayed outside. After waiting for a few hours, Liu Qi sighed as he looked at his almost dead phone and wanted to ask the Punisher for the car keys to charge it. The Punisher just walked out of the cabin, carrying the dying Bullseye. In fact, Bullseye's most outrageous skill is his throwing skill, everything else is just okay. Liu Qi also doesn't know why the superheroes in the movies finally defeat Bullseye but don't just cripple his hand, which would directly reduce Bullseye's combat effectiveness by half. But the reality is different. Liu Qi looked at Bullseye's hands being hit by shape-shifting and nodded. It seems that these superheroes in real life are not that stupid. The Punisher suggested using Bullseye to set a trap to see if he could lure Kingpin out, and Liu Qi agreed. He is not like those superheroes who fight with their enemies for years. The revenge should be taken at night. Now it has been almost 3 days and Liu Qi is getting so anxious. Eager to kill Kingpin. After walking around the street with Bullseye for a few times, the Punisher took Liu Qi to a factory, hung Bullseye high in the air, and the two of them waited. As soon as Liu Qi had some free time, he started checking his phone and suddenly received a push message. This year's Apex Person of the Year awards will be presented tomorrow in Las Vegas. It seems that I have to solve this matter today. At the very least, I have to beat Kingpin so hard that he won't dare to mess with me. Liu Qi told the Punisher that according to the plot of the movie, Tony would go to Afghanistan to demonstrate new weapons the day after receiving the award, and then be attacked on his happy Humvee. In other words, if you want to watch the fun and check in, you have to start tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? We can't deal with Kingpin today. The Punisher said with a frown. Even if he captured Jin Bing's right-hand man, he still didn't believe that Jin Bing would stand up on his own. After fighting with Jin Bing for so many years, he knew what a ruthless and cold-blooded guy Jin Bing was. But I have more important things to do next than playing the game. Simply put, playing the game will only make me a few million, but what I am going to do next may make me never lack money for the rest of my life. If he rescued Tony Stark, and this guy didn't cover all his future expenses, he would send Tony back. The Punisher was a little confused as to why Liu Qi said that, but then a ninja appeared in front of the two of them. Someone is coming. The Punisher came to a high place and observed quietly, only to see a large group of people rushing directly from the front of the factory, while Liu Qi received news of the ambush of ninjas. A small team approached from the back of the factory, all wearing high-tech assisted exoskeletons. Liu Qi thought about it and simply gathered 10 saber soldiers and asked them to kill the elite team that was approaching from behind. Leading the remaining 100 ninjas to the front, looking at the cannon fodder rushing up, Liu Qi waved his hand, and a group of ninja soldiers quietly surrounded the enemy. There were about 200 people in front, and their quality and equipment were much better than before. There were also several armored vehicles. In addition, Liu Qi also saw many heavy weapons produced by Stark Industries. If we let the ninja soldiers fight them slowly, I don't know how long this wave will take, and we have to rush to another set next. Liu Qi rubbed his hands and dived into the shadows, the black shadow blending perfectly into the dark night. Sneaking under an armored vehicle, Liu Qi looked at the vehicle above and punched it from below. The sudden force blew the armored vehicle away and crushed several soldiers nearby who were unaware of the situation. Liu Qi wanted to repeat the same trick, but the two armored vehicles seemed to have received an order and drove into the factory without hesitation. The surrounding thugs also picked up their weapons and charged towards the factory. Liu Qi looked at the two armored vehicles and quickly chased after them, but even when these guys got close to the factory, they didn't show any intention of slowing down. Instead, they increased their speed and crashed directly into it. Liu Qi looked at the armored vehicle rushing into the factory and was too lazy to chase it, so he simply hid around the target. Anyway, this is their target, so Liu Qi gathered his strength and decided to blow up the armored vehicle as soon as the other party came over. Launching an attack on the ninja troops ambushing outside the house, Liu Qi hid aside in the shadow world and watched the two armored vehicles slowly approaching. On a small path near the factory, a group of thugs had already dispersed their formation and were charging towards the factory. The surrounding ninja soldiers suddenly launched an attack, causing heavy casualties to the thugs in the middle, but some thugs who survived by chance quickly organized a counterattack. Using various weapons from Stark Industries, these thugs successfully sent a large number of shadow ninjas back to the shadow world, but they had limited bullets and would be eliminated by the shadow ninjas sooner or later. As the two armored vehicles drove towards the target area, Liu Qi rushed out from the darkness, dropped from a high altitude, and punched through the engine of an armored vehicle. Another armored vehicle crashed directly into him. Liu Qi gathered all the remaining energy and a black shield appeared in front of Liu Qi. Collapse. The armored vehicle crashed into the black shield, causing it to dissipate, but the armored vehicle was also forced to stop. Several ninjas appeared beside Liu Qi, pounced on the armored vehicle, inserted the katana in their hands into the vehicle body, and destroyed the engine. Then, several ninja soldiers flashed a few cold lights with their long swords, opened the door of the armored vehicle, and rushed in directly to kill all the enemies inside. Liu Qi didn't rush in and hack around. Fighting in such a small area and getting blood splattered on his body would be a waste. He excitedly punched twice, recalling how the hard steel had shattered as his punches shape-shifted, and he inexplicably wanted to punch a few more times. Liu Qi felt very happy thinking that he would have more energy in the future and could do whatever he wanted. While waiting for the ninja soldiers to open the cans, several stab blade soldiers came back to report. Looking at the blood dripping from their claws, it was estimated that the team behind them was in danger. There were more gunshots outside the factory, so Liu Qi asked them to support the battle in front. After opening the can, Liu Qi was about to go to the front to see what the situation was, but he found that the radio in the car made a sound. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Liu Qi?" Liu Qi took the intercom and heard this sentence. After thinking for a while, Liu Qi replied, "It's me, what's wrong?" The voice died down for a moment, and a different voice spoke up. "Hello, Mr. Liu Qi, I am Jinbing." Liu Qi raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter, Mr. Jinbing, don't tell me you still want to recruit me now." "No, I think we can have a ceasefire," Jinbing said with undiminished energy. Hearing Jinbing's powerful voice, Liu Qi thought he was going to say something harsh, but he ended up surrendering. "I will compensate you $5 million and never bother you again. I hope there will be no more grudges between us." "Oh, really? You're so generous. What about Bullseye? How much are you going to pay? Anyway, I don't have much time to play with him in the future, so I might as well leave it to little Spider-Man or other superheroes to level up in the future." "Bullseye? He failed in his mission, so he's naturally useless. How cold and cruel, worthy of being called the king of the underworld. You are not bad either, Shadow Legion." After some compliments to each other, Liu Qi hung up the radio. "What did Kingpin say to you?" After the Blade Soldier joined the battle was quickly resolved and the Punisher had already arrived at Liu Qi's side. "He doesn't want to go to war with me anymore. He lost my little treasury and doesn't want to fight me anymore." Yet, the Punisher didn't seem surprised. "King Bing is a smart man. Your strength has been getting stronger. He doesn't know your limit, so he naturally doesn't dare to keep fighting you." Liu Qi smiled. "His limit? He would only be able to reach it if he defeated Dormammu in the future. That's it then. It looks like we won't be able to work together often in the future. But if you have any urgent matters, you can come to me for help. You can do whatever you want with Bullseye." Liu Qi left a message to the Punisher and left. While walking on the road, Liu Qi looked at the text message from Jinbing on his mobile phone, asking for his bank card account number. "Shit, I haven't applied for a bank card yet." Chapter 12. Liu Qi went to a bank to apply for a bank card, walked out of the bank and sent the card number to Jinbing. "I didn't expect this thing could be used to apply for a bank card." Liu Qi glanced at the work ID in his hand. This thing is simply versatile and can be used for everything. He couldn't help but want to go to some places to try and see if he could get a discount. After receiving the text message that $5 million had been deposited into his account, Liu Qi felt that he could start living the rest of his life. Looking at the work permit in his hand, Liu Qi thought he could throw it away, since $5 million was enough for him. But in the end, Liu Qi kept it, because it was a good thing to get a discount everywhere and to jump the queue. Going to the airport and taking a flight to Las Vegas, Liu Qi searches for the award ceremony venue for tonight and tomorrow night. Liu Qi found a luxury hotel nearby and planned to book a room there. After all, with Tony's arrogant personality, he would definitely stay in the best hotel. Standing in the room, Liu Qi saw the award ceremony being set up, but he also knew that Tony would not even appear there. Turning to look at an entertainment center on the other side, Tony in the movie will most likely appear there. Liu Qi looked at the weather and decided to go out for a walk. The casino at night feels even more lively than the Big Apple. When Liu Qi walks down the street, he feels that there are people wandering around everywhere, including gamblers who have gambled away all their money. Although there are entertainment venues everywhere in Las Vegas, the order is surprisingly good. It may definitely be because the annual Top Person Awards ceremony will be held tomorrow. After wandering around for a while, Liu Qi found a camera shop. Liu Qi thought about it and thought it was interesting, so he bought a digital camera. Since he had nothing to do every day, he might as well take some photos with the camera and update his blog every day. Thinking about uploading all the dark histories of superheroes to his blog in the future, and then having a bunch of superheroes leave comments under his blog, Liu Qi laughed sinisterly. Then, Marvel's famous master of collecting black history appeared. Holding the camera, Liu Qi took some photos in the casino, familiarized himself with the operation, and then slowly returned to the hotel. From a distance, Liu Qi saw Tony Stark and his bodyguard Happy Hogan. Tony was chatting with Happy, while the other bodyguards were either carrying luggage or checking in. Liu Qi felt it was quite interesting, so he took a picture. This was also the first one he had seen since coming to this world. Oh no, this was the third quasi-superhero. Tony was arguing with Happy about which of the two girls who just passed by was prettier, when he suddenly spotted Liu Qi, who was taking pictures. Tony was not angry, he even enjoyed the feeling of being popular. After posing in cooperation, Tony said, "Come on, eggplant." Liu Qi pressed the shutter and looked at the photo of Tony posing and Happy still arguing next to him. "Okay, kid, bring the camera over here and let me see if the photo is good. If it's not, you have to delete it." Tony ignored Happy's chattering and walked towards Liu Qi. "What is this for?" "My reputation." Liu Qi smiled as he looked at Tony, who didn't treat him as an outsider at all, and handed the camera to him. "As you wish, Mr. Stark." Tony waited for Happy to come over and take the camera, then asked Happy to show it to him. "Well, it seems you are not a professional paparazzi, otherwise your photography skills wouldn't be so bad." "I can't help it. I just bought this camera 2 hours ago, and I decided to keep taking pictures 2 hours and a few minutes ago." Liu Qi crossed his arms and looked at Happy, who was between him and Tony. Although Happy was often unreasonable, it must be said that he did protect Tony many times and was Tony's good friend. But why does fat guy Happy take up such a big space in the photo? Is it because he's fat? Tony commented on his own photo. "I thought you two were close, so I was going to take this photo and add some jokes to it and post it on my blog." "Well, it's a good idea. The story between the genius inventor Tony Stark and his bodyguard Happy that must be told? I have to say this idea is really amazing. It will increase your blog's followers by hundreds of thousands overnight, and you may even receive a lawyer's letter from Stark Industries." Liu Qi laughed and retorted, "If the story of Hachiko makes the public mistakenly believe in your relationship, then you will have to fire Mr. Happy." Why do you want to fire me all of a sudden?" Happy said puzzledly. "Shut up, Happy, you really embarrass me." Tony Stark asked Happy to return the camera to Liu Qi and continued, "The story of Hachiko is not bad. If you post it, remember to tell me, if I can see you among the millions of people who see you every day. Then do you want to remember my name? Even though you may forget it in half an hour? But there is a small chance that you will remember it." "No, I bet I'll forget this useless information in 10 minutes, but I'm too lazy to remember it," Tony continued. "But I think you'll still remember my name after a month." Liu Qi walked past Tony and into the hotel. "Weird person." Happy spread his hands towards Tony. "It is indeed strange to see that the genius Tony Stark does not want his autograph. Even if he wants it, I will not sign it for him because I don't have a pen." Seeing the bodyguard coming out after checking into the hotel, Tony leaned close to Happy's ear and said, "Definitely, even if I have a pen, I won't sign for him. I don't want to sign for a man." Liu Qi returned to his room and saw that all the photos were still there. He smiled and uploaded the landscape photos to his blog, with a tweet attached, "First day of taking photos." Chapter 13. Not long after Liu Qi uploaded the photo, Phil Coulson liked it. "Can I ask about your work hours? That way I can see if you're slacking off." After sending a message to Phil Coulson, Liu Qi didn't care what Phil Coulson would reply and accelerated the 3 advertisements per day. Looking at the remaining energy, Liu Qi bought the 250th Ninja Soldier, and then he could strengthen his physical fitness again, but it would require 5,000 energy crystals. Seeing that the energy crystals were increasing by 35 per minute, plus the remaining energy, it would take about 2 hours to wait, so I decided to play a game for a while. Liu Qi asked a ninja to take him flying and enjoyed the game. Although most of the time the TV was in black and white, and even Ninja lost 2 games because of his own mistakes, Liu Qi still had a lot of fun playing, because he could now get half a kill more stably in each game than before. Fully half of the battle records were a single kill. Seeing that he had enough energy, Liu Qi lay down on the bed. Lying in the most comfortable position, Liu Qi clicked upgrade. It was still that feeling that made Liu Qi lose all his strength instantly. After a while, the strengthening was completed, Liu Qi sat up and looked at the things in the room. He walked to the coffee table and easily lifted the marble tabletop with both hands. "Power, is this 4 times the power? I feel the power surging up." Liu Qi looked at the lifted marble table in surprise, and then his expression froze. Because he couldn't let it go. Calling out 2 ninjas to put the marble tabletop in place, Liu Qi walked out, wanting to find a place to test the Shadow Legion. Walking into the elevator, Liu Qi saw that it was full of muscular men in suits. After looking carefully, he found Tony surrounded in the middle. Looking at Tony, who was surrounded by men, Liu Qi couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you hot?" Tony's face fell. He chatted with Pepper about tomorrow's plans in the room and wanted to go out to have some fun. However, the bodyguards arranged by Obadiah insisted on following him. After finally squeezing into the elevator, Tony ran into the weird guy on the next floor. It wasn't too awkward at first, but when the guy asked, "Aren't you hot?" Tony's face changed. "Do you want me to teach you not to block the door and stop others?" Tony said in a bad tone. The bodyguards looked at each other but still did nothing. "I didn't expect that we have such an employee in Stark Industries. If some kid who likes taking pictures takes this photo and spreads it, I don't know how much money Stark Industries will lose." Tony put emphasis on the word Stark to let the security guards know who the real master is. The bodyguards then made way for Liu Qi. "It seems that our Mr. Tony Stark is not having a very comfortable life." Liu Qi joked. "My life is pretty comfortable on weekdays, except when I meet some guy who likes taking pictures," Tony counterattacked directly. "Then I'm really lucky. Mr. Tony Stark will be unhappy if he sees me. If Mr. Hammer finds out, he might hire me to hang around you every day." Liu Qi shrugged. "Are you going out to have some fun now? Are you out here to take some landscape photos?" Tony said unhappily. Liu Qi looked at the camera hanging on his chest. "Does this gentleman have a big prejudice against people who hold cameras?" The two of them were bickering with each other, and soon the elevator reached the first floor. Liu Qi walked out first, and Tony looked at the bodyguards around him with an indignant look on his face. Just now these guys stopped him and insisted that Liu Qi leave first. Looking at their name tags, Tony thought about firing these guys when he got back. After testing the upgrade of Shadow Legion in an uninhabited place, Liu Qi returned to the hotel with satisfaction. Now he could overturn more than half of the records of his ability in S.H.I.E.L.D. Liu Qi was a little disappointed that she didn't meet Tony this time, but tomorrow is the award ceremony, so she thought about taking a photo of Rod running towards the goal one way tomorrow. She went back to her room, watched the commercial, and went to bed. Early the next morning, Liu Qi was awakened by the sound of fireworks, and when he looked at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. "I didn't expect to get up so late today." Liu Qi yawned and looked at the mines he had dug last night. There were more than 3,000 points in total, and this dark dimension had also been mined. Changing to a brand new dark dimension with more than 30,000 energies, Liu Qi nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, this was not an occupied dimension. However, the locations given by the Ancient One are all tiny dark dimensions, which are usually unoccupied. The number of dark energy crystals is between 10,000 and 100,000, which is still quite a lot now. In the future, there may be one or even several dark dimensions a day. The purchase price of ninja soldiers also increased from 10 points to 35 points each. After purchasing 50 ninja soldiers directly, Liu Qi energy limit returned to about 1,000 points. Lamenting that he didn't have enough energy points, Liu Qi got up, washed up, and went out with his camera to take pictures. The award ceremony hasn't started yet, but the red carpet is spread out and some stars are walking on it. Liu Qi randomly picked a few good ones and took 2 photos, but someone behind him shouted "Boy!" Liu Qi heard a familiar voice and turned around to see Tony dressed up in a fancy dress. "You are dressed so neatly today, are you going to attend the award ceremony? You knew I was going to receive the award before I even told you. How do you know I won 10 consecutive double yellows last night?" Tony listened to this in confusion. "Oh, no, those games in this world haven't appeared yet, and we don't know if they will appear. Forget it, I won't tell you any more. Listen kid, I have a plan. Are you going to run away to those entertainment centers to play?" Liu Qi said, pretending to be curious. "Oh, I really suspect that you are the roundworm in my stomach, but I will definitely take more insecticide," Tony said in surprise. "But I'm in a good mood today. Do you want to go and make some money with the genius Tony Stark?" "Forget it, I don't have that much spare money." Liu Qi thought of Tony's 3 million USD and felt that his 5 million was nothing. Tony pursed his lips in regret. "Okay, if you change your mind, come find me over there." Tony walked towards the entertainment center. It looked like he was going to have some fun there today. Liu Qi shrugged. Tony had a sharp tongue, but he wouldn't be angry if someone was sharper than him. He lost today, but he won yesterday. Liu Qi entered the venue holding the universal work permit, but the security guard told him that he could not take photos in the venue, so Liu Qi had to hand the camera to Ninja. As long as there is a ninja holding it, the camera will not be assimilated by the dark energy. After entering the venue, Liu Qi did not rush to take the camera back from the ninja, but wandered around the venue. At the moment, the venue was full of successful people in formal attire, so Liu Qi's casual outfit naturally made her stand out. Liu Qi didn't care either. Some minor supporting roles were not enough to make him pay too much attention. After getting some things in the venue, Liu Qi hid in a corner and didn't see anyone familiar, so he took out his handheld game console and started playing. After playing for an unknown amount of time, a commotion was heard. Liu Qi looked up and saw that it was Obadiah who came, and many people came to greet him. Liu Qi took a few glances and actually found an unexpected person inside. Kingpin. Kingpin has very strong connections. We can see from the fact that he has a lot of weapons provided by Stark Industries and the military that he has connections in both the black and white worlds. But when Liu Qi saw Jinbing appearing in public openly and communicating happily with others, he always felt a sense of confusion. But watching him and Obadiah's familiar conversation, you can tell where his Stark Industries weapons came from. Jinbing noticed someone was looking at him, turned around and saw Liu Qi sitting in the corner playing a handheld game console. The two looked at each other, and Jinbing's expression did not change at all, as if he was just an ordinary person. Still want to pretend? Liu Qi made a greeting gesture, took out his cell phone and sent a smiley face. Jinbing opened his cell phone, looked at it without changing his expression, said a few words to Obadiah, and walked towards the balcony. As soon as he walked to the balcony, Jinbing heard a voice of Qi's. Turning around, he found that Liu Qi had taken a picture of him with a digital camera. Jinbing's expression remained unchanged as he watched Liu Qi throw the camera to the ground and a hand suddenly appeared from the shadow to catch it and take it in. Don't be nervous. I just think it's a bit inappropriate for my blog to be filled with superhero photos. I'd like to add some villain photos to balance it out. Maybe you'll be proud to be on my blog in the future. Liu Qi said with a smile. Maybe, but why are you here? Didn't you say that we are done with our grievances? Kingpin's grip tightened around the cane. Isn't today the annual Apex Person of the Year awards ceremony? I just came here to take a couple of photos and update my blog. Jinbing nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and just went in. Liu Qi enjoyed the breeze for a while, exclaimed what a coincidence, then slipped in and ran to the corner to play. Chapter 14. There weren't many familiar faces afterwards, just some unknown business tycoons, extras, which disappointed Liu Qi a little, as he thought they were business giants like Hammer, Osborne, etc. There was food and drinks in the venue, and Liu Qi was happy to play there until the evening, when the award ceremony was about to begin. The venue was gradually filled with people. Liu Qi saw Obadiah walking into the venue with a bad look on his face, and knew that it was because Tony stood him up. Obadiah was upset because Tony broke the contract and was thinking about how to clean up Tony's mess later. Damn it! I have been cleaning up the mess for the Starks for decades. Do I have to keep cleaning up their mess forever? An idea grew in Obadiah's mind. He looked at the goose that laid golden eggs at home and didn't want to do this, but Stark Industries should change its name. Will the world be destroyed just because there is no Tony Stark? I don't believe it. Looking at Obadiah's expression, Liu Qi secretly took 2 photos. If this thing is released recently, there might be a lawyer's letter. It is better to wait a month until Obadiah is no longer in business. As liaison to Stark Industries, I am honored to work with a true patriot. At the moment, Rod had already started his speech, and Liu Qi was thinking about how embarrassed he would be if no one went up to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present this year's Pinnacle Award to Mr. Tony Stark. Rhodes looked at the audience expectantly, waiting for his friend to come up and receive the award, and then he saw Obadiah shaking his head at him. Looking at the empty seat next to Obadiah, Rhodes said FK in his heart. I looked forward to this opportunity with great difficulty, but you made me fail so completely. Tony Stark, you will definitely suffer the consequences later. Rhodes' face gradually became embarrassed, and at the moment Obadiah walked onto the stage and gave Rhodes a look. Rhodes put the ultimate award into Obadiah's hands and went to the side to reflect on his mistakes. He actually still has expectations for Tony Stark. Liu Qi looked at Rod's embarrassed expression in the camera and felt that this photo could definitely allow War Machine to leave a comment on his blog in the future, as long as the account name was not something like War Machine Cool Diaoji. Liu Qi walked to the balcony and saw Jinbing suddenly looking at him. He walked to the balcony in his sight, bowed slightly, and then turned into a shadow and disappeared into the ground. Jinbing withdrew his gaze and felt slightly relieved, but who taught this guy how to bow? It was so unstandard. Shaking his head, Jinbing watched the comedy on the stage. Arriving at the entertainment center that Tony Stark mentioned, Liu Qi walked in and saw a large crowd of people gathered there, with Tony's bodyguards standing helplessly nearby. It seemed that Tony had given them some on-the-job training again. Liu Qi greeted them and walked inside. Tony was hugging two girls. "Come on, baby, blow on me, lend me some luck." He threw the dice in his hand and $3 million was given away. Liu Qi shook his head. Even some wealthy people couldn't stand this way of playing. Only people like Tony who didn't treat money as money dared to play. "It seems like a good thing I didn't come with you, otherwise I might have lost money." Liu Qi walked behind Tony and said. "Oh, who are you?" Tony said as he turned back. Then Liu Qi took a photo of him and the two girls. Tony frowned. "Why is it you, the guy who loves to take secret photos?" But Tony didn't care. "You're going to become a paparazzi. Maybe in the future." Liu Qi looked at the photo and clicked save. If this photo was taken out after Tony's trip to Afghanistan, Tony would definitely be willing to pay $10 million not to show it to Pepper, but the price for deleting it is $30 million. With a blackmail plan in mind, Liu Qi walked to the poker table and looked at the pile of chips in front of Tony. "Hey kid, I'll give you a chance. Let's roll the dice. If your number is higher than mine, then all these chips are yours." Tony looked at Liu Qi and said suddenly. Liu Qi raised his eyebrows. "Why do you like giving money so much?" Tony put his arm around a girl and said, "Money is the most useless thing to me. In comparison, I like these two little darlings more." The two girls expressed their shock and joy at the right time, but Liu Qi knew that he would not take any of them away later, but found a reporter outside to take them away. "Then I'll go first." Liu Qi took the dice and threw it out casually. 1-1, 2. "Well, kid, it looks like you can't take these weights away today," Tony added, and after tangling chest to chest with the girl next to him for a while, Rhodes suddenly appeared. "You are unbelievable," Rhodes said fiercely. Tony seemed to have just realized that it was Rod who was presenting the award. "Oops, did they ask you to come?" Rod said with a wry smile. "No one asked me to come, but someone told me that you would feel honored if I presented the award." "Definitely, it's you who's presenting the award, that's awesome," Tony said seriously. "When do we get it?" "Right now." Rhodes' anger subsided and he handed the trophy to Tony. Tony took a look and said, "Look, this is so special." Then he handed the trophy to the girl next to him. Tony leaned over and took back the two dice. He let the girl blow on them, and then let Rod blow on them. "I don't blow other people's dice." Rhodes looked at the trophy in the girl's hand next to him and felt a little angry. "Have a bite, honey bear." Rhodes pushed Tony's hand in front of him, and the dice flew out. "Okay," Colonel Rhodes rolled the dice, 2 great points. Rhodes tilted his head, thinking that his luck was a bit bad. "Okay, you successfully lost 2 points to this guy's 3 points, so these 30 million chips are given to him." Rhodes glanced at the innocent Liu Qi. "Well, this is really bad luck. I've seen worse than this." Tony comforted Rhodes and looked at Liu Qi. The two walked out in silence. Liu Qi said to the waiter next to him, "Help me sort out the chips. I'm going to take a picture." Walking outside, Tony said goodbye to Rod. "Give to Caesar the things that are Caesar's." Liu Qi took a photo at this time. Tony, with his bodyguards, only showed his back and handed the trophy to Caesar, who looked innocent next to him. Liu Qi glanced at the photo and felt that it was a microcosm of Tony's first half of life. Turning back to exchange the chips for the numbers in his bank card, Liu Qi thought, he could use the $30 million to buy the photo. He wouldn't show it to Pepper, but it would disgust Tony at least. Liu Qi thought happily. Chapter 15. Tony took Liu Qi back on his private plane. It was definitely not Liu Qi he invited, but Liu Qi who secretly hid in his private plane. The flight attendant, who was also a part-time dancer, was preparing airplane meals for Tony in the kitchen, and she also made a few extra portions to send to the captain. Bringing a meal to Tony, the flight attendant turned back to the kitchen. "Why is there one less portion?" Did I make too little? The flight attendant was a little confused, but didn't think much about it and planned to make another one. A shadow quietly moved past her legs and circled a few times in the not-so-small cabin. As expected, Tony would never treat himself badly in terms of material things. There is a large screen TV, luxurious audio equipment, liftable steel pipes, and beautiful stewardesses. Lu Chi turned around but didn't see Tony. He looked inside and found that Tony was chatting with the female reporter he brought with him, but they were just hugging each other. Not wanting to get sty, Lu Chi went back to the cabin and took a nap. After all, the handheld game console was out of battery and there was nothing to play. Fly back to California, where Tony's mansion Liberty City is located. 10,880 Port Maybury, 90,265. Happy drove Tony and the female reporter back to the mansion. Tony took the female reporter and prepared to conduct an interview in the villa. Happy, remember to bring your luggage in. Happy gave a thumbs up and started moving the luggage, opening the trunk and a shadow slipped out. Happy seemed to see something, but it was too dark to notice. Lu Chi looked at the mansion in front of him. In Iron Man, this mansion attracted a lot of people's attention. The awesome design, the high-tech equipment and the small base where you can do whatever you like simply captures the inner XP of every man. Lu Chi slipped into the mansion. Tony was probably taking the female reporter to rehearse what to do in front of the mirror every day, so Lu Chi wandered around other areas. Because the villa has an intelligent butler like Jarvis, Lu Chi did not dare to be careless and stayed in the shadows. After walking around the villa, Lu Chi really felt that this villa was a great boost to his XP. It would be even better if that piano was replaced with a game console. However, this villa will be blown to pieces by 3 helicopters at the time of Iron Man 3. Lu Chi shook his head regretfully. The map was already open. Lu Chi, who had no interest in watching Tony fight the female reporter, ran outside the villa and drew a portal directly to return to his small home in New York. He set the alarm for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning and prepared to go to bed after watching the commercial. Because the Shadow Ninja will lose the ability to turn into shadow if he leaves a certain range from him, even if the portal is always open. So the ninja cannot be left there to monitor Tony. Jarvis is not a vegetarian. The current range is 20 meters. It was 5 meters at the beginning, and now it has quadrupled. Planning to go there early tomorrow, Lu Chi replenished the number of shadow ninjas to 300, saved some energy for himself, and then fell asleep. The next day, Lu Chi was woken up by the alarm clock. He simply made a circle and went to Tony's plane to wait, staying in the corner. Rhodes came here and waited at around 10 o'clock, but Tony didn't know how long it would take for him to arrive. Lu Chi watched Rod standing there like a husband waiting stone for 4 hours, and even had lunch during the journey. Lu Chi shook his head. Tony, you really ruined too much of Rod's gentleness. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tony finally arrived at the airport. After chatting with Rod for a while, Tony took Rod into the plane. Seeing Rod being led astray by Tony in a few words and performing an impromptu rap, should we say that he is worthy of being called Black Ability? He was clearly just talking to the music, but Lu Chi inexplicably felt that Rod was rapping. The plane arrived in this chaotic country the next day. Tony partied all night and walked out of the cabin the next day. In order to prevent losing Tony's position later, Lu Chi followed them all the way and watched Tony finish the business and get on his happy Hummer. In the car, Tony got to know the soldiers after a few words and had a pleasant conversation with them. Even Lu Chi had to admit that Tony was easy to get along with when he wasn't being sharp-tongued, and that he had a high emotional intelligence, but the current grudge between him and Tony was still 1:1, so don't even think about talking to each other like that until the winner is decided. When Tony was taking pictures with the soldiers, a missile flew over and blew the car in front into pieces. Enemy on the left, the female driver shouted, unbuckled her seatbelt, rushed out of the Hummer with a gun, and was knocked down directly. Lu Chi hid in the corner and shook his head speechlessly. You encountered an enemy on the left side and dared to jump out from the driver's seat. If you don't die, who will? The soldier in the co-pilot seat saw this and asked the soldier next to Tony to protect Tony, then he pulled the bolt and ran out. He managed to run 2 steps but was knocked down by a sniper. The bullet pierced his body and then broke through the glass and flew into the carriage. Tony screamed in pain as he felt himself being shot, but the bulletproof vest protected him well. The young soldier next to him was so excited when he saw his 2 comrades being knocked down that he cursed, opened the car door and jumped out. He was a typical example of the gourd boy saving his grandfather without even throwing away a cigarette. "Wait, give me your gun!" Tony yelled at him, but the soldier turned around and shouted "Stay inside," and took 2 steps outside before being blown away by a grenade. The steel balls penetrated the Humvee's body, brightening the dim interior. Tony, who was lucky enough not to be hit, came to his senses and ran out of the car in panic, looking at the holes on the car body. Running behind a rock in the chaotic battlefield, Tony took out his satellite phone and wanted to call Rhodes for help, but the next second a missile flew next to Tony. Tony looked at the Stark Industries characters on it, his heart trembled, then he stood up and tried to dodge. But the next second the missile exploded, blowing Tony away. Liu Qi stood in the corner and watched the unconscious Tony being taken away by a group of KB members, and followed them silently. This journey will leave the world with 1 less arms dealer and 1 more superhero. Chapter 16. 3 months later, the shares of Stark Group plummeted due to the disappearance of super genius Stark. Liu Qi wanted to buy shares of Stark Industries, but now was not the best time. After Tony comes back, the shares will rise a little, but when Tony announces the closure of the weapons department, Stark Industries shares will drop another 56.3% on top of the sharp drop. That will be the best time to buy shares. While playing games with 4 ninjas, Liu Qi's phone suddenly rang. "Phil Coulson, what can I do for you?" Liu Qi looked at the name and said into the phone. After listening for a while, Liu Qi said helplessly, "I have sent more than 400 ninjas to look for Stark, but the place is too big, it is impossible for the ninjas to find him so quickly." After a few more words, Liu Qi hung up the phone and asked a ninja to play for him. Liu Qi drew a portal and came to a mountainous area. 3 months ago, after opening a new map, he took a few photos of Battery Man Tony and went straight back to New York. Then he received a series of life-threatening calls from S.H.I.E.L.D. Sneaking into the cave where Tony was, Liu Qi watched Tony hammering an iron mask. "It's finally finished." Liu Qi sighed helplessly. As soon as Tony disappeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. was fully mobilized. One of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Tony's father. Now that the founder's son is missing, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still quite nervous. As far as Liu Qi knew, even Phil Coulson no longer supervised the construction of the aerospace battleship, but came here to look for Tony. But as Liu Qi said, the area here is vast and full of KB elements, so S.H.I.E.L.D's search is also quite slow. Seeing Tony showing the mask to Ethan, Liu Qi couldn't help but take a photo. These days his blog is filled with mindless landscape photos, causing the few fans he had accumulated with great difficulty to run away. Now he can finally shoot some good material. Who? Tony seemed to see something flash by suddenly, but when he looked over there was nothing. Ethan looked at Tony for a few seconds, looking at him strangely. "Why, there's nothing else here." Tony sighed, "Maybe my nerves are too tense. We can prepare the armor." Tony actually saw the paparazzi here. He felt like something was wrong with him. The person he saw was not Pepper. He must check carefully when he gets back. Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Tony's vigilance to increase so much. But looking at the photos in the camera, it doesn't matter if he was discovered. This angle just captures Tony in the front of the helmet, which is worth keeping. But Tony might have a mental breakdown. After all, he spent so much time building the armor, but before he could use it, he was rescued by some nasty guy. Liu Qi laughed twice with a sinister look on his face. At the moment a bald man walked into the monitoring room. As the only bald man in 10 rings, he served as the leader of the organization and the smartest one among these bandits. Yesterday he found out that Tony and his team were not building the Jericho missile they wanted, but were building something unknown, so he went in and gave Tony and his team a good scare. Ethan even almost ate a bite of freshly roasted charcoal. Ethan was looking at something behind a shelf, and Tony Stark was nowhere to be found. The bald man frowned and realized that things were not simple, so he quickly asked 2 people to check the situation. The 2 men immediately ran to the door of the room where Tony was imprisoned, opened the small window and shouted something. Tony and Ethan were wearing armor behind the shelf at the moment. Listening to the shouts of the soldiers, Tony was afraid that they would rush in directly, so he asked Ethan to comfort them quickly. "He's speaking Hungarian, which I don't understand," Ethan said helplessly. "What can you do? Just say a few words." Tony was also a little nervous, as there was another step that would take a long time to prepare. Ethan shouted a few words helplessly, but the person outside the door was obviously not easy to fool. He opened the door and tried to go in, but was blown away by the bomb behind the door. "How is it?" Tony, now pinned to the rack and unable to see the situation, asked Ethan. "It looks like it's okay," Ethan replied. "My stuff has always been like this," Tony said, relieved. "Now let's prepare to turn on the power program." Ethan opened the program according to the steps Tony said, looked at the extremely slow progress bar, and listened to the constant shouting in his ears. Ethan gritted his teeth and helped Tony screw in the last few screws. "We need time." After finishing the screwdriver, Ethan turned around. "I'll go buy some time." Tony felt something was wrong. "Follow the plan." Ethan didn't listen to him. For the first time in half a month, he ran to the door, picked up a rifle, shouted, and rushed out while shooting. "Damn it!" Tony cursed fiercely, but he could do nothing now. He could only watch the slowly moving progress bar on the shabby screen in front of him. Liu Qi found that the story was still going according to plan, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He left a few ninja soldiers to secretly protect Tony, and Liu Qi ran out. Ethan was a good man and did not deserve to die. Ethan rushed forward while firing all the way. The KB members were frightened by his momentum and actually ran away after him. Ethan kept running and came to the entrance of the cave, only to find a large group of people waiting for him there. "It's over," Ethan said. On the other side, Stark waited for the progress bar to fill up, put on his helmet, and Tony ran outside quickly. "Ethan, where are you?" "Eliminate several soldiers hiding in the cave." "Those soldiers are shouting something, but Tony can't understand it." They came to a hall filled with corpses. Looking at the bullet holes on the corpses, Tony began to doubt how Ethan was captured. Was he really not an agent of that country? "Stark?" A weak voice came, and Tony saw Ethan, covered in blood, lying in the middle of a pile of sandbags. Tony ran over quickly and looked at Ethan, who was covered in blood, his heart filled with sadness. "Come on, Ethan, let's get out of here." With the help of the power of the armor, he swung the sandbags and looked at Ethan, who was motionless in front of him. "Move, follow the plan." But Ethan shook his head. "That's my plan, Stark." Tony took a deep breath, "But your family is still waiting for you." Ethan smiled weakly. "My family is dead. I'm going to see them." Tony was shocked and stunned for a while. "Thank you for saving me." Ethan slowly closed his eyes, as if he was running out of strength. Don't waste your life." After saying that, Ethan became motionless. Tony was very sad, but a surge of anger also surged in his heart. He closed his helmet and rushed outside. Ethan quietly opened his eyes, watched Tony leave, and took a deep breath. If Tony had stayed a little longer, he would have suffocated to death. A young man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Good acting, Ethan." Ethan stood up and tugged at his clothes that were stained with other people's blood. "Why did you lie to Stark?" "This is the final step in his metamorphosis," Liu Qi said to Ethan, patting the camera in his hand. "Good acting, very photogenic." Ethan grinned helplessly. He had just finally gotten into the mood, but suddenly he saw Liu Qi taking pictures behind him. He almost couldn't hold it in and quickly closed his eyes. Chapter 17. Tony was filled with anger and he rushed out quickly, not knowing that the actor behind him was discussing the new plot with the director. A group of KB members have received the message. They are surrounded by various rockets and bombs, but they turn a blind eye to them. Instead, each of them holds a rifle and points it at the entrance of the cave. They only knew what Stark had built and escaped, but they didn't know what Stark had built. They thought the rifles in their hands were enough to kill Stark. Hearing something approaching the cave entrance quickly, the group of people became prepared, but as the sound grew louder, they couldn't help but feel scared. Unknown things can always easily arouse fear in people's hearts. A steel armor appeared at the entrance of the cave. The KB members who had never seen such a thing were a little scared. They fired and shouted to give themselves courage. But it was obvious that the battle cry could not strengthen the guns in their hands, and the bullets did not even leave a hole in Tony's armor. "It's my turn," Tony said after the KB members fired a volley of bullets. He raised his hands and two snakes of fire shot out, setting all the militants in front of him on fire. Those militants had never seen such a scene before. They were even frightened by Ethan shooting at the ceiling. Immediately, the militants began to scatter, and few even tried to fight back. Tony attacked as he walked out, but at the checkpoint an armed man operating a heavy machine gun successfully suppressed Tony. An armed man went around behind Tony and destroyed the gear transmission device in Tony's leg with a few shots, inflicting the highest damage to Tony so far. Tony tried to move his feet, but he couldn't move them at all. The situation was critical. Tony, who was planning to use the emergency escape device to fly out, suddenly found that the enemies around him fell one by one, and 2 flying darts were inserted into their necks. "Hey, Mr. Stark, are you interested in learning my name now?" Ninjas rushed out one by one to kill the enemies, and Liu Qi also walked out from the darkness. "You?" The guy taking the photo. Tony couldn't believe his eyes. Liu Qi nodded. "Would you like to remember my name?" Security Advisor of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Liu Qi. Tony exhaled, "Well kid, you win. I'll probably remember this name for the rest of my life." Liu Qi watched the ninja kill the last of the enemies and let them return to the shadows. Looking at Tony, who was struggling there and trying to take a few steps, Liu Qi happily walked over. "Need help?" "Definitely, come and give me a hand, there is something wrong with my armor, and I can't move my legs." Tony tried to move his feet again, but again failed. Liu Qi asked several ninja soldiers to help Tony take off his armor directly, allowing Tony to be free. Looking at the ninja soldiers disappearing around him, Tony looked at Liu Qi curiously, "Is this your super ability?" Liu Qi nodded casually. "Fortunately, there are people with super abilities in this world, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to these guys. By the way, I have a friend's body in there. Can you help me bring him out?" Tony thought of Ethan in the cave and said to Liu Qi. I feel like we may not have enough time. The explosives are about to be ignited by the flames. We have to leave first." Liu Qi's expression froze, and he ordered the ninja soldier to take Tony and run straight out, not giving Tony any chance to look back. It's so funny. If Tony doesn't find Ethan's body when he returns, he will be very depressed. Liu Qi doesn't want to kill Ethan. After running for several kilometers, Liu Qi finally stopped with Tony. It doesn't look like it exploded. Tony looked back in confusion. Maybe the explosives are more durable? But it's okay. I'm calling for help now. A plane will come to pick us up soon. Stay here and don't move. Okay, thanks, paparazzi. Tony didn't want to think about anything else. He had finally crawled out of hell, and now he just wanted to have a good sleep and have a long-lost cheeseburger. Liu Qi took out the satellite phone and called Phil Coulson, asking him to send someone with 2 cheeseburgers immediately, otherwise Tony would die. 10 minutes later, 2 planes flew in from a distance. "Oh!" Tony waved excitedly, and the helicopter circled and descended. Phil Coulson and Rod got off the plane one after another, and Rod walked up and gave Tony a hug. "Don't ride your happy Hummer alone next time, okay?" Liu Qi took 2 burgers from Phil Coulson. "Hey, Monopoly, would you like to buy a hamburger with $1 million? Tony saw the burger in Liu Qi's hand and said, "Well, if it was any other time, I would sue you for deceiving consumers, but now, give me 2 more. Tony snatched the hamburger from Liu Qi and looked at the valley in the distance. Just as he was about to ask Rod to find Ethan's body, a deafening explosion sounded, and a small mushroom cloud rose, directly collapsing the entire valley. "Well, it seems like you're really not coming back," Tony thought to himself, remembering what Ethan said about not wasting his life and the cheeseburger in his hand. "Hey, kid, how much money do you think I could make if I sold burgers?" Liu Qi looked puzzled. Why didn't this guy work on armor and clean energy and wanted to sell hamburgers? Was it because Ethan's acting skills were so good that he changed into this? Liu Qi secretly ordered the ninja to blow up the valley and finally brought the performance to a successful conclusion. He didn't want Tony to go out and sell hamburgers. "Then I think you might as well sell building materials for the children's hospital," Liu Qi said sarcastically. Tony shrugged helplessly. Considering that Liu Qi saved him, he decided not to argue with him today. The group quickly started to return, and Liu Qi looked at a mountaintop in the distance where there were some figures. Ethan looked at the plane going away. "Okay, Tony, I don't want to lie to you, but that guy was a little too brutal." Ethan got goosebumps when he thought about how a group of ninjas hacked a group of people to death in a few strokes, and how few of them even managed to fight back successfully. He dared to guarantee that even the special forces did not have such coordination and strength, but... "It seems like he has handed you over to me, right?" Ethan turned around and looked at the 50 shadow ninjas behind him. Then let's go save more people. I can save more than just people on the operating table. Ethan picked up the gun in his hand and thought of his lost family. Don't waste your life, that's right. Liu Qi looked at Ethan. These 50 shadow ninjas were given to Ethan by Liu Qi after they had communicated. However, after these ninjas return to the shadow realm, Liu Qi will no longer give Ethan other shadow ninjas. If Ethan wants to save more people, he can't rely on these 50 shadow ninjas, but should recruit local people. These people have a strong hatred for KB elements, and they can be easily mobilized to resist those KB elements. The 50 shadow ninjas given by Liu Qi are more like a guarantee to prevent Ethan from being knocked out by small soldiers, and they can also help train the masses. Although I don't know what you can achieve, I hope you can achieve your goals. Liu Qi thought silently. Chapter 18. Not long after staying in the base, the military sent a transport plane to take Tony back at his strong request. Liu Qi also took this flight. Hey, Liu Qi, how long did it take you to find me? Tony was now sitting in a wheelchair, which was a mandatory requirement of Rhodes. After a series of events, he no longer trusts many people, and the appearance of Liu Qi has too many suspicious points, which forces him to pay attention. Hey? Just before you came out, I was planning to ask the military for help, but you ran out on your own. Liu Qi found a piece of cloth and asked the two shadow ninjas to hold it and lie on it as a hammock. Yet. Tony nodded thoughtfully. The main reason was that Liu Qi's appearance was too coincidental. He appeared just when he had just escaped. This made him suspect that it was actually Liu Qi who planned all this. Moreover, Liu Qi had appeared beside him many times before the kidnapping, which made Liu Qi even more suspicious. However, later on, it seemed that everyone knew that Liu Qi was in some bureau. Tony had never heard of that bureau, but after searching online, he still found a lot of information about S.H.I.E.L.D. Why didn't he know anything about this bureau? As the richest man and genius in the Lighthouse country, he had contacted almost all departments in the Lighthouse country, but why had he never dealt with this department? Has your department been established only recently? I don't remember any department in the Beacon country having people with super abilities. Tony showed a slightly sarcastic face, but Liu Qi still understood what he meant. Are you doubting me? Did I plan all this and kidnap you? Liu Qi put down the handheld game console in his hand. Tony's face gradually became serious. Okay, let me answer your question. Liu Qi spread his hands. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency was established after World War II by top scientists from the Lighthouse country and some German scientists and resources. It is a cutting-edge technology organization. Liu Qi said some information about S.H.I.E.L.D. After World War II, what a coincidence of a time point. At that time, almost all the top scientists in the Lighthouse country joined the Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, but at that time this bureau was called the Strategic Science Corps. Okay, now it's my turn to ask questions. Who were the top scientists of the Beacon country during World War II? Tell me the one you are most familiar with and the one that impressed you the most. Liu Qi jumped off the hammock and came to Tony. Tony's face was filled with shock. The top scientist during World War II. Howard Stark, my father. Liu Qi nodded. The Strategic Science Corps was founded by your father and a group of people who were active in the battlefields of World War II, including Ms. Carter. Liu Qi looked at Tony, who was lost in thought, and continued, you are Howard's son, so after you were captured, S.H.I.E.L.D. was fully mobilized. Even I, a security consultant who had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., sent nearly 400 ninjas to look for you. As he spoke, countless ninjas appeared behind Liu Qi. Rhodes was arranging things in the cabin in front of the transport plane at the moment. He saw what was happening on the monitor and ran out. Hey, what are you guys doing? Liu Qi turned around and shouted, nothing, Tony wanted to see my ninjas, because it was these ninjas who rescued him from there, and I guess he wanted to invite these ninjas to have a big party. Rhodes was a little skeptical, but not too excited. He was not very shocked by these ninjas. When Liu Qi came to the base before, he released hundreds of ninjas. He was shocked at that time, and now he just regarded Liu Qi as a mutant. Okay, keep a low profile and don't play too hard. We are now at an altitude of 33,000 feet. If we fall, we may not be able to separate our body tissues. Liu Qi gave a thumbs up and asked the shadow ninja to go back. Okay, great genius, for your doubts about me. Liu Qi paused. You can think of me as a traveler who just left my hometown and came here. I was hired as a security consultant by the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Then I met a jerk at the annual Top Person Award ceremony, and because of that jerk, I ran to a desert and stayed there for half a month to rescue another jerk. The timing of my appearance was very coincidental, but it was just such a coincidence. I can't explain it. It depends on who you believe in. Maybe it was arranged by God. Are you satisfied now? Liu Qi said bluntly, jumping back into the hammock. Tony's face turned pale. He suddenly knew too many things and was called ABD. I usually only hear this nickname in bed, but I didn't expect to be called by a man now. But the most annoying thing is that he is the one who is wrong. Tony is not an unreasonable person. You can say that he is arrogant and has a sharp tongue, but he is actually a very reasonable person. After a long silence, Tony glanced at Liu Qi and said something in a very low voice. Sorry. Liu Qi couldn't believe his ears. Tony actually said sorry? Well, that's fine. Since you gave me $30 million, I forgive you. Liu Qi spoke uncomfortably. In the final analysis, all this was actually due to his failure to save Tony. Although it was a bit far-fetched to say this, he was indeed there at the time and watched Tony being taken away. I didn't know what to say next and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Liu Qi also felt a little uncomfortable and thought about it. Want to lie down for a while? Liu Qi patted the hammock. I don't sleep with men. Tony said with a look of disgust. It's like you never accept anything handed to you, but you took the cheeseburger right out of my hand before without letting me throw it on the ground for you to pick up. Seeing Tony's embarrassed expression, Liu Qi spread his hands. Come on, I have more than just these 2 racks. With a wave of his hand, 2 more shadow ninjas appeared and consciously found a piece of cloth to make a hammock. Do you want me to carry you up? Liu Qi said to Tony who was in the wheelchair. Okay. Tony tried, but failed. A shadow ninja appeared and carried Tony in a princess hug. Thanks, brother. It would be better if you didn't hold me like this. Tony said to the shadow ninja, but the shadow ninja disappeared without any response. He's so cool. Where are they staying? Tony thought Liu Qi ability was space or something, and these guys were his subordinates. The shadow world is a dimension that appears based on my ability. They are not human either and cannot speak. Liu Qi explained. He didn't doubt that Tony wouldn't understand. Another dimension, how amazing. Are these ninjas the natives of that dimension? How did you subdue them? That dimension is mine, so they are naturally mine, and in my opinion, they are a collection of energy, based on my deepest memories of that energy. So if you had a different impression of that energy, they might not be like this. Yes, in a sense they are my childhood memories. Liu Qi said to Tony while playing the handheld game console. Tony gave Liu Qi a suspicious look. You are from heaven, right? Why are your childhood memories of these ninjas? I mean, you know. They are subordinates of the villain in that anime, but as long as you have that command spell you can command them. Seeing Tony's curious eyes, the protagonists once gained the power to command them, and then the impression these ninjas left on us was different. At that time, we all thought they were omnipotent. Tony nodded. Almighty, yeah, I understand. When I was a kid I also thought my father was omnipotent. Tony paused for a moment when they were talking about his father, then changed the subject and said, don't they need to move? Won't they get tired from keeping doing this? Liu Qi glanced at Tony. Tony still didn't quite understand his father now, but he would in the future. They don't need to rest, they don't need to eat, they don't need to breathe. They have unlimited energy and they can't die. Tony showed his surprise at the right moment, and the 2 of them slowly chatted during the journey. Chapter 19. After a long journey, Tony finally returned to the Big Apple. The door of the transport plane slowly opened, and Pepper and Happy were waiting anxiously outside. Thanks brothers, or should I thank your master? Tony chattered while waving at Pepper, and Happy next to him was naturally ignored. The 2 shadow ninjas went straight down and Tony, who was in the hammock, was carried outside. Hey, Liu Qi, can you let me down? Tony, who was really exhausted in the hammock, shouted to Liu Qi. Oh. Liu Qi had already gotten out of the hammock and was standing next to it. A shadow ninja appeared and carried Tony down. Thanks, brother. By the way, are you the one from last time? Why did you want to be carried like a princess? Tony patted the shadow ninja and was carried to Pepper's side. Honestly, Lu, can you please ask him to put me down? Tony looked embarrassed and shouted to Lu Chi. Lu Chi asked the ninja to put Tony down and let Tony stand in front of Pepper. After easing the atmosphere, Tony looked at Pepper. Your eyes are red, are you crying for your long missing boss? These are tears of joy. I hate looking for a job. Then your vacation is over. Tony and Pepper got in the car. Happy was already in the driver's seat, and Lu Chi appeared in the passenger seat. Mind if I give you a ride? Mind. Definitely not. Tony and Pepper said at the same time. Hey, Tony, come on, he saved you. Well, actually, I can get out by myself, definitely, but I may have to walk for a while before I can get rescued by plane. Don't worry about him, Lu Chi, Tony is just that kind of person. Well, okay, you understand me best. You're welcome. Looking at the inexplicable atmosphere between the two people in the back seat, Lu Chi glanced at Happy. Are they always like this? Usually. Okay, let's put this to an end, boss. I just want to do one thing now. Definitely, it would be great if I could have 2 cheeseburgers. One is not enough. Tony, you just escaped now, you need to go to the hospital first. No, I've been imprisoned for 3 months, and I've been thinking. No way, Tony, you just escaped. Little Chili turned her head away in disappointment. I think he wants you to help him hold a press conference. He kept talking about this on the plane. Lu Chi turned around and said. Pepper looked at Tony suspiciously. Yes, that's what I meant to say, not what you thought. Boz shook his head, feeling that Tony's change was really. Well, call after call, ask them to prepare a reception at Stark Industries and prepare 2 cheeseburgers for Tony. Happy started the car at the right time and drove towards Stark Industries. By the way, Tony, will your prosthetic limb disappear in the explosion? Lu Chi remembered something and wondered if Iron Overlord would appear again. I don't know, but it should be destroyed directly. What's the matter? Tony thought about it. The material of the armor was relatively poor. It should have melted after the explosion, unless the explosion only lasted for a moment. That's good. Lu Chi said indifferently. Tony has now completed metamorphosis. He only needs a trigger to completely embark on the path of a superhero. It doesn't matter whether Ironmonger exists or not. The car drove forward and soon arrived at Stark Industries. Pepper opened the car door first, and Tony followed, only to see a group of people standing in front of the door of Stark Industries. They were all senior executives of Stark Industries, and even Obadiah was standing there. Looking at this welcoming scene, Lu Chi thought viciously that if a bomb was placed here, then Stark Industries, which was not in chaos even when Tony disappeared, would really be completely messed up. But it was just a thought, Lu Chi had no intention of putting it into action. Looking at Obadiah's happy face, Lu Chi thought about how to let Tony know that he was the culprit. Anyway, without Ironmonger, as long as there was enough evidence, Obadiah could be sent to prison to pick up soap. Tony took the 2 cheeseburgers and threw one to Lu Chi. Lu Chi caught the flying burger. Okay, we're even now. Tony smiled. Lu Chi opened the package and took a bite of the $1 million USD burger. It tastes good. Definitely, this is my favorite one. After talking to Lu Chi, Tony turned and walked into Stark Industries. This conversation also made Obadiah notice Lu Chi. His information channels were better than Boz's, and he knew that this was the culprit who ruined his beautiful plan. But Obadiah didn't show it on his face, instead he smiled and said to Lu Chi. Thanks, Mr. Lu Chi, you don't know how worried I am about Stark, he is the son of my best friend. It's okay, sir, it's my duty. Lu Chi said. Without wanting to continue, Lu Chi walked past Obadiah and into Stark Industries. The first thing that caught my eye was the huge particle accelerator, which provided clean energy for Stark Industries, but was extremely expensive and was considered by people in Stark Industries to have no commercial future. But now it's different, Tony successfully improved this thing in that cave. Not only is it smaller in size and cheaper, but it also has more energy. After taking a look at the main products of Future History Stark Industries, Lu Chi came to the press conference. Phil Coulson appeared beside him. You found him? Lu Chi nodded. Indeed, that small mountain area is quite hard to find. I searched for a long time. Your phone signal was always in the Big Apple, then suddenly it went over there, and then you found Tony right away. Phil Coulson paused. The director is waiting for your report. Well, it looks like I have to formally meet that boiled egg. Lu Chi said helplessly. Phil Coulson nodded and walked towards Potts, probably to talk about something, while Tony recalled his father and announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons department in front of a group of reporters. The reporters in the audience were instantly excited and crowded forward. Obadiah realized something was wrong and quickly went over to pull Tony away, trying to control the atmosphere. Ignoring Phil Coulson, who had just started a conversation, Boz walked towards Tony and led him away from the vortex. Well, it looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can talk to them. Phil Coulson came to Lu Chi. Lu Chi looked at the photos in his camera and nodded with satisfaction. Looks like you have to wait alone. I'm leaving first. Lu Chi waved at Phil Coulson, then found a toilet and drew a portal back to his doghouse. The 5 shadow ninjas were still playing games comfortably. Lu Chi looked at the rankings and found that he was already number 1 in the server. It feels like an idle game, Lu Chi said, before uploading the photos he had just taken to his blog. The originally quiet blog exploded instantly. The news has not been reported yet, so the general public still doesn't know that Tony Stark has returned. This is Tony's traffic. Lu Chi nodded, then made a circle and came to a place not far from the Trident building. Walking towards the Trident building, Lu Chi was thinking about how to deal with Fury's coin. S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored Lu Chi and quickly sent an agent to pick her up. Chapter 20. After getting on the car, Lu Chi was still having a headache, not knowing how to argue with Fury. Are you thinking about how to argue with me? A voice came from behind. Lu Chi shook his head. It's really annoying to deal with people like you who can read minds. Have you ever seen someone who can read minds? Fury stood up and sat next to Lu Chi. Lu Chi rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. For someone like Fury, the more you talk, the more you reveal. Your origin is very mysterious. You suddenly appeared in New York, and then started living in Hell's Kitchen, making a living by killing people. Fury looked at him in silence and changed the subject. I don't think those things are people. Lu Chi retorted. But you are a human being, not a law, and you are not God. Just based on your super abilities in that portal, you think you are qualified to judge them? Do you think you are Batman? Yes, so what? I'm sorry for being a human being. That's enough. Lu Chi simply gave up. This guy looked very angry, but actually he just wanted to get more information from him. Okay, let's stop talking so much. Now explain to me how you found Tony Stark. Fury suddenly let go of Lu Chi and said. That's it. My ninja found a group of militants in a mountainous area, and then I went over to take a look, and found Tony Stark. Lu Chi turned his face to the other side, not wanting Fury to get any more information from his face. Lu Chi suddenly remembered something. By the way, you are not Nick Fury himself. How could that old coin appear in front of a guy who almost caused a big disturbance in S.H.I.E.L.D. last time? You're a Skrull. Fury in front of him frowned. What are you talking about? What Skrulls? Don't make excuses. I know more, like your blood should be green, and that Carol Danvers. Nick Fury wanted to say something else, but the driver suddenly spoke. That's enough. Get out first. The driver suddenly said, parked the car aside and turned off some equipment. The driver took off his wig and mask, revealing a boiled egg underneath, while Nick Fury next to him obediently got out of the car and disappeared into the woods. Okay, Lu Chi, now I have a lot to tell you. Including how you knew these top secret matters, and how you found Tony Stark. Lu Chi looked at him twice, thought for a moment, and said, well, it seems that I can't pretend anymore. Lu Chi simply crossed his legs and stared at the boiled egg on Fury's head. He said, in fact, I am an Earthling who finally came back from outer space. I was captured by aliens and taken to the universe decades ago. Lu Chi controlled his expression and stared at Lu Dan's head without looking away. He said quickly without any body language, a few years ago, I met a Captain Marvel named Carol Danvers. She told me the way back and also told me some information about the Earth. Fury paused for a moment, and the atmosphere fell into silence. How is Carol now? Lu Chi was stunned for a moment. Carol didn't appear in Avengers 3. How could he write this? Seeing Fury's expression gradually becoming suspicious, Lu Chi made up a story. she is still helping the Skrulls find a place to live. She runs around everywhere every day, and I can't see her every day, but... Seeing Fury's suspicious look, Lu Chi thought for a moment. She missed her kitten very much, and asked me to see how your eyes are when I decided to come back. Fury touched his eye patch reflexively when he heard the last sentence. Fury was silent for a while, and finally nodded, okay, you can go back. Lu Chi turned around and left, but he didn't expect that this wave really scared Fury. You don't have any bad intentions towards the Earth, do you? Fury suddenly shouted. How could that be? I am also from Earth. That's good. You should know that I can always have Carol back. Definitely, that pager, you really haven't used it once in such a long time. Hearing this answer, Fury was completely relieved. After all, they were the only two present when Carol handed this thing to him. She won't let me make harassing phone calls to her. Without saying anything else, Lu Chi returned to his nest smoothly. Dealing with that old coin is annoying and tiring. Lu Chi shook his head and opened the foundation of his life, the mining system. Now the number of shadow ninjas has reached more than 470, and they can mine 0.4 energy per minute. There are 30 blade soldiers, and they can mine 2 energy points per minute, which means about 230 energy points per minute, and the recovery is also about 230 points. After checking the deposit, Lu Chi bought 500 ninja soldiers. It appeared, numerical strengthening. After looking at the requirements, this wave requires 100,000 energy points to upgrade, which is equivalent to 300 minutes, or 5 hours. However, Lu Chi still has some savings, which can offset more than an hour. Lu Chi thought about it, looked at his balance, and simply watched the advertisement to save 3 hours. He waited for another half an hour and gathered 100,000 energy points, successfully strengthening. After strengthening, the physical fitness has increased to 8 times that of ordinary people, and the mining speed and recovery speed have doubled to 480 points and 480 points respectively. Lu Chi stretched his body and moved it with satisfaction. Now that his capital has doubled again, he is more confident in dealing with the braised eggs. But Lu Dan has many 084 items and countless Hydro Legacy technologies, so his strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the price of a ninja soldier, which has now risen to 70 energy points per soldier, Lu Chi feels that his life is becoming more and more comfortable. Now he can achieve 6 tiny dimensions a day. He flipped through the notebook given by Ancient One and found that there were still about 30 or so tiny dimension coordinates on it. When they were all used up, he would have to ask Ancient One for more small dimension coordinates. Seeing that this small dimension still had more than 10,000 points of energy, Lu Chi waited for more than 20 minutes to hollow it out and replace it with a new dimension. Oh, I didn't expect there are more than 100,000 energies. Lu Chi said in surprise. He originally thought that this tiny dimension only had less than 100,000 energies. The system suddenly issued a prompt, enemy detected in the target dimension, please annihilate it, otherwise the energy of the target dimension cannot be mined. Lu Chi was stunned for a moment. There were actually enemies in the target dimension. Warning, the target dimension has connected to the shadow dimension, please organize a counterattack immediately. Lu Chi was a little confused at first, but suddenly he found that his energy limit was slowly decreasing. Frowning, Lu Chi quickly dived into the shadow dimension. Now the shadow dimension is like a cube of tens of thousands of cubic meters, and now a crack appears on the top. Lu Chi is like a god in this space, so he flew to the crack and found some goblin-like creatures using strange devices to collect dark energy. Lu Chi waved his hand, and the cracks moved from the top to the ground. Hundreds of shadow ninjas appeared in the dark space and rushed towards the panicked enemy who disappeared on the way home. Looking towards the target dimension through the crack, he found that the space inside was much larger than his own space, and countless creatures were busy collecting energy from some space cracks around him. Lu Chi's eyes narrowed. These creatures were not all like goblins. There were also some other kinds of creatures. Lu Chi waved his hand, and the shadow ninja broke into the target dimension through the space crack. Those weak creatures are far from being a match for the ninja, but some creatures are more powerful and can tie with or even defeat the shadow ninja. At this moment, dark shocks flew out from the corner and directly dispersed the ninja soldiers. In the target dimension, a creature floated in front of the crack and looked at Lu Chi. I didn't expect that there is a Lord of Dimension in this micro-dimension. The man attached dark energy to his throat and emitted strange dark energy fluctuations, but Liu Qi knew what the other party meant through the dark energy fluctuations. The man swung his hand and a beam of energy flew out, dispersing a shadow ninja who was running towards him, and continued to look at Liu Qi. Using dark energy to transform into a living being? That's ridiculous. I'll take all of this guy's energy. The guy said with a sneer, but soon found something wrong. After the shadow ninja turned into dark energy, he did not stay in his dimension, but directly shrank back to Liu Qi dark dimension. He did not get any benefit at all. Liu Qi also discovered that his dark energy limit had not decreased, and the number of ninjas had not decreased. Wasn't this different from what he said? The other party also said in surprise, how did you manage to reclaim dark energy in someone else's dimension? Frowning and looking at Liu Qi, the man waved his hand, and tens of thousands of creatures appeared in his dimension and rushed towards Liu Qi dimension. These guys were transported by him from the material world. They are not like shadow ninjas, but this also allows him to boldly attack Liu Qi. No matter what secrets you have, once I kill you, your dark dimension will return to nature. The figure laughed and said, the army behind him was directly bordering those shadow ninjas in the other dimension. Liu Qi looked at the massive enemy and quickly asked the shadow ninjas within his radiation range to transform into shadows and come back to form a line. The other shadow ninjas tried their best to stop the enemies in front of them to buy time for Liu Qi and the others. After these shadow ninjas were surrounded and attacked by enemies that outnumbered them by several times, Liu Qi successfully formed a battle line and slowly summoned out the shadow ninjas that had been scattered before. Looking at the approaching enemies, Liu Qi constantly thought, apart from the Lord of the Dimension on the opposite side, the individual strength of ordinary enemies is not as good as the ninja soldiers on his side, but the number of enemies is dozens of times that of our side. Looking at the remaining energy, he can only summon more than 100 shadow ninjas, which can't change the situation much. This is still too passive. Let's take a look at the situation first. My ninja is immortal and has no stamina bar. Maybe I can slowly wear him down. Liu Qi watched the enemy's subordinates rushing towards him and could only ask the ninja to prepare to engage the enemy. Chapter 21. Because the enemy's subordinates were not creatures transformed from dark energy, he unscrupulously let his subordinates rush into the shadow dimension. Liu Qi waved his hand, and a wave of dark energy transformed into a wave that annihilated the enemies that entered his dimension. This attack consumed thousands of points of dark energy. Looking at his constantly recovering energy, Liu Qi frowned. After completely destroying the enemy's vanguard, he stopped moving and let the shadow ninja fight the enemy. The enemy consumed some dark energy to more than double the size of the space crack, but it was still only about 10 meters wide, and only a dozen hostile creatures could rush in at a time. However, with the constant supply, the shadow ninja was still defeated. Although our individual strength is strong, it has not yet caused a qualitative change and is being suppressed by the enemy. However, Liu Qi was somewhat afraid of the Lord of the Dark Dimension on the opposite side, and did not dare to attack at will, for fear of being beheaded by the other party. Although the creatures transformed from dark energy have infinite potential, it will slow down your growth. Just like now, you have no power to fight back, the guy said with a smile. Liu Qi saw that a ninja was attacked by dozens of enemies at the same time and turned into a shadow and disappeared, so he frowned and sent out 20 Thornblade soldiers. The Thornblade soldiers appeared, and their high agility made them look like they were flying, and they tore a large number of enemies into pieces in an instant. Compared to Shadow Ninja, the Blade Soldier's ability is better at fighting, especially this kind of massacre. Liu Qi couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that the Blade Soldiers had achieved such impressive results in a short period of time. Looking at his own shadow energy, Liu Qi consumed 1,500 points of shadow energy limit to synthesize 150 shadow ninjas into Thornblade Soldiers. There are 50 saber soldiers now, but there is no strengthening prompt. It is estimated that strengthening can only be achieved when there are enough shadow ninjas. Liu Qi was a little disappointed, but soon recovered. Now he has 300 ninja soldiers and 50 bayonet soldiers. Although the number has decreased a lot, 6 ninja soldiers and 1 bayonet soldier form small teams to stop the enemy and even have a tendency to counterattack. One shadow team after another kept consuming the enemies, killing them even more efficiently, and continuously eliminated the enemies in the shadow dimension. The creature on the opposite side saw that the situation was not good, and rushed forward with dark energy. A beam of dark energy flew over, and Liu Qi waved his hand, and a dark energy shield blocked it. He clapped his hands, and 2 dark tides slapped the enemy in a surrounding force. The creature retreated quickly when it saw the bad situation, and looked at Liu Qi with a frown. You can actually completely control dark energy. Even he could only utilize dark energy slightly and could not use it as he wished. Liu Qi looked at the other party and tried to speak with dark energy. Can't you do it? Seeing Liu Qi like this, the guy thought Liu Qi was mocking him and got angry. Humph, so what if you can control dark energy? With such little energy, what can you do? Liu Qi looked at his energy recovery of 220 points per second. While he was talking, he was about to fully recover the thousands of energy points consumed in the previous move. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. What on earth is this guy talking about? Liu Qi suddenly had a guess that he could truly control the dark energy with the help of the system, while the other party only obtained ownership of the dark dimension and was able to use the dark energy, but that was based on certain skills and rules. In comparison, a magician needs to control magic power to form runes to achieve his goal, but he can directly let the magic power show that effect. So, this is my real power? Liu Qi looked at his hands, and dark energy continued to gather. As he thought, Liu Qi shot out a dark energy at the enemy. The unknown creature shouted as a dark energy surged out of his body, nullifying the attack. I swear in the name of Andrews, I will crack your secret. Andrews roared, and the dark energy in his body was radiating out, responding to Andrews' words. As the energy converged, Andrews' strength increased. With a wave of his hand, the energy gathered into a magic circle, turning into various forms of attack and hitting Liu Qi. Liu Qi waved his hand, the space shifted, and he appeared on the other side of the shadow dimension, avoiding the attack. Looking at the way the other person resonates with energy, it seems as if I have some understanding. Andrews? Well, I will. Lines of dark energy gathered in front of Liu Qi, as if attracted. Liu Qi thought for a moment and looked at Andrews. I am who I am. I am Liu Qi, the Lord of Shadows. In the name of Liu Qi, I regard you as my enemy. Dark energy, you are no longer welcome. When Liu Qi confirmed his own identity and established his own name in another dimension, the dark energy around him cheered as if it had found its master. Andrews on the opposite side found that he could not control his dark energy. Andrews roared, forcibly controlling the dark energy. Who do you think you are? You set such a rule. Andrews's expression became more and more serious. In this space, he couldn't do anything to Liu Qi. Instead, Liu Qi realized something that actually affected him. Could it be that he is really the Lord of Darkness, the Master of Dark Energy? Impossible. Andrews was furious. Well, you're forcing me to do this. A scroll appeared in his hand and he tore it apart. I'll show you God's forbidden technique. Strange energy surged out from the donation and turned into runes. Chains emerged, forcefully blocking the space and sealing Liu Qi inside. Lord of Shadow? Scream again. Liu Qi watched as huge amounts of chains turned into cages, forcefully expelling the surrounding dark energy and surrounding himself inside. Liu Qi's heart sank when he realized that he could not contact the shadow world, but he found that he seemed to be able to use some dark energy. Liu Qi remembered something and turned on the system. Sure enough, the system showed that his connection with the dark dimension was sealed, and an uninterrupted supply of energy was needed to remove the seal. The energy limit did not change, but the number in front of it kept increasing, which meant that his energy was recovering. So, it is not my own dark dimension that is supplying energy to myself, but I am supplying energy to the dark dimension? The dark dimension is just a place where I store dark energy? Previously, I thought that the system was acting on the dark dimension and in turn strengthening itself, but I didn't expect that it was acting on itself and in turn nourishing the dark dimension. After figuring out the master-slave relationship, Liu Qi nodded and looked at Andrews. What's the use of this? It just prevents me from using the dark energy in this dimension. Do you dare to come and kill me? Although he didn't know whether the other party was in this situation, Liu Qi still played dumb and waited for the dark energy to recover. Humph, idiot. Andrews simply did not use the dark energy. The other energies in his hands gathered and gradually formed a magic. He, Andrews, did not start out by relying on dark energy. Dark energy was just a higher level of power that he obtained later. Although his dark energy was disobedient, Andrews didn't care. He planned to kill Liu Qi first, maybe this rule would be lifted, and he might even get Liu Qi's secret. As for close combat with Liu Qi, humph, he is not a fool. The opponent has so many secrets, and who knows what other tricks he may have. He cannot be easily shaken. With the magic in his hand ready, Andrews threw the attack at Liu Qi. Liu Qi was a little unhappy when he saw that the other party didn't fall for it, but he didn't hide it anymore. Waves of dark energy surged out of his body, automatically blocking the attack. Liu Qi didn't care that he had consumed hundreds of energy points, as this little energy was restored in seconds. With the dark energy as support, Liu Qi stood in midair and faced Andrews again. The magic around him was mainly to completely sever his connection with the dark dimension. Eliminating the dark energy was only a side effect, not a lasting effect. The dark energy in his body kept escaping, because although Liu Qi was the Lord of Darkness, his body could not withstand too much dark energy, and he did not want to abandon his body and turn into darkness like Dormammu. Now Liu Qi body can withstand 800 points of energy. He didn't have the chance to test it before. He discovered this setting when his physical fitness was 4 times higher. At that time, he could only withstand 400 points of energy. There are 800 points of energy contained in the body, and the energy around it is increasing at a rate of 480 points per second. Come on, it's fair again now. Liu Qi said to Andrews. Andrews looked at the energy emanating from the other person's body and had a bad feeling in his heart. He was just a high-level magician with good luck. He discovered the dark dimension when there was no way forward and became the Lord of Darkness by coincidence. But now I can't use dark energy, and magic can't do anything to the opponent. That monster can even restore its energy at a very fast speed. If I keep fighting, I will definitely lose. It's better to just run away like this. At worst, we can just give up the dark dimension. He can also tell this news to the strong people in his world, and perhaps get some benefits in return. Andrews made a decision, and a magic circle appeared. He ignored his subordinates who were slaughtered by the Shadow Legion and turned into a beam of light and flew towards the space crack. As long as he reaches the dark dimension on the other side, he can use that dimension to return to his material world. Liu Qi watched the other party fly towards the space crack, knowing that the other party wanted to escape, and wanted to stop him, but the dark energy consumption when flying in the air was much greater than the consumption of moving by attaching to other objects in the material world. No matter how fast he recovers his energy now, even if he uses up all his energy now, he can only sprint to the opponent. By then, without dark energy, he may be killed by the opponent. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer to the space crack, Liu Qi became very anxious. There was a sudden sound of breaking glass. Give me all your energy. A yellow figure appeared next to Liu Qi. Chapter 22. Liu Qi looked at the Ancient One who suddenly appeared and nodded. Since the big guy showed up to take him flying, he could just lie down. He supplied all his energy to Ancient One, who used this power to expand the mirror space and trapped Andrews inside. Andrews noticed the change in space and turned to look at Ancient One. How is it possible that you can create a parallel material world at will? The Ancient One ignored him and moved his hand, causing the space around him to distort. Andrews' eyes widened, and all kinds of energy burst out from his body, but they were all dispersed by the Ancient One, as powerless as a child's random punches. Ancient One grabbed Andrews' neck with one hand. Looking at Andrews' terrified eyes, Ancient One did not hesitate. He opened a magic circle and Andrews in his hand was directly beheaded by the magic circle. Seeing Andrews, who was equally matched with him, being crushed to death, Liu Qi could only shout Boss 666. The Ancient One turned around and looked at Liu Qi. If the dark dimension hadn't failed to supply me with energy, I wouldn't have known that you had encountered trouble. Ancient One said helplessly, waving his hand to release the mirror space. For now, it's okay. Your shadow world is right next to our world. I can easily pass through and directly replenish energy in this dark dimension. But in the future, if you are farther away from the material world, do not cut off the energy supply, otherwise I will most likely die directly. Nodding, Liu Qi returned to his own shadow dimension, but still could not feel the existence of the surrounding space. Liu Qi supplies energy directly to the Ancient One through himself, and by the way, he uses some energy to consume the seal, so as to restore the connection with the shadow dimension. Watching the shadow ninja kill the enemy, Liu Qi commanded them to eliminate the enemies in the opposite world so that they could completely occupy the other world. The Ancient One walked to the dark dimension opposite and looked around for a while, then came back and added a few more coordinates to the booklet. These are several unowned dark dimensions that are being mined in that dimension. You can also mine them, and the speed is much faster than his. But you have to consume this magic circle quickly, otherwise your dark dimension will be disconnected from you and will become an ownerless dimension. Otherwise, I won't be able to come in so easily. Ancient One said this and glanced at Liu Qi. You're getting stronger really fast, but it's still not enough. Liu Qi smiled helplessly. His energy recovery rate was 480 points per second, and he couldn't let this big guy use his real ability. He could only let her move her hands and feet to make him feel that he still had a long way to go. After looking at Liu Qi's shadow dimension for a while, Ancient One asked him to go over and get the coordinates of the small dimension after a while, and then left. According to her, she has been modifying various magics recently, transforming their suppliers into Liu Qi. In this way, when Liu Qi is strong enough, she can rely on the energy provided by Liu Qi to release magic. Liu Qi didn't care. He usually didn't know how to fight and was always in charge of the Shadow Legion. Besides, the energy supply would not cause any loss, so he was not afraid of anything and he could also rely on the Ancient One. But what happened next was very boring. Because he had lost contact with this dimension, Liu Qi could not return to the material world through this dimension. The boss did not take him with him when he left, so he could only slowly wear out the seal in this world. Maybe the boss didn't bring him because he was afraid that he would run around and not wear out the seal? Fortunately, Shadow Ninja was able to go to another world to bring food to Liu Qi, otherwise Liu Qi might starve to death here. 5 days later, Liu Qi finally wore off the seal and restored his connection with the Shadow World. Transfer the supply channel between yourself and the Ancient One to the Shadow World, and then establish a supply channel between yourself and the Shadow World. After this battle, Liu Qi can do these things on his own without relying on the system. Back in the main world, Liu Qi lay down on the bed and turned over comfortably. Taking the phone, because there was no signal in the Shadow World, Liu Qi could only ask Shadow Ninja to download some DC comics to read. When I opened my phone, I found that there were more than a dozen text messages, about 10 of which were sent by Tony, and some were sent by Phil Coulson. Liu Qi frowned and called Tony first. On the other side, Tony, who had finally recovered from the paralysis, looked at the hole in his chest. Just now, Obadiah had taken away his arc reactor, and he felt his heart was not beating well. The phone in his hand suddenly lit up, showing a call from Liu Qi. Tony was delighted and answered the call. Hey Tony, I'm busy these past 2 days, what's wrong with you? Can you come over here? My arc reactor has been taken. Tony said with all his might. I'll be there soon. Liu Qi didn't expect the plot to have reached this point, so he quickly drew a circle and went to Tony's side. In my setting, the portal can only be used in the material world and the mirror space based on the material world. The Ancient One used other methods to enter the Shadow World. Tony looked in shock as a spark gate opened in front of him and Liu Qi walked over from there. A Shadow Ninja went downstairs and found Tony's heart, brought it over and put it on Tony swiftly, making Tony feel strong again. Tony waited for himself to recover and went downstairs, putting on the newly invented Mark III armor while speaking. Obadiah is the one behind my kidnapping. Sorry, brother, I doubted you before. Tony put on his armor and planned to go find Boz. Obadiah just said that he would take action against Boz. Tony? Where are you? Rod's voice came from upstairs. Hey, Rod! Tony shouted and Rod ran down. Tony, what are you wearing? Rhodes was shocked when he saw the armor on Tony. My prosthetic? By the way, why are you here? Rod glanced at Liu Qi next to him, not knowing how he got mixed up with Tony, but he still said, Boz said Obadiah was the one who planned to kidnap you, so he asked me to come and protect you. Okay, you're late, where is Boz now? He brought 5 agents to capture Obadiah. 5 agents are not enough. Tony remembered what Obadiah said about his own armor. Liu, can you use that door to take me to Stark Industries? Boz might be in danger now. Liu Qi nodded, waved his hand, and a portal appeared. Holy! Rhodes looked at the portal and swore out of fear. Hey, Rod, are you coming? Tony and Liu Qi walked over and saw Rod still on the other side and shouted. Okay. Rhodes replied, then jumped over carefully. I hope you guys keep this portal a secret. Liu Qi was relieved after getting assurances from Rhodes and Tony. Tony was lucky because Rhodes had the US military behind him. If they knew about this, he would be annoyed to death. Tony, a voice came from behind and the three of them looked back. Boz. Tony looked at Pepper and felt relieved because Boz hadn't gone in yet. Liu Qi, why are you here? Phil Coulson was standing nearby with a few agents and saw Liu Qi. Why didn't you reply to my message? Just as Liu Qi was thinking about how to argue, the concrete floor in front of him suddenly flipped up, and huge amounts of armor appeared in front of Liu Qi. Ironmonger? Tony, didn't you say that your prosthetic limbs would be destroyed? Liu Qi looked at Tony in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. That kind of explosion plus the chain explosions that followed would definitely destroy the armor. Serial explosions. Right. That's fine. Ignoring Tony's puzzled look, Liu Qi looked at the Ironmonger in front of him. This is not his shadow world, which is full of dark energy. The maximum power he can burst out now is the 800 energy. 800 energy is equivalent to a round from a tank's main gun, which is quite powerful, but Liu Qi doesn't think he can defeat Iron Overlord. You know, even Tony's Mark III can withstand the bombardment of a tank. The defense of this big iron doll is not necessarily weaker than Tony's. Phil Coulson, I don't think your little pistols will do any harm to this thing. I suggest you step back and evacuate the onlookers. Seeing more and more people around, Liu Qi said helplessly. Watching the fun is not just for Huxia people, these foreigners are more suicidal than each other. They dared to come here with their cell phones even though the atmosphere here is not right. Phil Coulson looked at the small pistol in his hand and the Ironmonger in front of him that was several people tall, nodded, and took Boz, Rhodes and a group of agents to evacuate the crowd, while Liu Qi and Tony looked at the Ironmonger in front of them. Your ninja can use this thing. Tony looked at Ironmonger and whispered to Liu Qi. Maybe. Liu Qi was unsure. Even though a single shadow ninja now had a physique 8 times stronger than an ordinary person and the blade soldier's agility was greatly enhanced, it was not certain that they could defeat the thing in front of them. One by one, shadow ninjas appeared behind Liu Qi. Obadiah frowned, not knowing what these were. But with Iron Overlord, he is now extremely inflated and feels that he is invincible. The rotary machine gun in his hand turned, and a tongue of fire flew towards the shadow ninja. The ninjas came forward one after another. One ninja could cut off a few bullets and then be shot through by subsequent bullets, but a group of ninjas blocked the bullets and created time for their companions. Some ninjas made a flank maneuver and were blasted away by Iron Overlord's missiles, but they were not Liu Qi ultimate killer. The stab soldiers appeared quietly and pounced directly on Ironmonger, leaving marks on his body with their sharp claws. The ninja soldiers also took the opportunity to pounce on him, and with their physical fitness 8 times that of ordinary people, they directly knocked Ironmonger down. Liu Qi also took 2 steps forward, bringing these shadow ninjas into his radiation range, and asked them to try to sneak into Ironmonger through the gap and kill Obadiah directly, but to their surprise, there were dense lines everywhere in Ironmonger's armor. Countless lines were intertwined, and the energy from the reactor kept flowing into the body, which was actually able to hinder the stealth of the shadow ninjas. Many shadow ninjas turned into shadows and touched their way in, but it was as if they had walked into a maze, which greatly hindered their speed of passing. Liu Qi shook his head. Electricity is also a kind of energy, which can hinder the sneaking of shadow ninjas. Usually, there are only a few wires in the walls, which do not affect the actions of shadow ninjas. But the wires in Iron Overlord are so many and dense that they directly form a wire maze. However, as long as they are given a little time, the shadow ninjas can bypass these wires and go directly inside. Just suppress Iron Overlord for a while. But good things don't work and bad things do. Ironmonger was pinned to the ground. In order to escape, he directly activated the flight device and blew away all the ninjas on his body. Ironmonger's flight was also fast, and soon flew out of Liu Qi radiation range. Those shadow ninjas could only exit stealth mode and transform into human form, but they were directly crushed by Ironmonger's armor. Damn it! Liu Qi said unhappily. He was going to kill Obadiah in a moment. Tony was also very helpless and flew towards Ironmonger in the sky. He probably won't land. Can you fly? Liu Qi sighed. His shadow ninja couldn't fly yet, although he could use shadow energy flight, but the speed was much slower than on the ground. By the way, Tony, wait a moment. Liu Qi suddenly had an idea, caught up with Tony, and turned into a shadow covering the surface of Tony's armor. What the hell? Tony looked at Liu Qi in surprise as he disappeared in front of him, and then some black paint appeared on his armor. I am in shadow mode now. You can touch him later and I will take the opportunity to jump on him. Your super ability is really good. Tony nodded and flew after Obadiah. Hey, BD, where are you running to? Tony fired 2 pulse cannon shots directly, but they couldn't penetrate Ironmonger's armor at all. Ironmonger sneered and wanted to use the rotary machine gun and artillery to deal with Tony, but these long-range weapons were targeted by the Saber soldiers and destroyed first. In desperation, Ironmonger rushed directly towards Iron Man. He just didn't believe that a man as big as himself couldn't be stronger than Iron Man's small body. The situation was just as Iron Man expected. Iron Man was knocked away by him, but he didn't notice that a black shadow was transferred from Iron Man to his body. Hello, a hole. Liu Qi whispered, scaring Obadiah. Who? Obadiah shouted with a frown. He thought someone had connected to his communication channel. But Liu Qi appeared directly on him, and punched Iron Overlord's helmet with a punch filled with dark energy. After the dark energy was added, the impact force of this punch was tens of tons, leaving a fist mark directly on Iron Overlord's helmet. A hole. Obadiah looked at the extent of Ironmonger's damage displayed in front of him. He didn't expect the punch to be so powerful, and he punched him right back. Liu Qi quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared again, and the next time he appeared was behind Obadiah. The dark energy in his hand condensed into a broken blade and chopped directly on the back of Obadiah's neck. Since dark energy has a very strong corrosive assimilation ability, this blow left a hideous scar on the back of Ironmonger's neck. Obadiah inside also felt the crisis of life and death at this moment, and kept moving, trying to shake off Liu Qi on his body. Liu Qi had no choice but to retreat back into the shadows, clinging to Obadiah like a maggot on his tarsal bone. Seeing Obadiah constantly swinging his tail, Liu Qi thought that he would be thrown away as soon as he appeared, so he simply kept summoning shadow ninjas and let them enter Ironmonger's body through the gap he had just cut. Obadiah ignored the dizziness and gritted his teeth as he maneuvered, but he didn't expect that a cold and sharp ninja sword would come out from nowhere and press against his neck, causing him to stop immediately. Now, get down, or this knife will cut off your neck in a moment. Tony was watching Obadiah's continuous maneuvers from a distance, but his armor was no match for Obadiah's large armor, and his long-range weapons could not break Ironmonger's defense, leaving him feeling powerless. After returning, I will research some armor-piercing weapons. Just when Tony made plans to go down to level 1, he saw Ironmonger stop maneuvering and fly towards the ground. What's wrong? Tony followed and saw Iron Overlord standing there obediently, with Liu Qi also detached from him and standing on the ground. What's wrong? Liu Qi. Liu Qi turned around and waved to Tony, then turned to Ironmonger and said, take off the armor immediately. Chapter 23. After waiting for a while, Obadiah opened his armor and walked out slowly. What happened to him? Tony landed next to Liu Qi and looked at Obadiah who was walking out. Did you use his hypnotic ability? I don't have the time to hypnotize him, you'll understand when you see him. Liu Qi said with a smile. A ninja sword was placed on Obadiah's neck, and as Obadiah walked forward, the sword also moved forward. When Obadiah completely left Iron Overlord, a ninja soldier also appeared completely from the shadows. Your men are really elusive. Tony put down his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Qi shrugged, no way, they are just so powerful. Okay, what should Obadiah do? Why not let us handle it? Phil Coulson came up. Who are you? Tony frowned at the men in suits, why should I hand over Obadiah to you? Phil Coulson took out his ID and said, we are from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. The person next to you is our security advisor. Tony looked at Liu Qi. He had actually said what kind of game he was in before. But Liu Qi winked at him, don't worry, I'm a security consultant, just like a mercenary, not one of their people. Unexpectedly, Liu Qi would sabotage him like this. Phil Coulson's face changed and he continued, in fact, we are a government agency that specializes in handling such unconventional incidents. But Tony, with Liu Qi protection, said disdainfully, I thought the Fib was responsible for this matter. Looking at the Ironmonger behind Obadiah, Tony turned around and asked, I have no objection to leaving Obadiah to you, as long as he doesn't appear in front of me again, but you want to take this armor with you too. Definitely. Phil Coulson smiled with narrowed eyes. That won't work. Tony said sternly, this armor has been irreparably damaged. Moving it will may cause it to explode. I can't let you take him away like this. Tony took 2 steps forward and took back his reactor, then turned around and said, "It's okay now. I solved the hidden danger. You can take this suit of armor away. You're welcome." As for this set of armor, Tony took a rough look at the structure and knew that this armor was developed based on the armor he abandoned in the desert. The technology on it was not too exaggerated. As long as the most critical reactor was taken down, he had no objection to how it was dealt with. Not to mention that he took down the reactor. "I guess it would be impossible to activate this suit of armor in any situation, so it doesn't matter if I give it to them." Phil Coulson and the others didn't know what was going on. In their opinion, as long as they brought the armor and its owner back, S.H.I.E.L.D. could copy more Ironmonger armors through reverse engineering. They have just seen the power of this armor. As long as they can reverse it, S.H.I.E.L.D's strength will directly increase by several levels. Watching the agents call a tow truck to take Obadiah and Ironmonger away, Tony found a box and put the reactor in it. At this time, Rhodes, who had been watching the show, also ran over. Looking at the armor on Tony, Rhodes said incredulously, "Is this the car you drove a while ago?" Tony looked at Rhodes and posed in his armor. "How about this new car? Isn't it nice?" "Great, how much is one set?" Rhodes asked with a smile. "This set of armor costs hundreds of millions of dollars. It's much more expensive than your F-22s. Tony said proudly. "It's really expensive, but this armor is really powerful. Maybe I can convince the Ministry of Defense to buy a few sets." Rhodes nodded. He was originally a trader in charge of purchasing arms for the Ministry of Defense. This was considered a professional disease. "No, no, no." Tony quickly refused. "Stark Industries has closed its weapons department and will no longer sell any weapons." "Are you sure?" Rhodes frowned. "Those guys won't tolerate a non-arms company holding such weapons. Besides, Stark Industries doesn't sell weapons, so what do you sell?" Tony said firmly, "I will never sell any weapons, nor will I let anyone take my armor away. If they want to steal it, believe it or not, I will just leave the country. As for the next homepage of Stark Enterprises, I think this is it." Tony showed Rhodes the reactor in his hand, and Rhodes' black face was directly reflected in blue. "That's not bad." Luchi nodded. "As long as you don't sell hamburgers." "No, I can sell energy and burgers at the same time," Tony said with a smile. The next morning, Luchi got up early and went through the portal to a toilet in Stark Industries. When he walked out, he saw the hall full of reporters and Tony walked up to the podium in a suit. Luchi smiled. He arrived just in time, and he didn't think about competing with these reporters for seats. Luchi just greeted his bodyguard Happy and sat directly at the front of the podium. Amid the surprised looks of other reporters carrying cameras, he took out his portable camera. Tony, who was originally in a low mood, suddenly became energetic when he saw Luchi. Seeing Luchi patting the camera in his hand, Tony shook his head helplessly and started today's press conference. Seeing Tony denying her involvement in the incident last night, the female reporter who had once spent the night with Tony raised her hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tony Stark, do you really think we would believe that it was your 2 bodyguards who happened to show up and stop the robot from running away from Stark Enterprises?" "I know what you mean." Tony interrupted the female reporter. "It's okay to question official statements, but you shouldn't make assumptions and call me a superhero." "I didn't say you were a superhero," the female reporter said with a smile, and seeing Tony laughing, she felt like she had fallen into a trap. Tony was stunned for a moment, then argued, "That's good, if that were the case it would be too absurd and too outrageous." Tony lowered his head. I'm not cut out to be a superhero, because obviously I have too many character flaws and have done a lot of bad things that have had a very negative impact." Rhodes came over and reminded Tony to say what was written on the note, but Tony saw Luchi squatting in front of the stage. Luchi also smiled at him and raised the camera in his hand. Tony nodded, looked at the note in his hand, was stunned for a moment, glanced at Luchi, and facing Luchi's eyes, Tony raised his head. "I am Iron Man." Luchi took a photo of this historic moment, looking at Tony's determined eyes. Countless reporters behind him stood up instantly, trying to squeeze in and ask Tony questions. Luchi smiled, took 2 more photos and prepared to leave, but the female reporter asked again, "So where is the guy with you? Is he your bodyguard?" Luchi was stunned for a moment, and had a bad feeling. He looked up and saw a look of evil humor on Tony's face. "Definitely, that's not my bodyguard. You can think of him as my follower. He's also a superhero, but I'm sorry I can't reveal his name. And I'm happy to introduce him to you here, the Lord of Shadows. The scene became even more heated. Tony smiled at Liu Qi and left calmly with the support of his bodyguards. Chapter 24. The next day, Liu Qi woke up, thought of yesterday's farce, and shook his head. A shadow ninja appeared to prepare food. Liu Qi took the toothbrush and water cup from another shadow ninja and went to brush his teeth. Sitting at the dining table, Ninja turned on the TV himself. Yesterday, Stark Industries explained the battle that took place the day before yesterday. At the press conference, billionaire Tony Stark claimed that he was the man wearing the metal armor that night, and admitted his nickname of Iron Man. He also admitted that another person with a large number of inhuman subordinates and control of black energy was his good friend Shadow Lord, and declared that the other party's ability was absolutely controllable. Last night, Tony Stark attended a banquet wearing the Iron Man armor, which livened up the atmosphere of the banquet. But unfortunately, our reporter did not notice the appearance of the Lord of Shadow. On TV, the news was broadcasting yesterday's events, most of which were about himself and Tony. It seemed that even more people were paying attention to him, because Tony was saved several times yesterday when he was threatened, and in the end he fought Ironmonger alone, which made the general public pay more attention to him. Liu Qi changed the channel and still broadcast the news. He frowned, feeling a little helpless when he found that his favorite morning gossip had turned into news about Iron Man. After dinner, Liu Qi turned on the system. Now he has 50 saber soldiers and 350 ninja soldiers. He was surprised to find that not a single ninja soldiers on Ethan's side died. Liu Qi couldn't help but feel that he had to re-estimate the strength of the ninja soldiers. But it is true that the ninja soldiers now have 8 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, coupled with superb skills, which are enough to deal with rifle attacks. In addition, their coordination and elusive movements are enough to establish themselves in that area. And before fighting with Ironmonger yesterday, Liu Qi fought with an enemy from another dimension, which made him realize his own shortcomings. His individual strength is still relatively weak, and he basically relies on his subordinates to fight, but at present the strength of the Shadow Legion is not very strong. For example, ninja soldiers are very strong in ordinary battles, but they are a little weak in battles between dimensions, because the enemy usually sends minions from the material world to attack, and the number is not small, so the number of the invisibles on their side lags behind the enemy. Seeing that there were not many coordinates of his own tiny dimensions left, and when he went to plunder those small, medium, large, and even Dormammu dimensions in the future, the gap in number would become larger and larger. So if we can't win in numbers, we might as well focus on quality. When the time comes, the strong troops on our side will fight against 10,000, and all of them will stay on the side of the space crack. The enemy can't attack, and our ninjas are not afraid of death, so they can go over and consume the enemy to death. Liu Qi looked at the remaining tiny dark dimensions and decided that after mining them all, he would increase the number of ninja soldiers to 1,000, strengthen their bodies once, and then increase the number of stabbing blade soldiers to 100. This would not only open up new types of soldiers, but also make his men stronger. Liu Qi looked at the remaining amount of mineable energy, set an alarm, and decided to mine all the tiny dimensions in the next 2 days. A call came in. Liu Qi picked up the phone and found it was Tony. The call was connected. "Hey, Tony, you need my help again." "Nothing, Liu, come over here for a moment, I have a gift for you." "Gift?" Liu Qi thought about it and didn't know what gift Tony would give him. Could it be a set of Iron Man armor? Draw a circle and come to Tony's basement. The video has been deleted. Jarvis' voice came. "I set it up for Jarvis yesterday. From now on, whenever you use the portal, all the recordings from that time will be automatically deleted." Tony explained and handed over 2 bracelets. "Try it on." Liu Qi put the bracelets on his hands, and light flashed on the 2 bracelets, and then a pair of iron boots flew over and were put on his feet. "This is the positioning armor technology I developed. It allows the armor to automatically attach to the body in separate units. However, the technology is not yet mature, so it can only attach small things. I saw that you moved very slowly in the air before, so I made you a pair of jet boots. They use a small reactor to power them, which can allow you to move faster than the speed of sound in the air. But it doesn't provide much protection for other parts of the body. But I think your physical fitness may not require protection. The armor may even limit your performance. Tony said the last sentence helplessly. This was also what made him feel the most incredible, why Liu Qi had such a strong physical fitness. If he had that kind of physique, he could interview all 13 girls in that magazine in a year in one day. You can't envy this. Liu Qi looked at the boots on his feet, took 2 steps, and found that they fit him well. Jarvis, can you give me a way to try? Come to the starting point of the garage door. Tony, wanna go for a ride? Come on, you're just afraid that you can't fly, so you need me, the billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark, to protect you. Screw you. I can fly myself. I just invited you to come along for the ride. Seeing Tony walking towards him in armor, Liu Qi thought for a moment, and the dark energy covered his body, slowly turning it into a battle suit, which could also provide him with some protection. Is there anything that your ability can't do? Tony looked at the battle suit on Liu Qi and felt a little envious of this way of wearing it. If he wanted to wear armor now, he had to use professional equipment, but the new technology being developed now could solve this problem. In addition, he also has a set of armor that can be carried around, which can be considered a transitional product. It should be possible with the power of technology, such as the newly emerging concept of nanotechnology. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Jarvis, give this idea a thumbs up. Now, it's time for us to go for a ride. Tony said as he walked onto the armor-fitting platform. Several mechanical arms took out various armor components and installed them on Tony. After finishing the armor, Tony came to Liu Qi and stretched his body. Are you ready? How about we have a competition? If you lose, you will give me 2 ninja soldiers to study. Don't worry, I am just curious about their life composition and I will not conduct any evil experiments. What if you lose? Liu Qi didn't care. He knew Tony quite well. Tony was still a technology fanatic and had no interest in biotechnology at all. The 2 ninja soldiers were most likely to be bodyguards for Boss. Tony Stark will not lose. Tony said confidently, do you understand what I'm talking about with fluid mechanics? You just broke the speed of sound, but I'm almost twice the speed of sound. I just announced that technology won in advance. Let's make it clear first, you can't use the portal to cheat. Jarvis, plan the route and apply for an airline. Don't worry, my portal can't be opened to a place I don't know. Wait, then how can you come directly to my lab? The route is planned, sir. I'll go first. Wait, a hole. The boots under Liu Qi feet spewed out flames, carrying Liu Qi forward. He stumbled in the air for a while, and after getting familiar with the operation, Liu Qi stopped steadily in the air. Hey, are you okay? I've been waiting for a long time. Tony didn't run away directly, but stopped in the air and waited for him. Phew, it should be fine. Then don't use this as an excuse if you lose later. Jarvis, you start. The 2 stood still in the air, waiting for Jarvis's order. After receiving the order, Liu Qi reacted first and flew forward. Tony was a little slower, but with the advantage of speed, he quickly approached Liu Qi. Liu, I'm leaving first. Now both of them have broken the sound barrier, and Tony's voice can be heard by Liu Qi through the bone conduction of the bracelet. Seeing the flames from Tony's jets getting bigger and flying forward quickly, Liu Qi smiled and asked, do you really think I can't do anything in the air? Dark energy enveloped his entire body, pushing the air away, and Liu Qi's speed continued to increase. From a distance, Liu Qi's body looked like a black pillar, but it could push away the air, making Liu Qi feel like he was flying in space without any air resistance. Here I come, Tony. Through the dark energy, Liu Qi saw Tony, who had disappeared, and constantly approached him. Wang Defa, Jarvis, analyze why he is so fast. Unknown energy is detected. The air is pushed away. Without air resistance, we can continue to accelerate, sir. Incredible. Tony looked at Liu Qi who came to his side in a short time, and now Liu Qi's speed was still increasing. Liu Qi, your current speed is about to exceed 3 times the speed of sound. This is simply outrageous. Really? I think I can go faster, but it seems like the rest of the journey isn't long. Tony glanced at the route. Jarvis had originally planned a 500-kilometer route, but at their current speed, this distance could be reached in just 10 minutes. Oh, Tony, I feel like I'm going too fast, I don't have enough energy. Liu Qi suddenly shouted. Are you okay? Tony yelled. It's okay, but I may have to slow down. You go first. The dark energy on the body slowly disappeared, and Liu Qi's speed also slowly slowed down. Finally coming to a complete stop, Liu Qi touched his chest. The release of the dark energy caused him to suddenly come into contact with the air at a speed of Mach 2, making him feel like an elephant was pressing down on him. This was because Liu Qi had a physical fitness 8 times that of an ordinary person, and the dark energy was slowly released, giving him a chance to relax. After healing himself with dark energy, Liu Qi slowly flew forward. Tony, you win, well done. Liu Qi saw Tony waiting for him in a hamburger restaurant not far away. Now there was a circle of people taking pictures around Tony. Covering his face with dark energy, Liu Qi walked over. You guy, I know you are letting me. Tony walked over, hugged Liu Qi, and whispered in Liu Qi's ear. Bye, I also want to do something for Pepper, after all, she gave me a ride. Liu Qi laughed. Now the people around are completely excited. Seeing Iron Man was already very exciting, and now seeing the more mysterious Lord of Shadow makes people even more excited. Looking at the large crowd of people taking photos and cheering, Liu Qi felt a little uncomfortable. He was not like Tony who could accept the cheers of so many people. Many of these people were evacuated from Stark Industries that night. If it weren't for you, more than half of them would have been killed by Obadiah. You saved them, and they're here to thank you. Liu Qi glanced at the people around him. Although they were happy, they didn't do anything excessive. 2 children came over with flowers and handed them to Liu Qi. Thank you for saving us. Taking the flowers, Liu Qi gently rubbed the 2 children's heads. Thanks. He said something to the 2 children and turned around. Okay Tony, I admit I kind of like this atmosphere. Liu Qi said to Tony. Tony smiled and turned on the armor's loudspeaker. Today, all burgers at the burger shop are free. Does anyone want to eat cheeseburgers? I own this shop, and the cheeseburgers must taste great. You really opened a burger shop? Liu Qi was a little surprised. Tony shrugged and said, Stark Industries has closed its weapons division, and now the commercialization of the reactor is progressing slowly. I don't know what to do, so I might as well open a hamburger restaurant. Okay. Liu Qi shook his head, I want 2 cheeseburgers. Tony went in to get the burger, and Liu Qi flew to the rooftop opposite the burger shop to wait for him. After a while, Tony also flew up. Your burger. Want a tip? Go to hell. The lower half of the mask on Liu Qi's face disappeared, and he tasted the burger. It tastes good and might make some money. That's good. Although Stark Industries' stock price hasn't fallen any further, it's still far worse than before. If I can't make any more money, I might go bankrupt. Tony took a bite of the cheeseburger and said to Liu Qi with a bit of exaggeration. You have so much high tech, can't you use it to make products? The cost is one thing, and the public's acceptance is another. Many people still think that the camera function loaded on their mobile phones is useless, the pixels are poor, and it takes up space, but my armor has already used better equipment. Oh, then have you tried to put it all on? What? Bad news, stitched. Good news, all sewn up. Tony was still a little confused. Try to make a mobile phone with a full screen and no buttons, just like this bracelet, where you can swipe on the screen. Add a radio, TV, camera, compass, handheld game console, and all kinds of functions to it, so that people think this phone can do everything. Then give this phone a language assistant, not like Jarvis, but a simple recognition feedback assistant that responds to specific sentences, which can make calls, take photos, and search for things. Liu Qi tried to guide Tony to make the smartphone as soon as possible so that he could have fun with it. Will it be a big hit? Absolutely. Then I believe you, go back and try it. Tony said seriously, obviously listening. You definitely understand ordinary people better than I do myself. Are you insulting me? Just as the two were chatting happily, a voice appeared behind them. You guys had a good chat. Liu Qi and Tony looked back and found a boiled egg. Chapter 25. Who are you? Want an autograph? Tony asked, showing Fury the burger in his hand. If you want a burger, you need to go downstairs and get it. I don't do takeout here. Fury glanced at Liu Qi and said to Stark, maybe you can ask the person next to you. Tony looked at Liu Qi and gave him a puzzled look. Nick Fury, the big boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. Liu Qi said casually, but did not mention that there is a hidden big boss in S.H.I.E.L.D. That's a thing of the past. Now you can call it S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury followed Liu Qi and said. Correcting a mistake, I found that you all should write S.H.I.E.L.D. reaction here as Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. Because many employees complained that our name was too long, we changed it. Tony nodded. Okay, Chief Nick, what do you want from us? In addition to exchanging some intelligence with my advisor, I also have something to tell you. Liu Qi glanced at Fury, wondering why this guy was so serious. Liu Qi, do you know where Bruce Banner is? Fury said to Liu Qi. The Hulk Bruce Banner. Liu Qi looked at Fury in confusion. What do you want with him? General Ross has made new moves recently. He may have found the Hulk. I need to prepare in advance and ensure the safety of the residents around them when they take action. This is also the responsibility of our S.H.I.E.L.D. But General Ross believes that someone in our S.H.I.E.L.D. will tell the Hulk and not share the information with us. Interesting. Liu Qi nodded, knowing that Fury really thought he had returned from outer space and had alien technology to use, otherwise he would not have found Tony so quickly. But what if Fury comes to him for something in the future? A lie needs more lies to cover it up. Liu Qi simply said, my technology was accidentally broken when it returned to Earth, so I could only barely scan the entire globe. However, I discovered that there is a powerful energy in the beverage factory in Brazil. It might be the Hulk. There is also a very strong energy source in Antarctica. I don't know anything else. Don't bother me. Fury nodded. Does that mean you won't provide me with intelligence support anymore? Why, isn't this information enough now? Liu Qi waved his hand, telling Fury to stop bothering him. Enough. Although he knew there were many loopholes in this guy's words, Fury was already happy with what he had gained today. Putting the Hulk aside, the energy source in Antarctica reminded him of a famous person. As for Liu Qi, there is still a long way to go and there are plenty of ways to get information from him. Turning to look at Stark. Someone must have told you some information about our S.H.I.E.L.D. We won't give you any preferential treatment because of this relationship, but if you have any difficulties we will help you. Come on, do I, Tony Stark, need anyone to help me? Tony said with a smile, but Fury tapped his chest, causing Tony's smile to slowly disappear. Come to me if you have any trouble. Fury said, turning and leaving. Liu Qi looked at Tony. Has this guy discovered the harm of palladium to his body? Tony calmed down and turned to look at Liu Qi. What did you just mean? What alien technology? Liu Qi shook his head helplessly. See, that's it. I am an Earthling who was abducted by aliens to another planet. I just came back a while ago and brought some alien technology with me. Unfortunately, all of that alien technology was broken, so I just threw it away. Tony raised an eyebrow. You lied to him. Yes. Liu Qi nodded and admitted, I just don't know why Fury believed it, but I do know some things. I hope you can keep deceiving him. Tony said to Liu Qi. By the way, what did Fury mean just now? What's wrong with you? Liu Qi pretended to be stupid. Tony was silent for a moment. What can I do? You don't look like you're okay. But if you don't want to talk about it, I respect your privacy, but I still hope you can be honest with me. Liu Qi had no idea what to do with the new element. He could only tell Tony at the last minute before he noticed it, and he had no way of making it for him in advance. If I tell Tony now, he might ask all kinds of questions. It would be better to let Tony try it himself, which would also help to clear up his misunderstanding of his father. Speaking of Tony's dad, Liu Qi had a headache and thought of the future Avengers Civil War. However, that was a long time in the future, so he could only wait and see what happened. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Liu Qi returned to his nest, changed the coordinates and continued digging. Seeing that the system did not indicate that there were any enemies, he ignored it. Let's keep our development steady for the next few days, because the Hulk is coming, and we have to see if the soldiers unlocked later can come in handy. As for the current Saber soldiers and Ninja soldiers, they should not be able to cause much damage to the Hulk and Abomination. After a few days, Liu Qi looked at the coordinates on the notebook and confirmed that everything had been dug up. Looking at his 1,000 ninja soldiers and 200,000 energy, he felt a headache. Now the need for strengthening has reappeared, but it requires 500,000 energies. He has mined all the dimensions now, so he has to ask the Ancient One for coordinates. Drawing a portal back to the square of Kamar-Taj, Liu Qi saw a group of magicians in training. Hey, Liu Qi, you're back. Modu saw Liu Qi suddenly appear. Yes, what's wrong? Liu Qi was a little confused. In fact, he came back often and was quite familiar with these people. Sorcerer Supreme is still in seclusion modifying those spells. Let me give you this booklet. Mordo took out a booklet and handed it to Liu Qi. Anything else? Liu Qi looked at Modu. Sorcerer Supreme also told me that medium-sized dimensions can change their coordinates by themselves, so you have to find the dark dimension yourself. Mordo gave Liu Qi a small book. She also said that many of these small dimensions already have owners, and tapping their energy will inevitably lead to fighting. You can leave a portal to your dimension in this square, and we can fight for you as payment for using your dark energy. Liu Qi saw that these guys no longer had a hateful attitude when talking about dark energy, which made him deeply impressed by the Ancient One's call for ability. Did the Ancient One tell me to leave a portal? Liu Qi asked. Yes, she said that everything has a cause and an effect. We cannot waste your energy for no reason. We have to do something to repay you. Mordo glanced at the group of new magicians behind him and said, it's a good opportunity to help these guys gain some combat experience. Liu Qi glanced at these magicians and nodded, they were all great tools. When the time comes, these magicians will guard the shadow world, and your own ninjas will go over to kill monsters. Wouldn't that be appropriate? How fast are you using up energy right now? Liu Qi looked at his current recovery speed, which was 1000 points per second. In addition to the points given to Ancient One, he still had a recovery speed of 997 points. This speed should allow Ancient One to relax a little, but Liu Qi doesn't know how much energy these magicians will consume. Modu didn't know either, so he just took Liu Qi to try it over there. After signing the contract, Mordo can also obtain dark energy supply from Liu Qi, and Liu Qi can terminate this supply at any time, just like the contract with the Ancient One. The two tried the consumption of various magics, and finally concluded that a magician does not need energy at ordinary times, but the Ancient One needs it to maintain her lifespan. In battle, a high-level magician needs to consume 100 energy points per second according to the normal casting frequency, but magicians cannot fight all the time, so Liu Qi can give them the stored dark energy to use. Anyway, he is always recovering energy. Now he has a reserve of 200,000 energy points, plus his own energy recovery, which can support a group of 20 high-level magicians in battle for more than 3 minutes. Liu Qi nodded and asked Mordo to find some elite magicians first. Soon, Mordo came with a group of elite magicians, and Liu Qi found that many of them had been seen in Doctor Strange's movies. After signing a contract with them and letting them familiarize themselves with their dark energy first, Liu Qi followed Mordo to the transmission center. It was from here that Liu Qi traveled to the Big Apple a month ago. Mordo operated a device for a while, and a door frame appeared. Mordo explained to Liu Qi, you link the space of your shadow world with here, and this portal can be fixed here. Liu Qi nodded and pressed his hand on the door frame, and a layer of black energy appeared in the center of the door frame. Slowly, this layer of energy triggered spatial resonance, connecting the shadow world with here. Remember to use dark energy to cover yourself when you go in, otherwise you will be assimilated by the dark energy. Liu Qi said something to Modu and walked in. He is the master of this space, the Lord of Darkness, and dark energy cannot harm him. Arriving at his own dimension, Liu Qi began to fly. Now this space is not as small as it was at the beginning. Liu Qi now has an energy limit of 200,000, and the space has been expanded to 20 times its previous size. Opening the booklet, Liu Qi selected the target dimension and asked Mordo, who came in to check the situation, to call for help. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.